driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. To the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
All sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Realist, not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant to write. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it.
And Hello everybody, welcome to Samsung Odyssey Challengers. We're into the final weekend of the playoffs here, and it's just best of fives from here on out. It is the real test. The teams have made it to Challengers EMEA already. Now it's about staking their claim on Northeast. I'm joined by Zesht, and this should be a really good one.
It should be one hell of a series that we're getting right here, because this is, of course, as you said, everyone being qualified for Challengers, but there's a few points on the line that do have an impact and could make a change in the long miracle run. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's going to be a lot of weeks and a lot of months for those teams heading into Challengers. Today still matters, because that best of five, it does really show who has the resilience and strength to go all the way through.
Exactly, and speaking of all the way through, let's take a quick look at the bracket so you can see how we got here and what you have to look forward to in this final weekend of the competition. Look at all of those teams, unfortunately, being eliminated up to this point. We're down to the final three here, and as you can see, our game here in the lower bracket finals today is going to be Detty Elise versus Team Liquid Academy. Team Liquid Academy, of course, only making it through, not making an impact in Stage 2 whatsoever. They were the victors of Stage 1. Now they're trying to run it back, get back into that grand finals, and contend with the victors of Stage 2. Not only the victors of Stage 2, of course, the victors of Challengers EMEA Stage 2. And
most importantly, you know, the entire region over the entire year has improved so much, and all those teams you saw there, especially shout out considering the underdogs, you know, the full box, the Detty you just mentioned, but also the Boars who are coming there against those, let's say, formed orc-backed squads, have shown what they're capable of doing. Could have been, you know, maybe a different team than Detty, maybe even a different team than Team Liquid here in the playoffs, but now we're standing here, and I think we have the top three that have showed throughout the season. Yep, there are ups and downs, there's bumps, but consistently they are deserved to be in this position.
Well, consistency is going to be key from here on out. Best of fives only now for the rest of the competition, and that's where teams really come alive. That's the test of your ability, not just in terms of your map pool, but in terms of your stamina as well. So I am excited to see how Team Liquid Academy and Detty Elise come up together. But for now, I'm going to introduce you to our casters for today. Usually we'd wait a little bit longer, but right now, Hazza and Cairo join us here on the desk because we have a little bit of a fun segment organized by Zesht, I think.
Guys, first of all, how are you doing today? It's a great best of five. You ready to start it with a quiz?
Mate, it's like an absolute sauna in my room. The heat is up. I'm ready for the quiz. I don't know, Cairo, how's the weather in Scotland?
The weather's quite warm, but mate, my office is pretty cold. But I'm ready to bring the heat for this quiz.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, you need a bit ice cold for getting those answers right. And we're starting with one. You know, those were all questions which are related to your region, so you should be the ones knowing that. I had no clue about any of those answers. Starting first of all, right? Starting first of all, who was the highest rated player in Stage 2, and most importantly, we count teams that had also made it to playoffs. Not playoff stats, but only teams that have also made it to playoffs. Starting off with Alexic, obviously, Jazz, Maniac, or Razis. And I'm starting with you, Cairo. What do you got? What do you think?
See, I think that like the I think that the Alexic and Yash, Alexic and Yash are like so like red herrings. I think. I think it's Maniac.
Okay,
that's poor from you, Cairo. That's poor from you. I have to ask, what is it? What you say highest rated? What like VLR
ACS.
rating?
Very great question. You're paying attention in class.
ACS.
That's different.
Cairo just didn't know.
Mate, I'll be honest. Razis was up there for ages, but both Yash and Alexic grand final. I feel like it might be Yash, but I'm going to go Razis. I feel like Razis is the sort of the sneaky answer here.
Twiggy, what you got?
Well, I feel like I've got to go something different to those two because, look, I'm at a disadvantage in this one because I don't have any brain cells. So I'm going to go with Yash and I'm going to try and pull ahead.
The Britannica of Northeast is striking. Of course, it is Razzies. Absolutely correct. First point going on you. That was great. Now I have a question that is complicated, okay? That is a bit more here, brain cells, but I'm telling you, only true OGs will know this. And now, tell me, who won the very first iteration of both Polaris, so Northern Europe, and Surge? This is a tough one, bear with me. Was it 10 Star and Nom? Was it XL and Ascend? Was it XL and Anonymo? Or was it Alliance and 10-star? And I'm starting with you here, Twiggy, to give me an answer to that one.
Twiggy was there. Twiggy was there when the script was
Yeah,
written.
I was there. I should know
We
this.
only joined in 2023, so this is you. This is all you.
Look, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure I know what team it was from Polaris. I'm not sure about Surge. I'm gonna go with XL Ascend here, but I'm not 100% on that.
I don't wanna ask Haza yet. Haza seems to have a grip. Cairo, give me that.
I would like, listen, Ascend never really came in till later, so I'm gonna go XL Anonymo.
And Haza, what do you got?
I agree with Cairo, XL and Anonymo, because Ascend didn't join until 2023. Oh no, sorry, no, they were playing VCT. They had a completely different team. Yeah,
They were.
There you go.
They won
Excellent
champs
job.
in 2021.
Yes.
And in 2022
Can I
they were
change
still
my
playing.
answer? Can I change
Absolutely
my
not.
answer?
No chance.
The only reason XL Anonymo, because Anonymo obviously won East, and that was back when like Chris was still playing there, or Almo. Almo. Sorry, Chris is one of the new ones.
You got it all right. You both got it all right. Excellent Anonymo, absolutely correct in this case. It has been a while. Actually, funny story. 10-star won the season after they played before in North. Just giving a shout out here. But second last question, and this one is about geography. So I hope you did your GeoGuessr right here. Which is the most represented country in the Northeast split right here, right now, considering all 22 teams? Is it the
Teams,
bloody
not
UK?
Players.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Yeah, I mean, of course, the players consisting, those players that are part of the team, So UK, Poland, Czechia, or Serbia. And you know what, Cairo, go ahead.
You want me to go ahead? How come Hazard's never got to go first?
Yeah, hold on, he hasn't gone
Because he knows too much. I don't want you to copy him. I don't want you to copy him.
Right. So it's a pretty
No, he's just smart. No,
Right,
no, he's just smart.
Listen, I don't think it's UK because I don't think we have many UK players in the top 22. When it comes to Czechia, I'm not so sure. I'm gonna have to go Poland. I think it's Poland from what I remember, because we've got we used to have an all Polish 5. I don't know if they're still 5. That would boost the numbers up a little bit. I'd go be Poland.
Haza, what do you say?
I agree with Kara in a sense. I would rule out Serbia. I know we got Cupid and GSR playing today for Liquid. Czechia, we got quite a few Czech players in VCT now, so that ruins the number there. Low key, I might go UK, but I'm pretty sure if I choose Poland, then I tie with Cairo, and regardless of whether he gets it right or not, I win the quiz, so I go Poland.
Twiggy, what you got?
I mean, look, I've got to go different to them at this point so that I can get either I completely crash out with 0 or I try and do something here. And look, you did say 22 teams, not the top 8, because Kairos made it sound like we were talking about the playoffs here. So I'm going to go UK because we got to try and make a distance here.
Yeah, of course it's Poland. I think that, no other chance. It is Poland, most obviously. The UK is close. 3 players less. 3 players. Oh, we still need to work later. Hold on. You can make it all work with the last question. Okay, don't worry about the last question. This one is really complicated. It's really complicated. I'm telling you right here. And this is the question that I think nobody can answer. What would be the perfect couple name for Haza and Kyrie? Would it be Kaza? Would it be Hyro? Would it be 2 regular British lads or the club card holders?
They can't choose their own shit name. Whatever they choose, it must be wrong.
It's been chosen. Yeah.
It has?
It has?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah. What is it?
By the people. Well, I can't tell you because
by the people.
Because it's the question, isn't it?
Okay. Twiggy, what could it be that the people have chosen?
Hyro sounds too much like a athlete's event. And I don't know. But their faces.
No, go on. I'm just curious.
Am I actually going to get a wrong answer on a subjective question?
No opinion is wrong.
I'm going Kaza.
Okay. Haza, what would you choose?
What would I choose? Well,
no, I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying, like the club card holders in modern Britain, not having a club card is like not having identity. You know, you can't buy a meal deal without one, so you literally need it. So that's just you know, the law-abiding citizen. So that doesn't really apply. Cairo would hate to be called British.
I know.
I think Kaza was one of the options, but Hyro was the one that people settled on. That's it, man. That's it.
Really?
See, see, the thing is, though, I know that this question was made by Zest, right? And I know what type of person Zest is. So, like, Hyro is the answer that everyone else does. Kaza was the one that I tried to argue for. The club card holders I'm not about. So, because it's Zest, I'm going to go see the two regular British lads.
You went for the British answer.
So here's the thing. We're going to find this out later. You have to, as a viewer, stick to the end to the best of 5 to find out the answer at the end of this video. So I would say this was a great quiz. Gentlemen, thank you very much for participating.
Thank you, man.
And we go back to the actual schedule. See you later. Have a good one. All you, Twiggy. All you.
I don't even. Finally. I feel like I don't like being out of control on my broadcast. This is my broadcast. You're a guest. You're a guest here.
Listen.
You can't.
Look at me.
You can't disrespect me.
I am host now. Yeah. Go on.
No. Right. Let's take a look at the match we've got coming up today. Dirty Elise versus Team Liquid Academy. Finally, we can get on with our regularly scheduled programming here. These two teams have really made waves this stage. Obviously, Dirty Elise kind of have been bubbling under the surface for the whole time this year, right? They've been around, but they just haven't quite made it to this stage. And now that they are at this stage, they've made it to the top 3. They've made it to Challengers EMEA, and they're coming up against one of the incumbent victors, right, of Northeast. Team Liquid Academy had a bit of a rough stage too, but it seems like when they get into the swing of things, when they get into best of 3s, they start to come alive.
That's pretty true. I mean, Daddy, first of all, can say thank you very much to good old Buchholz for actually advancing this far. It was not looking good in the lower Swiss stage, coming there out 2-3. Not even winning the majority of their matches, but still at the end of the day, pushing, and really showing their capabilities. This is a team where I initially thought, okay, you know what, who are we going to see here? Yeah, a formulation, we're going to see a metasport, but they have proved everyone that they're capable of getting themselves in this situation, and I think it's a great success, to be very honest. It's something they can be definitely proud of, but you said it, it's the best of 5. Like, this is the real deal. This is where you got to push through hard, and if they're on this level, well, that's the journey we're going on today.
Yeah, indeed. So some stats from these players, I think, will hopefully give us an idea. Maybe, look, here's the thing. Stats never really count for much when we get into game here. And in this region, I would say, things tend to go askew quite quickly. But as you can see here, the way this team lines up, I wouldn't say the most impressive team on paper, right? But they have somehow they've just made their way through. And in the end, it is just winning the game that matters.
I mean, to be honest with you, they're far off from being impressive on paper. It's like where you really need to ask yourself, okay, who's performing on this end? Because teamwork and everything, great word. I love the buzzword. But at the end of the day, it's a shooter, and you got to click those heads. It is something where I say they have shown with their play style that they are capable of outsmarting some of the only strategy-heavy teams, which I personally enjoy. However, now it is about sticking through this to up to 5 maps against a competent opponent. And this is the thing we also saw in the bracket. Whilst they have made it so far, and rightfully so, their playoffs run was not giving them the hardest obstacles outside of Enterprise. And this is where I have to say, okay, you've made it this far, absolutely deserved. Now, show us with a real test what you're gonna do.
Yeah, and it really, really is a real test. I mean, we can take a look at the duelist mains for both of these teams here. I mean, look, if you're going to come up against anybody in the league and try to stake your claim as a top 2 duelist, Yash is somebody you're going to have to get through.
Yash is on a different level. I mean, the guy is, from everything that I've been seeing, an absolute beast. But this is what it's so important to highlight for everyone out there. Fractioned is in his department, you have to be honest, lackluster. 190 ACS for a duelist is just, in where we are right now, not good enough. However, and this is the most important part, he can show up when it's needed, but the guy he's coming up against is a different beast, a different machine. He is capable of ruling the server in terms of first kills and in terms of pure multi-kills on his own. And he got a right competitor right ahead of him. And with Fraction, I just very much hope, particularly in the first skill department, he is showing what he's capable of, because this is a weakness on the side of that Elise. You want to have that advantage early on. Wow, what an obvious, idea and knowledge. But at the end of the day, it is true, and he has not been showing that too much. Now's the time to do so.
Yeah, for sure. It is maybe not their most difficult opponent, but look, they're in the lower bracket now, so it matters a lot more that they get this win. They're going to be up against Team Liquid Academy, who you will definitely know from Stage 1 if you've been watching this whatsoever. They didn't really make an appearance last stage, but they are back, and they're trying to repeat what happened first time around. This time, Enterprise Esports is really going to be their biggest hurdle here, but this is a team with so much, I don't even know what to call it. Like, they are so comfortable together, right? This is a team that has been stuck together like glue since day one in this year. And they have really impressed us a lot of the time, right? Despite the shortcomings that we have seen from them in, the Swiss stages, they have been so impressive in playoffs, and every single player can show up when they are needed. Strategically, they are sound. Their map pool is so deep, and they're definitely a team that is intimidating.
They are intimidating. I could talk 15, 30, 1 hour about their entire playstyle, because it's interesting in good and bad ways. But however, what you mentioned correctly is that this team has improved so much from what we have saw from stage 2 to stage 3. And this was so essential that all the time they had, they truly used to improve. Their playstyle is something we can talk about a lot when we actually get into the maps. It's super fascinating. But at the same time, now what really matters is to see that this strengthening of the bond and the team comes into fruition in the best of 5. And this is where I think they have a good start here with the Elise, who are fairly inexperienced in that department, to warm up, so to say, for tomorrow in case they go there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, we can take a look at their performance from stage 2 to stage 3 here, because it really was surprising. I think coming out of stage 1, looking at stage 2, incredibly surprising to see this different side of Team Liquid Academy, where they just didn't make it through the competition whatsoever. Their Swiss stage was really lackluster, right? Their win record was obviously low enough that they could not get through that stage. Their ACS was lower, their retake percentage, and now they seem to have rallied, right? This leadership that they have under Bacon, that kind of that steady rocker that they have in the server with Cupid as well, has really come into fruition this stage.
And one important thing about this graphic that I want all the viewers to pay attention to is the difference in retake success rate. Why is it so important? Because it's one of the most essential parts in their defense playstyle. And if you're watching this best of 5 series and you're curious what is one of the elements, one of the win conditions Team Liquid Academy is hoping for and aiming for when being a defender, it is that retake success. They play on this condition mostly to not go into 5v5 retakes, but make stress beforehand, let them come into side. We don't need to annoy them in the choke point that much. We have good retakes. And this is the big difference in my eyes from the previous Team Liquid Academy to this one, that they have found a linchpin of success on their defense, and this might be exactly what could get them over the line in a good series right here.
We've seen something as well, I think, over the course of this stage, a little bit different from Bacon, the coach. We've had some highlight moments on the stream. Let's maybe not call them highlights. I don't think Bacon would consider them highlights. Maybe lowlights. I don't really know what to say. But he'll definitely have something to say coming into this stage as well, because he's definitely been more riled up and possibly just more kind of involved in the team's success. I'm not 100% sure. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but we can get his words.
Right. I mean, the fascinating part is, because one thing that we're going to take a look at in a second, that this team has started to move in a direction of double duelist, double duelist, double duelist. The idea itself in the meta we're at is not necessarily too crazy, don't get me wrong, but the consistency they have pulled it off. Best example, Lotus, where they have decided, you know what, we're not finding success in Lotus so much. We're not consistent enough there. Okay, let's swap finally to this Neon and ISO combination. Bam, success found. And this is something where I have to say, with him saying there's no grandiose idea, we just basically had so much time to try different styles that they ended up on all the maps with doing this, maybe outside of Icebox. It is absolutely fascinating to me, and it shows that this team wants one thing, and that is control in terms of early fragging capabilities, and the later stage of the game is decided differently.
Yeah, let's take a look actually at Team Liquid Academy's comps over different maps, because I think something that we have noted over the course of this is how adaptable this team is, and what they've been pushing their players into, kind of changing their play style, and maybe just like getting reps in on other agents.
Exactly, and this is the part that is so interesting to me, because again, if we compare this to the bigger picture, to the VCT teams, those kind of compositions are not that popular in the end. And this double duelist consistency that they have pulled up with those players, you know, the double consistency with obviously being it mostly on Donatello and GSR, it is fascinating to see for me personally, because I never thought that this was going to be consistently so much a thing, especially for a team that is like sitting in tier 2. But I like this approach because it is, first of all, unique. Second of all, it has a clear win condition for the team, a vision that I don't know if it is Bacon or if it is Cupid, but both together come together. And they have agreed on it. And this is something I like a lot. There's one downside to this though, Twiggy, and this is that if your opponent is hypothetically doing really good research, it makes you a good bit more predictable. That is the fear I have, but considering that he doesn't have an analyst, that he doesn't have a coach, I wouldn't be too worried about this as Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, and another part that which kind of separates these two teams, right? We can take a look at Dirty Elise's map pool, maybe not compared to Team Liquid Academy's map pool, but Team Liquid Academy's map pool, they have played every map so far, and they've got a decent win rate on every map. Dirty Elise, look, they definitely have preferences.
Yeah, and this is mostly important because there's an advantage in this best of 5 from Dirty Elise coming from the top side of the bracket, now having the opportunity to say we don't want those 2 maps in the pool. They have double veto advantage. And obviously a map you want to get out of there is Corrode. If Liquid would have the opportunity to play this map, they would definitely do so, but Corrode, with the success they had, out of the pool. And now it is time for Deddy to decide. For me, the best move would be to get Haven out, but it's down to them. Icebox would be another option, but I'm not too happy if they would pull off this one, because for me, you need to take the risk. When I think of making those kind of veto predictions, veto ideas, you really want to rather leave your opponent on an unknown space. But one thing that I need to tell you here, Twiggy, double veto advantage. Liquid Academy cannot ban bind. We're gonna get a premiere today.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I do think this is something that they really have to take into account and really have to think very carefully about Dirty Elises, because Team Liquid Academy, we've seen they've played every map and they seem comfortable on every map. There's no map where they're like, oh, we hate this one, it's going to be really difficult to play this. Icebox is the map that they ban out in the end, so Haven will be on the board here. Oh,
they take it, and
they have not banned Corrode.
This is very nice, because you need to see it like this. What Daddy is proving here is that they have a massive set of balls, because they're coming into a game where an opponent is able to play Corrode, a map that is working so well. They have so much sample size to look at it, and they know Liquid Academy has nothing on us. They even got a clue, and this is so fascinating about it, because this is a bit of a mind game. This is a bit of a possibility to think about. You know, we don't want them to feel comfortable, and there it goes. This could be either a big mistake or an absolutely well thought through trap. Daddy Elise decided to pick Haven, and if they go 0-1 in this and Corrode is not working at all, they have fumbled. They have gambled, and I like gambling in this instance, but it's risky.
In this instance,
in this instance, but it's risky.
This is so interesting, because if you take Dirty Elise out of the equation completely here, you just take a look at the map pool and Team Liquid Academy, this is their ideal best of 5. They're like amazing. We've got our pretty much their favorite 3 maps to begin with on this one. Haven, Corrode, Lotus. For Team Liquid Academy, this is perfect for them. This is exactly what they want. Maybe they're surprised, right, by Dirty Elise doing that, and that might throw them off a little bit, but they're going to be able to play their game. And Dirty Elise have basically just gone, look, we're just going to ban out what we don't want to play, and we'll just meet you on your ground. We will play to our best abilities as well. They're not scared of Team Liquid Academy. They're not banning out things that Team Liquid Academy are good at. They're banning out what they're not comfortable with, and therefore it is really just going to be two titans fighting against each other. So I'm very excited for this now.
I find it fascinating because I saw this coming, but I found it too unlikely that we're actually heading into them saying, you know what, we play Corrode. Because I didn't think there would be enough, you know, because gambling in vetoes is a part when you're the underdog. And this is the biggest gamble of all the gambles possible in the veto. They took it, and I like it. The only interesting thing really is Bind is the last map and not their second pick. So this is where they themselves are maybe too fearful of, oh, what does Liquid have? We have no idea. We have no insight. We have no clue. Let's play it last. I'm really curious to see this. If it would go 5 maps, I'd love it. But I have my doubts. If that Haven one is not going for Daddy, it might be pretty quickly done here.
Yeah, and Team Liquid Academy really do have two sides to them as well. We've seen them have obviously really, really good games, but we've also seen them have tough times on the server. And tough times don't last, only tough people last. And Team Liquid Academy, I would call them tough people, right? They are no strangers to a full best of 5 here. But if they do show up here on Haven, I mean, 2 maps pretty much in their favor straight away. We haven't really seen what Dirty Elise have on Corrode, but I would assume that Team Liquid Academy are the favorites on that map for sure. So this is so important here that they have put all of their eggs in this Haven basket, Dirty Elise, and they really, really need to show up.
They really need to show up. Starting in a 1-0 here, when you're heading onto Corrode on the second map, it matters a lot.
All right, well, it's about enough posturing from us. We can head into the series now. We've got a long one ahead of us. So to start things off for us, it's Hazza and Cairo.
An absolute pleasure to be on this game. We've got Dirty Elise, an underdog almost out of nowhere, and Team Liquid Academy now back on the horse after rallying the troops from a poor Stage 2. The question that we're asking now, with both of these teams qualified for Challengers EMEA Stage 3, is can Dirty Elise take this one a little bit further, Cairo?
Yeah, I mean, that's the real question, right? Team Liquid Academy seem as if they're finally back where they need to be, back in the big time in terms of Challengers EMEA, but they're going to want to get that crown away from Enterprise, who they've already lost to this split. But as for now, Dirty Elise versus TLA, they've only played each other once, and that was a best of 1 in the Swiss stage, where TLA came out 13-10 on Peril. That's how long ago it was.
It's been some time since these two have faced. Dirty Elise much remodeled, of course, in the time between stages, but none wasted here. Quite literally, Cupid dispensed of at his hands. The defenders' side getting off to the kind of opener that they really require in this series.
Yeah, and if you're Team Liquid Academy, how do you get back into this one? A trap play to try and get the next kill, which works out for Fractioned. Now Team Liquid Academy try to pivot on towards A. There is a retake cam ready though, and you're up against 3 extra bodies.
Yeah, GSR without
The spike.
the use of the extra shield as well. Rex has this cam set up, and speaking of cams, he's pretty much 90 degrees sideways looking up as they are preparing for this retake. Pre-aim on the dart, but GSR getting his hands dirty. Just 1 on the trade, now a 4v1 for Rex. The leader in terms of clutches for Liquid Academy in this playoff stage, but you're asking a lot as the double swing comes through. So it's a pistol round on the board for Dirty Elise.
A lot asked and a lot delivered. I'm sure it's not the full shebang, but hey, listen, 2 sheriffs into the next round. Dirty Elise, the buy, probably going to look to implement those sheriffs. But this was a nice little trap play in main, taking their timings as well. Dirty Elise very eager to take those fights onto Team Liquid Academy, and I think this could be a pretty scrappy affair overall between the two teams if this is how it's going to continue to go.
And if you want to talk about scrappy affairs, you need only look back to the previous game Liquid Academy played, that Boars match, which was very fast-paced, very direct, and often the round concluded inside 15 seconds or so. And I think that's something they're going to be aware of here. if Detty Elise are trying to be explorative, over peak perhaps, that's where Liquid Academy are going to punish you. Now on the full save, looks like they've managed to, at the very least, achieve a plant. So that's one tick in the box.
Yeah, it's something to be happy about, but now, like, Detty have everything that they need now. They're trying to spam their way through, but as soon as a smoke drops, you're expecting the gunfights to start to go Detty's way, and that's exactly the case.
Another one picked up from None. Of course, slotting into that secondary duelist role, Cairo, someone that we saw play a lot of initiator previously from the old bait lineup with 1-0 coming into this team, and now on the Yoru, and a key component in them taking a map off Enterprise and putting themselves in this position ultimately.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only thing is though is like, as we start to move forward and we look at the roles and how the map plays out, I mean, you've also got to be thinking about the opposite side of the server, right? GSR's jumping up to duelist himself. And how his impact in the server, because the last couple of games, if he's felt like a raid boss, first couple of rounds, he hasn't got the impact he's been looking for.
Liquid Academy obviously losing the pistol, but now this is the first chance that they get to front some rifles, and it's the early Sea Orb control which they will take. 4 players down the length of long, in fact, with Cupid heading this, spike in hand. An open C site offered by Detty Elise. They look to be playing for yet another retake here, Cairo.
That seems to be the case, but Cypher Cam already gone. I mean, obviously that deeper Cypher trap to hold on towards backside is interesting. And the body's already starting to make its way over, so Liquid! Oh, where's that come from? GSR takes 2 bodies out from CT. Detty Elise, a step too far.
Tanks the first hit once his position was revealed from the trap as well. That's the value of the double tap, and with Rex hanging back here in middle, he might just have another 2 for his own. That's it. Round wrapped up. Liquid Academy making their rifle flawless.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that from Detty Elise, and the fact that like we're starting to set up ready for like the retake, but 2 players take a peek from CT. Surely you would rather just hold on, right, and play for those numbers. A couple of light shields in the mix here. Ultimate online for GSR. What does Team Liquid decide to do with it?
The composition popularized by both Fnatic and Heretics in recent years does come a lot down in how efficient it can be to your micro and having small set pieces. So, as you've highlighted, I'm wondering what the usage of GSR's kill contract is going to look like here. He is working his way up long, and with this double tap enabled, should be trying to find a target.
Yeah, but doesn't clear the corner. None gets his kill and gets out. That's what the Euro's good for, taking an aggressive angle or even a one and done. No way to be traded out here. Rex decides to start exploring towards A as Maxime is giving us a little shoulder check. And he's seen Rex.
Going to invest the Aldrone to re-clear that space, and in the meantime, Fraction is also working his way through sewers. Quite a bit of time now expired. Liquid Academy with only 45 seconds or so to make their execution, and it looks like they're going to be heading back to C after making that first Inquisition earlier in the round, or at the very least, leaving Cupid here. If they want to finish on A, there's a lot of ground to be covered.
Yeah, there is, but the bodies are starting to move over for Detty Elise, and it seems as if the pack have managed to get close to the site without much contest, but at the same time they're losing space behind them. The body's on the site, ready to fight. Maxime still not revealed, still not cleared, and the time getting low. Fraction is activated at the right time. And Ninja doing his best efforts to get the round under control, but not the case. And it seems as if Detty Elise had everything they needed for that round.
Absolutely. And for Liquid Academy, it felt like the mid-rounding was a little bit off in terms of where the players were set up. Cupid trying to be sort of a late mid-lurk, cutting off those rotations, maybe catching a player in transition. And yeah, as I said, there was a lot of ground to cover. They didn't have the short space, and with that many footsteps echoing up a long, it's a simplistic enough rotation for Detty Elise and to cut things off. Nice use of the undercut there to add double damage, but only one tag from the Hunter's Fury of Maxim.
Yeah, but it was onto GSR, so that's only the double tap gone. Cooper needs to be careful with Basia so close up long.
Yeah, just positioned in the corner. You can see Detiolese quite happy to play these close corners and force Liquid Academy to clear them out. There are a lot of strong utility combos available to this composition for both sides. And only just now are Liquid starting to work their way towards A, yet again, leaving Rextone behind this time.
It's always good for a lot. Fraction though, double stack. Kaya behind, and well, as soon as Donatello peaks, it's as simple as that. That's the advantage taken, and obviously the luck's still going on, so it's even worse for Team Liquid Academy as they try to assault in towards this site. You can see Maxime getting closer and closer to support the players on site, but I don't even think they need it. It's Detiolese put Team Liquid Academy to the sword, and at this point, Azza, we're slowly approaching timeout territory.
Absolutely, we are. Liquid Academy feeling a little bit toothless in some of these site executions. Detiolese, on the other hand, rock solid. They've called the correct rotation. Rex had to cancel his lurk and end up being the last player late to the A site. And still, you can see the amount of ultimates this attack has been able to bank. GSR not investing his, a couple more building up along the way. And Detiolese having a chance to build on their advantage is something that we have to talk about here. This being their first map pick in the series, albeit one which Liquid have a good track record on.
Basia back of sight, has no support whatsoever. Flashed up, easily caught out. That was a good flash, even caught players coming out of CT. And well, it's getting more chaotic. It's Team Liquid Academy somehow making this work. And Maxime left scratching his head to where all his teammates are.
Brilliantly called pace change from Liquid Academy. Quick scale up behind GSR's ISO wall. And now a 3 versus 1 with Maxime to try and reprise his role on site. It's looking doomed. Has the drone, Recon's come back up, but still, Liquid Academy should convert this quite comfortably.
Seems to be the case, but Maxime still wants to go at it. Going for the Petra peek out, and unfortunately for him, that will be a thrifty for Team Liquid Academy. Great utility usage, and I can't help but feel the TP out from None is the one that allowed Basia to be left so isolated to backside.
And look, Micro again having a huge amount of importance. Very nice flash, and Cupid finding 3 from the Stinger. He's overachieved in that position. To cap off the point I was saying, as the round started, now coming into the first full purchase for both teams that we've seen in a little while, is that they're unbeaten this stage. They've got a 2-0 record. They've beaten some very good sides along the way, including Maxim's former team FMG. But it is that defender side where they look best, and with GSR investing the ult over towards A, Rex winning his one on the other extremity, it is a double entry for the attack.
Seems that it's starting to get slicker and slicker for Team Liquid. The spam from the Odin is only able to get Maxime's opposite number, but he's quickly traded out. And now the rest of the bodies wait for the next peek. It's Kaya who's going to get caught. And now Basia, how do you even get back into sight here with so many bodies ready to go? Tap of the spike, waiting to see if Basia's going to be lying in wait. He is, but it's Rex instead who gets the last remaining player.
Yeah, Liquid Academy striking twice in quick succession, starting to build up the round count now, chip away at the deficit. It's a nicely set up round. Rex just dictating the pace on the other side, knows that Basia had sort of been roaming around down long. It's a different player on this occasion. And there are ults to work with on both sides. Some pretty strong combos as well. Hunter's Fury for Team Liquid Academy and Kill Contract for Detiolese, which can both pair quite nicely with the Yoru ult. Should they get proactive, that proactivity comes in the form of a walk-up A for Detiolese.
Yeah, so much space, and again, it's that retake setup on C once again. But remember, Team Liquid Academy were able to dismantle this last time, able to beat it. Sure, it was through the heroics of GSR, holding on towards CT himself, but the retake ready to go straight away.
Yeah, and you can see the vulnerable thrown in there as well, causing a bit of chaos. Rex getting involved, finding one. Stinger out late for none, but still picking up the jewel. And with support in the back line, Rex has to be cautious, doesn't turn his head at the right time. GSR claws one back, but still numbers for Detty Elise.
And no, oh, there's still a smoke. It's Kaya, it's still up and available, so he can smoke off the choke.
And Cupid taken out of the situation means that GSR had to fight on his lonesome. And without enough bullets left in the magazine, it's Detty Elise to restore order in the round count. A 5th now in the bag. But coming back to the stakes that we set up earlier, this needs to be a strong start from them, as the best is yet to come from Liquid Academy.
Yeah, I mean, that is the worrying aspect to it. And do you know what? Detty Elise doing a good job, already got 5. 8 rounds played in total though, has it? So we have 4 left remaining. GSR one away from his kill contract once again. You can see Team Liquid probably looking to fight for this A-orb, but there's 4 bodies here for Detty Elise.
Exact same setup as the previous round. Seeming to work well for them. Oh, fractioned on the angle, but caught sleeping by Donatello. Big opening kill, as Frack had been on a tear up until this point. A player who had struggled so far in the stage, but made his contributions. And Cupid cancelling the TP means it's a staggered approach sightwards. GSR already towards default. A flashed Maxim goes down, but still, Kaya overlooked, and no Liquid player yet to root him out. Another picked up, and the paranoia hitting both targets on sight. Cooper has to TP to the corner, but from Graffiti he strikes. 2 on 2, Spike yet to go in, but finally a chance. Cooper's just going to jump ahead of this. He wants the next duel and wins it. None completely stuck in tower, but running into the players, they hear the steps. It's so messy. Liquid finally with a chance to move to post.
Yeah, tap of the spike though, both players are waiting.
Yeah, still they don't want it. It's Donatello set up, and there you go. Triple kill to cap it off, and Liquid within 1.
That was like someone trying to chase a headless chicken there, like, honest to God, they were running around like it, just constantly trying to look for the next engagement, looking for the next fight, and I don't know, man. Hey, listen, it works out in the end for Team Liquid Academy. That's the big thing. Ultimate online for GSR, Ultimate online for Maxine. That's the 2 ones. Hunter's Fury versus Kill Contract. Who gets the value? And it seems like Team Liquid Academy are happy to go for these quick, direct routes into Lord's site. And they're going to send it up C-long this time.
Plenty of footfall heard on the other side of the smoke from Basia. That first cam tag ripped. It's forfeited. One of the key tools for a potential retake. They do have Maxim's Hunter's Fury though, and it's a 5-on-5.
Now, Hunter's Fury's already been ripped, and Donatello has an angle in towards CT, but Maxim, finding Rex, brings those traps offline. Players still to come through Garage, that's Basia, keep a note on that, but none's got another, and that's Donatello gone. The numbers on site for Team Liquid Academy are starting to fall to the wayside! As Ninja tries to win the round all by himself. It doesn't happen, and Detty Elise hit 6.
Ninja wrangling that spray well. Connecting onto 3 targets, but still not enough to win the round for them. He would have had to have aced it as one of the only VCT eligible players in the side. And I have to say, Cairo, yeah, I really like that slight adaptation on the retake from Detty Elise as well. The paranoia sent into backside instead of across the default box as you'd usually see it, in anticipation of these Liquid Academy players, which we know to be so aggressive at times, take that more forward line like we saw GSR do when they had the previous setup, just to stop them from having any effectiveness. And it does catch Donatello there, so nice little change, good result.
No, I 100% agree, and the other thing that I would have liked to have seen is maybe GSR use his ultimate just before the retake happens to catch one player out. I mean, maybe I'm hoping for too much there, maybe asking for too much. Perhaps there's a game plan for the next round, but yeah, I feel as if that's maybe a way that Team Liquid Academy could have approached that. But at the same time, that's the first time we've really seen Beacon use, even though, let's be honest, the attack side have been under the cosh for quite a bit.
Yeah, 3 from the last 5, though, so confident perhaps that the calls were correct. This one invested with a couple of rounds left, though. You're sort of expecting Detty Elise now at this point to just hang on to both timeouts heading into the second half, where they are up against it, as we said before. Liquid Academy, 71% win rate on that defender's side. Very oppressive with their utility usage. I like this one. Recon Dart attached to the back of the fake out to scan through Garage.
Does that mean if
makeshift drone?
Yeah, I was going to say, does that mean if the clone gets destroyed that the dart also gets destroyed? I'm curious.
I don't believe so, but it's done its job now anyway.
Yeah, and Nunn's done his by getting information through mid.
Fails from the Yoru ult on the other side of B.
Oh,
Maxim still just face checking A, and as soon as you spot that first Sova player, you're expecting the rotation to come in. Detty Elise have flooded the A site with bodies. The first sign of any Liquid player presence.
At the same time though, Rex is starting to gain a lot of space through that B. Only one player caught. Yeah.
Gutted from the corner, spotted by Nunn. Strong start by both duelists for Detty Elise, and it carries onwards. Donatello finally equal to it. But there's a 2-on-2 on the site without Rex making his arrival right now. Frack can't hold on to the space either, so Liquid win it outright, and they'll maintain a man advantage for it.
Spike down, but all players still playing within the smoke. Cupid to use his ultimate to get away, so it's just 2v2 on site.
Rex playing from the corner in Graffiti. Contact taken for Donatello on 5 HP to peak. Cam not invested, relying solely on the gun in his hands as Cupid slowly creeps his way back up long. First player cleared, but Donatello gets his. And Bastia finds himself thrown into the 2 versus 1. A half defuse available, sticking it inside the cage, but now has to go for the jewels themselves. Donatello low, easy pickup. 1v1 up against Cupid. Second cage, takes the fight, wins it. And there's just enough time for him to take it over the line and give them the advantage.
Yep, an advantage guaranteed into the next half for Detty Elise, and that's going to feel like a saving grace considering how we know Team Liquid Academy like to play their defence and how well they are, or how good they are at it, apologies. That round was scrappy. 2v2 on site, sure you trade down, but from a 2v1, it should be unlosable considering both players can play off one another from short and long. Into the next round though we go, and this is another pace change from Team Liquid Academy onto the C side.
Time to jump. Donatello straight in with a dimensional drift. 2 players spotted in Garage, one of them idle. Maxim hands are busy. They can't execute in sight because Detty Elise are here like a brick wall, but Rex has a hammer and has already made the first hole towards Garage.
Yeah, an information gained through the neural theft. So now it's a quick pivot onto the A side, where only one player lies in wait. It's Kaya. What can he do here?
Needs a huge contribution, the Omen. Spots GSR jumping around for info. Couldn't quite correct the crosshair, and Liquid Academy run through Detty Elise on the A site. Not into the retake, 1v5, 2 flashes, but no real chance. A baseline hit as far as the attack are concerned, and it's Rex that leads the charge flawlessly to finish it.
Yeah, it's been back and forth between these two teams. 7-5 a scoreline probably both teams will be happy for, but we'll find out exactly how good Team Liquid Academy can be on the defence after this little break.
On the map,
So heading into the second half, Liquid trailing by a couple of rounds. Deti Elise have their lead. As we so stated, they would desperately need to do so. The beginning of this veto favoring Liquid, a risk taken, one which might pay off if they can get their second pistol.
Yeah, it would be massive to even win out Haven here, but Team Liquid Academy, 3 bodies strong, on A long, ready to fight.
Donatello, when the cage drops, is ready for the duel. It's a double Sheriff investment from the defense. But no one else within body shot range as things stand. Ninja left here alone, calling for the rotation. Deti Elise with a freeze.
Need to see what the reaction is. Health stronger on the attack, but the gun's better on the defense. Ninja still holding on to that pistol. Sight taken, but Team Liquid Academy ready for the retake.
Yeah, Cupid calling for this one to be set up. Paranoia in hand. You're waiting for it to cut across the site and set up the rest of his team. Revealed and blinded on default. Basia has to step up and support his teammate. Maxim gets all of that and then some. Every single player on Deti Elise involved in the fights. Back-to-back pistol rounds on their opening map pick in this series.
Listen, this is a great start for Deti Elise. Not just this map, but as you were talking about earlier, the wider veto as well. To go and win out Haven, a map which Team Liquid Academy have yet to lose, as we've stated. And to get the pistol round on a side that they are more favoured. This could start to all go wrong. It could go all right for Deti Elise if they can just manage to hold on for the rest of this map. Trap set up for C.
Smoke in the corner, but it's a target-rich environment for Fraction to fire into. So 2 kills picked up, and that's him almost halfway towards the kill contract already. Those are the sorts of things you have to be tracking in this round. None with the dimensional drift as well, and there you go, another kill for Fract. It's a very strong start to this second half for Deti Elise, and as we said, I think Haven had to be the map that you win, honestly, because looking towards Corrode, that's an opportunity for them to have the jump on Liquid with no footage there, but also no official experience, and with it still being a fairly new map, really nailing that theory without a coach is difficult, and even Lotus, the most played map for Liquid this year, it doesn't get any easier as you move onwards, but this one flawless and a huge opportunity for them to put up a seriously strong bonus.
Yep, have to agree. I mean, the fact that you're 2 away from the kill contract as well as being able to purchase up 2 more rifles gets worrying if you're a Team Liquid Academy fan, which I know there are many. But the defense more strong towards the A side as we typically expect. They want to fight for that barrier drop, but Deti Elise, well, I mean, they're completely set up to go and take this C site, and there'll be no resistance.
Yeah, it's a fairly standard round setup from Liquid Academy with that util dump in A lobby. They have the cam here for the C retake, but the smoke back site means they can flood it early.
But slow rolling their way onto the site allows Team Liquid Academy to take those fights on their own terms. And well, Donatello has routed everybody out, got control of the spike, and Deti Elise instead tried to make their way through B. A nice headshot from Kaya, but through the wall doesn't net a kill. And while they have space in the middle of the map, they have no space elsewhere.
And they're expecting the flank coming in as well. Ninja is sat further behind because Cupid had already teleported past the trap. Liquid Academy have a player either side of the last 2 left on Deti Elise, and they'll get a heads up if Kaya wants to head through garage.
Cupid's walking back. Gonna go for the one-way instead. Ninja destroying the trap, pulls bodies back over. 30 seconds left. I mean, you'd maybe even consider trying to save here.
Exactly, because as you say, Ninja breaks the trap, it creates a little bit more pressure. Deti Elise have those question marks answered in a sense that they've been completely compromised here and time is up. So it's a very well worked round from Liquid Academy, and that comes mostly for me through Donatello, who wasn't even starting the last 2 games of the
stage which Liquid Academy won, of course, the opener of the year. Detiolese trying to do some damage on the way out, but might just lose their weapons for it. It ends up with a couple left standing. Back to the Donatello point. Yeah, they played 2 best-of-5s in stage 1 in the lower and grand final. 10 maps total, but Donatello wasn't there at all. So I think he's going to be really happy to be available for these last couple games on the run, because at the end of the day, this academy is here to gain that experience.
That's it. I mean, experience is a big thing, especially within the server. As you've already mentioned, Team Liquid Academy, they've been here before. They've been in the lower bracket final. They've been to 5 maps. They understand what it takes to get over the line.
Their run is almost exactly the same as it was in stage 1 as well. They went in the 2-2 elimination game. They thrive in these kinds of situations where Detiolese need to show us a little bit more. Responding now into the rifle round. First kill from Frack. And a lot of pressure alleviated as Donatello's quick rotations have been denied early.
As for Detiolese, a body forward on A long. Decision is to start to hit into this site, but with no contact taken on C, the bodies start to make their way onto the A site, and they're ready to fight.
Similarly to the previous round, timing on the drone is everything. Maxim will get the spot, but it's too late. Blindsided by the aggression from Liquid Academy. Breaks for a 2-on-2. Cupid, plenty of work to be done, but just can't shoulder the weight of it. Meaning that Rex has to step up for another clutch.
And he doesn't even have a cam to help him get onto site here, so it's just heads-up gunfights.
Walking in dry. 6 playoff clutches so far this campaign. Rex looking to add one more, and with the spike placement, you're expecting players in hell. But how does Rex want to try and approach this? From which side? The Guardian already starting to tear through the wall, but the paranoia won't land. Kaya goes to the open. Rex! Given a chance, but it's a swing and a miss. So Detiolese up to double digits.
Hey, 3 away from closing this map out, and not only that, they break the defence by. It's starting to really make Team Liquid Academy sweat. That's a nice little heads-up play. I wonder if that's in reaction to Cupert's miss. That's definitely a reaction to missing out on the clutch, and while Bacon after that has seen enough and wants to get back into the comms.
Yeah, still not looking as frustrated as we have seen him tend to do, but the night is young. It's a best of 5 and unfamiliar, uncharted territory for Detiolese on the opposite side. Liquid Academy dipping into some of their trademark game management as you expect, and one of the biggest differences between the teams heading into such a lengthy series potentially is the preparation differential between having a coach and not having that extra support. And something else to think about for Detiolese as well when you consider the experience of finding themselves in these positions is that this is the deepest run that any of their players has ever made. Not just, you know, Nunmeister that has been here in challenges before, or, you know, even Basia, who made a deep run with VX300 in Italy Split 1 last year. It's a much more competitive environment, and it's a much deeper finish.
Donatello wants to take this first fight. Fraction's ready, but TP's away. Must have heard something he doesn't like, and now Detiolese put on notice. So look to go and re-clear this question mark.
Misshot GSR to kick off proceedings. Frack has risen to the challenge so far. Had been giving away a lot of first deaths without finding the value, and speak of the devil, that's going to be one of them. Ult comes up for GSR, huge opportunity to claw back the deficit, and it's now a 5 versus 3. Sure, Liquid Academy don't have the weapons in this round, but the numbers mean so much heading into a late retake.
And if you really wanted to, if you wanted to push it, you could go and get another rifle back. So all in all, it's not bad in terms of firepower. None has an outlaw, only 2 bullets he'll be allowed. But there's still a full belt on all 3 players. Only Basia's cam's really missing here.
Left.
It's those ults that you've missed out on as well. for Dirty Elise in terms of their game plan. They know Liquid Academy will give respect here, as it's going to take time for them to rebuild towards this retake. Got a trapwire cutting across spawn side, ready for those players heading in on the defense, and a paranoia from hell. Some good stall here for the attack.
Dart immediately shot out. Hunter's Fury ripped. Team Liquid Academy clear out Basia, and that's huge because Kaya's known about it as well. As the bodies look to try and flood out, they overwhelm the player in hell. And now None needs to be the demon in the server, but he can't do it. Team Liquid Academy with a spot-on retake.
All three remaining players within body shot range of that Outlaw, but not enough bullets. Liquid Academy taking it over the line.
That's exactly what they needed though. Team Liquid Academy to answer back with a thrifty round after Dirty Elise winning out the clutch that sent them to double digits. You've got to remember the answer for this round, Team Liquid Academy, 4 bodies strong on the A side of the map. And we've seen this before. It's a quick play to try and take lobby control, force Dirty Elise towards the C side, and play retake from there.
And what Liquid Academy are doing here as well is trying to force that reaction. They've not got the setup to support the C side. Basia is the deposit, detached from the rest of the side. Oh, really unlucky not to get away with 2 there, and that might just be what costs Dirty Elise heading into this retake.
Could be. Garage control taken. Only the site that Dirty Elise really have here has her.
Hunter's Fury dishing out damage though, and with Donatello gone, Liquid are stricken for tools to try and strip this one back, take it for themselves. GSR opens up though, and it's another vintage Liquid Academy retake. Ninja continuing, and Cupid closing, putting a ribbon on what was yet another fantastic display late into the round. The Death spoke about it a lot. What are the win conditions for Liquid Academy? It's always going to be the retakes, and when you can set it up like that with the A pressure early, you're always expecting them to succeed.
Hey, listen, it's as simple as that, right? The fact that they're so quick and ready to just play off of each other, even when they don't have the flashes, even when they don't have the initiation. And they just played in packs of 2. It's really difficult for Dirty Elise to choose which targets they want to fight first. And now we go towards B, we look towards grass. I thought GSR was going to take a walk, but instead, no, decides not to stretch his legs.
Donatello and GSR both looking from mid. Liquid Academy, a little bit of aggression here in the mid round, but it's just to break the cam. And they very quickly shift into a heavy A setup. I'm not sure if that TP would have been heard by Fractioned, but you can see Dirty Elise are starting to head towards C, and Cupid's got his hands full.
Oh, he does. But yeah, he's starting to call over Rex, so it's starting to get the numbers growing, and that spike is taking a while to get to the C side.
And look at the proactivity in the meantime from Liquid Academy. They're pushing again, but this time it's up A long, so it's going to enable another rotation. Donatello will have the TP. It has just expired, but they're set up for this now. Cupid has to be a little careful on the exposed angle he was playing, but as the smoke does eventually fade, he's in position.
Yeah, he's ready to drop out, but players need to be careful of Basia. Finally they do, they get rid of him, they give up the site, and they're playing for an advantage in a retake.
Yeah, very quickly retaking garage control, and immediately Ninja arriving on the flank. Everyone on Dirty Elise boxed onto the site.
Yeah, None tries to take the fight though, and nearly wins out against Ninja, but at the same time, the rest of the bodies towards CT make their assault and win out at every margin. Within 1, Team Liquid Academy go. And what else is there to say about that, Hazard?
Just fantastic mid-rounding from Liquid Academy. There were blue and white shirts all over the place. And when we'd been speaking about Cupid before, moving from SK last year to Liquid Academy here, what were the improvements that he'd made as an in-game leader? I think, yeah, that mid-rounding was always going to be a focus, and there you see it. Very proactive. Detty Elise not really in a position to sort of anticipate it, right? Be prepared for it. And so they just get punished. Now heading into the next round with 3 successful defuses behind them. The defense are looking to tie things up. Maxim's brought an Odin to the garage spam. But 3 players on the other side.
Trying to flash their way through. GSL's so ready. So what did you at least though, as there was an aggression up C long that hasn't worked out. Now Cupid takes up that space. Up against Kaya. Kaya's another one. Is the injured one as well?
I think this is going to be one of those rounds that gets Bacon pulling hairs out of his head. Setting him back on his hairline, I think. Because, as you say, Liquid Academy, one by one, have walked down C long and given the game away. The aggression unrelenting. This is the opportunity, really, for them to
Spike planted.
Take away all the money from Detty Elise, force them onto another eco. And instead, it's going to be an 11th round.
Yeah, I think Rex has decided against this one. Oh, maybe not. He's taking his time. Maybe just playing for exits, but I agree. It's been an interesting round from Liquid Academy all in. Kaya gets his 4th of the round. Another, well, I guess it was not a 1v1, it was a 3v1 this time. But yeah, Detty Elise find their way to win out. And this time round, we're even going to get a Team Liquid Academy operator.
Looking at it here, Cupid the first, Ninja the second, and Bacon. What do you even do in that position, right? Call a timeout maybe, but Liquid Academy have already invested those. They're well on their way now, as Detty Elise are into this round. The ops out for Donatello. Not sure if they would have heard that first shot, in fact.
Look at the bodies walking through short. Detty Elise most of the time have walked long. They're changing it up this time round. No, just a deposit, ready to escape and head elsewhere.
Yeah, repostured, just fortifying the short side. A lot of rounds where you're seeing Cupid left solo as an anchor to defend space. This time B. Steps will be heard by Basir in the corner, but Frack has been taken offline early as the op has found value. Detty Elise, I was going to say, looking a little bit directionless here, would have been a huge kill to find if you're Basir, but now faced by GSR in the ult, half a chance to get anything done, in fact. There you go, 5v3.
They're doubling down. They're doubling down on B has it. I don't know if this is the play.
Heading straight into the op. The TP from Kaya to threaten Donatello's position on the angle, and the paranoia coming in gives coverage for the players to cross sightwards, get the spike in.
Spike planted.
The easiest of retakes to make with the op happen, but it's the B site after all, and none flashed onto the angle by himself, able to support, but it's GSR all over this one. Liquid Academy have it from front to back. With 4 players left standing, double digits comes quite easily in the end.
Yeah, it's still within 1. Detty Elise just... We're falling over their own feet there, to be honest. Didn't know where they wanted to go. Tried to go for the deposit. Didn't work out. Tried to go B. Get caught out by the op. I mean, I feel as if from there, they need to have extra space on the B side. You need to try and get a link. You need to try and lock through garage while playing from grass. We just had none of that. It felt very one-dimensional when it came to that push.
But for Liquid Academy, it's just cover going out. more smart gamesmanship, in my opinion, understanding the situation, reading it well. Donatello picking one up there, Frack trading it this time. On to C they go. And now is the question, how much extra space are they willing to take, if any?
Planted.
And what does the post plant look like? You do have Maxim's Hunter's Fury to try and play off. For that reason, it seems like they are still going to leave both duelists on site.
Yeah, try and upset the retake, perhaps. None doesn't have a TP to get out, so he needs to be careful. And well, reveals himself, gets the first pick, and Hunter's Fury tagging away. Still though, Team Liquid Academy doing well to get on towards site. Basia playing from the corner on the right side of main, finally caught out. Tap of the spike, but it's the shot dart instead, and the two players from long actually gets a double tag. None just needs to spam through the wall, and he'll get it done. That is match point to Dirty Elise.
Match point.
Very well deserved from them as well. It got incredibly messy. None and Frack were fighting together on site while they had the late win condition of Maxim queued up in the back lines. And then None hits the TP and leaves Frack by himself. So, still able to scrap their way out of it. Great util from Maxim in the end. And now 12 to 10. Liquid still with buys beneath them. Borrowing on finance. If GSR wanted to set up a trigger for the play towards grass with the Hunter's Fury there, they've still got this undercut combo to play with, but Dirty Elise have the C site again. Here comes.
Yeah, and they seem to have found an answer, but it's a flood back through from Team Liquid, playing fast, playing loose, and Kaya trying to try and play cheeky, maybe a bit too cheeky, and he's been punished for it. Basia now out on grass. Shouldn't get caught off guard. He nearly does. Site taken, defuse done, and Basia trying to run for the hills.
Not gonna happen. Ninja Bears on down. Liquid bring the game within one round again, and this time it's at the 24th. Overtime for the Academy, or Dirty Elise will walk away with this one in regulation. Still a couple ults up on either side, but you can see that this defense has slowly crawled to life, come into motion, and it's not the best buy for the attack to try and make something happen here towards the end. Frack has been good in spells, but it still felt very feast or famine.
Well, needs to eat good here. Is Team Liquid Academy ready for it? Frack and None combine, and the last remaining player caught in a kill contract. Donatello needs to win out and does. And well, he's going to get immediately traded. So right now, 2 versus 4 to try and fight back from for Liquid Academy.
With so many players pushing A at the start and raising that question, Liquid Academy would be smart to respond, and Cupid, the round lives and dies on his shoulders in this position now.
And it's looking like Team Liquid Academy are dying a death on Haven. And perhaps a 4th map guaranteed. If we don't even get a 3-0 from Dirty Elise, maybe that's a bit too far ahead for now. This Rex is ready to try and clutch up.
Retaking from Defender's spawn. Under the arch, Dirty Elise cautious of any possibility. We've seen Rex pull these off before, but it would have to hit the highlight.
It would have to be perhaps the best clutch that we've seen so far in Split 3. Players to clear the corners. So much utility. And just so many bodies to try and shoot down. Dirty Elise will win map number 1 on Haven.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think they can be really happy with how they performed, because it doesn't really care too much what the result ends up looking like, as long as you get that opening win in these series, especially with what the veto was looking like. Deti at least want to be moving into that grand final. The chance of picking up 2 more Ascension points on that long shot towards potentially qualifying if they can do well in the EMEA event, which they've already qualified for. You look at some of the other teams as well at this stage of the competition, the points that they have. If they can make it into playoffs, there's an outside chance with that barrier to entry still sitting kind of low based on other results that we've seen in the last week or so in different challenger leagues. So yeah, it's exactly the kind of opening map that we needed from them. There would have been plenty of issues raised had it not gone their way. Liquid looking a little bit on and off, perhaps it taking a bit of time for them to go through the motions. We know what the best of 5s look like for them. They have usually been, you know, 5 map affairs in the end, but it's only the first for now. That's all from us though. We'll hear from the analysts after the break.
No, we won't. We'll hear from us now, actually, Hazza. I think you'll find. But yeah, to be expected, I think. Here's the thing, right? Hazza, I think, put it very well, is that it doesn't matter how they want it. They want it. That's all that matters. They need to get the win in the end. We're not in the Swiss stage anymore. Your map differential does not, or your round differential does not matter whatsoever at this point. So they got it over the line. It's exactly what they needed, considering, you know, if they lost that map, it was going to be a really insanely tough series for them. It's already, you know, a tough series for them, but at the very least, they keep Team Liquid at bay for 1 map.
That veto was screaming. We play against the odds. We're here to surprise you. And you said it, you know, losing this map could have basically already been, well, the second last nail in the coffin, so to say. It was essential to win this one. And I think both teams looked still a bit sleepy, so to say. Team Liquid Academy particularly nervous in some instances, to be very honest with you. But again, that side swap was essential here, Twiggy, because, you know, 7-5 is fine. Liquid is just not that good at attacking. That's cool. However, it looked dire when we took a look at the first few rounds of the defense of Liquid, but they got back to their win condition. Retakes, which now is also, and you know, if you're a Daddy Olici fan, you're hoping for this, a wake-up call. You know how good they are at the retakes. You gotta be aware on this. You gotta be aware on this. And this is where I thought it could have even been way less close for Daddy, because I think throughout the map, they're not the significantly better team, but they actually had it under the control if there would have been 1 or 2 better decisions. But here we stand, 13-11, and Corrode coming up next. That Haven was the perfect start to see how close this entire evening on every map could be.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing, right? It is going to be an incredibly close affair. The MVP for that map is None here. And I do think we towards the end of the map, we were like, wow, yeah, None has a lot of kills. Didn't really notice it. He'd been racking them up silently throughout most of that. Just an incredibly consistent amount of damage per round there. Very high, obviously, but not really getting a massive amount of multi-kills, just taking advantage of every single fundamental that he could.
The thing about this guy is, from all the playoffs teams, he's the one with the highest clutch percentage. And he has shown that in 1 or 2 rounds right here on Haven, which then got them over the line. At the end of the day, the most important lesson that I would take away from this is Team Liquid, first few rounds, attacker half. They were not playing the way I know Team Liquid. They were that one bit too slow. And Hazza said it correctly. Some of that mid-round calling was not good considering the positions of the players we're in and the decision the team has made. If they go back to their usual play style, which is a bit more explosive, which means we're deciding the game, we're deciding the round to the first 30 seconds, then I believe that this could be looking much, much worse for Teddy. However, if their game plan has been adapted in that way and they stick to it, I have worries on the Team Liquid Academy side. But it's the first map. Let them come alive, let them wake up, let them shake off what this map 1 has done to them. I think we're going to see a different game over there on Corrode.
Yeah, well, we'll give him a little more time to do so, because you can take a look at one of the rounds that you highlighted for me here. Round 5 was the one that you wanted to take a look at. Go ahead.
Well, taking a look at this one, it's so fascinating in many aspects, because what we're seeing right here is Team Liquid taking a lot of time. And this was such an obvious fake from Cupert. There's no follow-up. There's nothing else happening on this. And the players are also slow on the Team Liquid Academy side. They hypothetically have no space in front of A. It's actually great for them that Daddy Olici is not taking any risk in front of A. But what has Daddy done? This was a bit sussy at the beginning on C-Long. That was a bit fake. That was too cheap to be fake. let me rule that out. Okay, we're done with that. Let's swap the players over. Guys, it's A, it's A, it's A. It was screaming in red, big, bold letters. And this is what they were ready for at the end of the day. Liquid didn't sell them anything at the end of the day. It was too cheap to be played that way. And Daddy, yeah, they have made the right decision in that round.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Team Liquid very much, you know, they're not going to be coming off of that map going, oh, no, everything went wrong. You know, I think you saw Bacon was, you know, like the rounds that didn't go their way that maybe should have. He was definitely, you know, head in hands kind of thing, but nothing too worrying, right? You know, you can adapt off of that. And I think they learned a lot, right, in that map versus Dirty Elite, and they should be able to adapt through to the next map, especially since it is their home ground, right? They're playing on Corrode now. This is where they shine. This is where they've been so aggressive. The really only map that we've seen them be incredibly confident on the attack. So lots to look forward to in this best of 5. It is not even close to over. So don't go anywhere. We're going to just take a short break. We'll be right back.
And
out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground,
Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast. First map is done with, and it was looking like it was going to be an overtime affair, but not quite. Dirty Elite take their first map away by the skin of their teeth, and Team Liquid Academy, it's their turn to fight back on their home ground of Corrode. So exciting stuff to come. And look, Team Liquid Academy, no strangers to a full best of 5 here, but Dirty Elite, this is their kind of, this is their test. They haven't really ever had this kind of competition before. They've never got this deep in this stage. As Hazza mentioned, not even a single individual member has gotten this deep into this kind of competition. So it really is just them pushing to see as far as they can get.
Is it a test or is it an elaborated trap? This is actually the big question, because let's be honest, they didn't. There's two options. They just made this on the fly, which I obviously don't hope. If so, respect.
Sure.
Or obviously they thought about this in advance and they knew Corrode was going to be the second map. They absolutely must have been aware that this is what Liquid is going to choose first. And if that is the case, I would hope that the guys from Deddy know exactly what is going on here. They must be aware on the playstyle that is now coming towards them on this Corrode. Never played, always insta-banned. And this is also good because, as you all said correctly, Liquid Academy likes to work with preparation. 0 watts available. 0 preparation. So of course there's a bit of, you can make reads on general behavior, but I'm very curious to see if this is gonna be a big misery or an absolute masterclass from Deddy.
Hey, it is very, very possible. I mean, look, you're not going to make a decision like that without at least having something up your sleeve. It is just whether or not now it is enough to come up against Team Liquid Academy, who, the only team we've seen so far this stage that has felt comfortable picking Corrode. And they are a different team on that map, right? Compared to what we saw on Haven, where their attacks were stunted, they're a bit kind of unsure. Every time we've seen them on Corrode, both sides have been just so assured. Their retakes have been clean. That's not too outside of the ballpark for Team Liquid Academy, but their attacks have been decisive, incisive, and aggressive. So, it's going to be difficult here for Team Dirty Elite no matter what. But I'm excited to see what we see.
All right. Let's get into this. They have a lot of blocking in terms of vision on the Dirty Elite side, as well as, I say, 1.5 type of duelists. And this is going to be very interesting to see because they play the chamber, right? So the stopping power on side is, so to say, not that much existent. No wall, no traps, no cages, nothing like that. The chamber has to hit his shots and none is the right guy for the job. However, at strength and super strong win condition for the Team Liquid Academy side is their surprise speed. And if they don't do surprise speed, it's conditioning on that essence. So it could be that the chamber is perfect with the kind of traps that Team Liquid plays sometimes on the attacker side. But you know what? We're just going to find it out.
Yep, indeed. We'll throw it over to Hazza and Cairo now to bring us through Corrode.
And it's a Corrode that I'm thoroughly looking forward towards because it's two compositions that we don't too often see. Not only that, played against one another. You've got to be thinking about, on the Dirty Elite side, them proving that they can really make their way into that top 2 and cement themselves as one of the better teams in the region for this stage. I feel like with the bracket we've seen from them so far, the huge tech pause in the Enterprise game, still not fully sold, but I could be there today on a day which is Kaya's birthday, so that would be a big win for him. And to spin that back to this one, on the Liquid Academy side, for a player who turned a year older exactly a week ago, GSR, he's been playing a lot more of these duelists, and with the Phoenix here on Corrode, trying to future-proof his agent pool a little bit, with Bacon putting him on this role, I want to see how much impact it can have starting on the attack side.
Well, the attack straight away have put pings towards mid, something which they like to fight for quite often. And Dirty Elite, when you look at their composition, very strong at holding on towards the extremities, right? That's what the chamber's good for. That's what we'll see. None taking that early line, but instead decides to pick up and sit in the pocket. Has support here with the Viper, but the Headhunter hasn't hit, and instead, Nunn's head has been hunted.
The immediate reaction from Dirty Elite is to retake the mid space, and you've got Frack filling the gap in behind as well. Liquid still moving forwards though, and should move themselves into post quite comfortably.
Tap of the spike, waiting to see if there's any reaction. It's all from that top mid space, and look at GSR. He's going a little wander towards that heaven spot. And while Team Liquid Academy, they have that backspace control, but they're losing it through spam.
2 kills through the smoke. Frack on the backlines has to do big work, and already the headshot is exactly that.
That's exactly it, but remember, GSR from heaven, still there, but gone now. And the last remaining players are low. 3 heads that Donatello needs to hit with his Sheriff. The spike already being worked on in the first head seen, but is he going to have enough time? I don't think he will. Doesn't even have enough bullets in the chamber. Dirty Elise will win that pistol round. That's now 3 in a row.
In terms of the setup from Dirty Elise, it was exactly what you mentioned, having extremity control and then finding value from it. I would say that the position of the rendezvous, the TP and the trap there of None didn't exactly give him a long list of options in getting out of position. I think so. Something to be cautious of is that Liquid Academy can scale very quickly, and it does look like they're going to go for a fast B-pop here. But there are better weapons on the defense now, and it should be easy pickings.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. It's interesting though, that is a complete route out of B main. I find it interesting that when we look at it compositionally between the two, right, because what we've found so far is there's been different schools of thought of how to play Fracture, right, and the one that Dirty Elise have debuted is one that we've seen from Americas. That's the Evil Genius comp, you know, the chamber in there so that you can play, etc, etc. But as we've already spoken about, it's the extremities where they're going to get most of their success. And we look at A main, one of those extremities, and how they're ready to fight it.
It's Kaya lining up the paranoia if the Prowler were to take contact, but wrapped around the corner, no use of the near sight now. Fractions kind of just sent it in solo then, unsupported. Blind is used to deter Liquid in moving up any further, but they have the lobby control now.
Yeah, and a lot of wasted utility there as well. Still, Team Liquid Academy keep that player advantage and look towards mid. Look what Dirty Elise do in the mid round every single time. Look to hold on to that space.
Feels so necessary if you're to have a successful retake. Through B-Link, the previous one stemmed here, trying to take it a little more offensive. None gets value from the Stinger, but GSR responds exactly as you would expect him to. Given the chance to shine in this lineup and walking out of the first rifle round with 4 kills under his belt.
Yeah, very well played. Felt as if, again, the utility a little wasteful, but we're already starting to see how Dirty Elise want to play this map in terms of their defense with that mid-round mid-hold, right? You can see it right here, especially with the way that the bodies are lined up, how that looks this time round though. Not wanting to fight A main, wanting to look towards mid. And how are they going to set up and Fraction to go and try and take that next fight?
That's the big exchange that we'll be looking out for. The operator, GSR has his run it back stamped out immediately. Liquid responding by taking the A space out in the courtyard that's been given to them, and Dirty Elise having to also redistribute their numbers as mid control is under their banner.
Oh, GSR, the smoke's gone away at the wrong time.
Walked up to take the duel. It's Kaya that's going to win it, and Maxim continuing that supportive fire. Does get shot back at through the smoke by Rex, meaning it is a 4-on-2 right now. Liquid Academy with elbow control, but that is about the size of it. Frack is on the line. This would be a huge confidence booster. Ninja had the pre-fire correct, but failed to pull the trigger in time. And even then, Frack is going to take the final kill with a classic. So some very much needed kill involvements from him to kick off their defender's side again.
Yeah, I feel as if Dirty Elise are playing this map a lot better at the moment. Similar to how Haven started out, right?
Yeah.
Like, it just feels as if Team Liquid Academy are trying to force these fights, but they're being outgunned at the moment. And Dirty Elise are doing a good job of playing up against this composition that Team Liquid Academy have.
And for Fraction, he's had a really difficult stage, I said it earlier, and that's because he's got the second lowest ACS of any duelist, not just in playoffs, but since Upper Swiss. And with the highest first deaths per round in the league as well. comparing that to the names underneath him, Kolosha, Donatello, they're getting a much bigger return on investment. This round is just Maxim showing you how to play Fade in mid with the Haunt and the Odin spam. But carrying on that conversation, it's about honing the talent that he is, that has been taken from ranked by Kaya. That's where he was scouted coming into this team. Iron sharpens iron, and you're not going to get any better unless you play the best teams in the region.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the argument could be had though that the value that you find from Fraction isn't necessarily what you get in terms of like in the kills department, etc.
Yeah,
it's the space that he's able to make and the confidence in playing a duelist properly.
I agree. I think the issue is the space taking's just not been there as well, because with the amount of first deaths plus lack of ACS, it just quite simply wasn't part of the broader picture, which now we're actually seeing come together in this map and in this series so far, as Detty Elise are now up against a full buy from Liquid Academy. And the question on my mind here is, how do they deal with Maxim? Because he was the biggest issue in the previous round.
Yeah, just one to keep an eye on in terms of Fraction's performance. Curveball out, and it'll bring Maxim off the line. But at the same time, Detty Elise, they have B main control, they have mid control. So the last, I guess, probable answer would be, hey guys, they're probably going to be A. And that's where you're starting to see the bodies slowly move over, clear out towards mid, and the utility being sent through. It's going to be a quick run to try and support the A anchors.
It's Frack repositioning the op on site, looking towards elbow this time. Double flash coming in, and there's just no chance to get any work done. Liquid Academy still held at arm's length here, and into the crossfire. It might just be Kaya. Quick double, Rex responding. And a 3-on-3, so in the numbers, Liquid still keeping Detty Elise at odds, and now looking for their advantage. They will find it, spawn side. Basia in the meantime, part of this mid-link control, has pushed them fully off site, and it's a foot race towards B for both teams.
Yeah,
or so you'd think.
Back. Yeah, Basia needs to be careful.
It's Rex to try and catch him outside of the Nightfall, brought down to 1. Ninja will strike, and only 13 points of health himself. Up against the Odin! But Maxim caught hands in pockets, means that he will clutch out against his opposite number.
The ball was on Ninja to shift to what peek into that. He doesn't even know he's gambled it. And do you know what? Sometimes you've got to just take it. Mate. Run with the luck. Hey, within 2. Next round, very important.
Stinking.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's disgusting, mate. But this next round is very important between these two teams.
Absolutely. Another of the reasons you would pick the Phoenix is the lowest cost of ultimate points in the game to get the run it back online. And Donatello only a couple away. So offensive tools that Liquid Academy can work with, but Detty Elise responding with their Viper's Pit in A main.
Yeah, an entry pick found. Maxim's getting away with murder. Second kill as well, drops off, and well, because of that reload, Team Liquid Academy, they're viewing this as an option to go and try and attack. The spam from Maxine, the walls like paper, and the value somehow being found by Team Liquid Academy. Can the Odin do much more? It can, and keeps the numbers somewhat manageable between two teams.
Oh, Frag finding one from main though and dropping off. He doesn't need to overplay his hand here. Cupid should know that the pit was elsewhere. It's now been dropped, and it's a double up. Main side. There's time for a rotation, and if he gets the plant in, he's going to have his ult as well. We know that their captain has been more than credible in these positions so far in the stage. In the year, it was a component of their first title. On the push to find the second, this round means so much.
It was always, I say it always, it was only really towards the first split of the year.
10 seconds
Was a question mark put over Cupid's head about his leadership, about his credentials. But split on split, he has proven it and needs to do it right now. Unfortunately, he won't be able to, as Frank will be able to prove his and make it 5 for Detty Elise.
And we're consistently seeing that improvement. The Neon looking like a much more comfortable fit for him as well. Towards the start of the year, when he broke out on Wild, honestly, he looked really, really good. I was massively impressed, and he had such carry potential, but perhaps it's just the style of this team a little bit different. It's taken some time for him to feel comfortable coming into the lineup. It's been a complete overhaul, honestly, for Detty Elise. And when you compare both them and Liquid, there is a very big gap. And it's in age as well. We're talking about birthdays. Detty Elise are the 4th oldest team of the 21 that we have data on, whereas Liquid are the youngest team in the league full stop. There's a difference of 5 years on average between them and their opponent.
Is that even...
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
I was going to say, is that even with having Cupid in the server? Like, that man's old.
He's not. He's... yeah. Well, okay, that's one of the mysteries we need to debunk, maybe. But the craziest part is, yeah, Detty Elise have gotten older with the changes they've made, and I want to know your opinion at least, and because I think that that's kind of one of the reasons why we've seen them have a bit more success, because it's a similar story in a sense to like a Shakmat, where you've got players that have played in challenges, made decent performances before, had potential, but maybe not had like a deep run, and now grouped together with the sort of core at their back, they're there.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, right? You've got to consider that, like, with it, like, experience will come much more knowledge, right? Like, but listen, enough about that, enough about me trying to fumble over my words. Let's look towards the game right now. B main, we can come back to this conversation as Maxime's under pressure, and so is this B site, but Detty Elise have completely destroyed the Cupid TP and back. Somehow putting this round into the realms of possibility. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Look, I was going to say, as soon as you were telling us to focus on the round, you might as well have carried on, because Liquid Academy didn't exactly come in with too much here.
Got spike.
Maxim has been brilliant with these Odin spams. GSR pinching a rifle in the meantime. Another clutch situation. This one sat on the shoulders of the 17-year-old.
Surely not, right?
The Horn isn't going to spot him early on, so Detty Elise still knowledge in the mind that he is playing from sight.
And well, they'll have the info in terms of the spike plant now, so can he get the first one clean? That's the question. Can? Okay. Next one's doable. Oh my god, it's in the realms. He's going to possibly do this. Trying to get the next fight. He's got the dink. He just needs to capitalise. But Kaya, after destroying the ultimate, finally gets the last laugh, as we can see on the cam.
And yeah, it's unlucky for GSR. I think he knows as soon as he's popped his ult there, it was a bit of a mistake. He has to force Kaya off the angle because of how exposed the respawn point would have been from the run it back. This should never be anywhere near as close as it ended up, though. Cupid has done God's work with the classic, and GSR, a slight fumble perhaps, but you can't exactly be too harsh on him. This is coming out of the timeout, though, and it's round number 9 where the focus will be for Liquid in terms of their strategy.
Listen, we've seen it many a time before. The fact that this defense side always gains easy momentum. They're able to rack up the rounds. They're able to steamroll their way through it. Quick tech pause. We'll get confirmation for you guys at home. But with that being said, I wonder if Bacon's broken his keyboard or something like that.
Shouldn't be reason enough to pause the game. I'm sure we can get confirmation from production. One thing he might be frustrated about, though, is, with GSR investing the ult there, I was wondering if maybe that was part of the puzzle coming into this next round.
Probably.
Because obviously he put himself into a situation where it was winnable. You're happy to use the ult, but hindsight suggesting that maybe it would be a little more useful here, as both teams are vying for mid control early. Frag got revealed, but the Odin just stops you from getting your foot in the door if you're Liquid Academy.
Yeah, I mean, you don't realise how small that choke of mid can actually be. And right now, None getting the entry onto Donatello. That was through mid, and that's a frustrating one because that's your flashes, or well, one set of your flashes gone.
Looks like it might have even been through a smoke. Liquid Academy needing to take this space because they really want to bleed out as much of the toxin as possible from Bastia's Viper because it's covering 2 different lanes. It's towards A where they're heading though, and it's the first time we've seen Liquid Academy really make use of this mid control to push through Link onto the site.
Oh, here they go. Kaya low himself, and None playing Overwatch from elbow. Still not cleared and still holding on. Is None is well under fire, well under pressure, but it's played in Kaya perfectly. Spike on the floor, knows that Cupid's close by, but can't quite grab the opposite number. But it's 2-on-1 against Cupid, the captain of Team Liquid Academy. And will unfortunately not be able to do it. Advantage guaranteed for Detu Elise on map number 2.
This was really well played from Kaya as well. 2 kills on his 25th birthday. And the position, incredibly strong. Knowing that that haunt lands up inside the circular window means that he can't get revealed if stood directly underneath. An incredibly sharp shooting from the IGL, who's currently fragging out. As you mentioned, it can be a very defender-sided map, so Liquid Academy happy to invest both timeouts here as Bacon opens his mic yet again and gives the rest of the team the orders. Preparation was a big talking point on the desk and one that we set up this series with at the start, looking at the veto. And even hearing from Kaya and what he had to say about this one, Korode said, you know, it was always our Instaban because we never played it. And as soon as I heard him say that, I was thinking, it was always? Is that like past tense? I was thinking, maybe we're actually going to get it in the veto today. So it does feel like they have been planning for this. It is looking good. The difference in my mind, is also Liquid Academy on the other side. They're going to have had some better scrims probably. Like,
yeah,
against the main team, we saw how much of an effect that had on their Lotus. The Liquid Korode in VCT is pretty good too.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And
they should be prepared for this.
They should be. They should be is the key point.
And coming out of the timeout, that's where you expect to see the difference.
I'm unsure if it's a player Reese. Well, no, everybody seems to be ready to go. Timer's still not ticking just yet. I wonder if we're waiting for someone to get back in. We'll find out what it is shortly, Dotley. But with that, I have to agree, right? When you when we look at like the general Korode as well, like the theories and everything about it. I mean, like there tends to be like a general thought, right, towards like what is the core. Right now I'm seeing a lot of Fade, Omen and Viper, and then like your Sentinels are kind of changing about, as well as whether you want to run like a double Initiator, which doesn't seem to be the meta. But is there any that you've seen, Hazza, that you particularly like that you want to talk about?
Just relating it to these teams, I think we've seen the Chamber look good with 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Was that? It sounded like you had an extra point.
No, I don't. I was just wondering, like, where do you rank? Well, it's more like, what's your favourites, and then where do you rank these two teams amongst your favourites?
I think the jury's still out for both of them in terms of like VCT comparisons.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I like the double reveal on 100 Thieves. I feel like that's a pretty good one. I like how Liquid were playing it with the Gecko. I think that's also a viable option. But I do also like double duelist, except I'm probably a little bit more of the Neon Yoru than the Phoenix Yoru, which we're gonna have to wait a little longer to see here, as we've been baited on the timer.
I like the heretics theory that they've got with the waylaying Yoru. The fact the Yoru kind of throws the TP out, so where it follows the waylay dash, so you can support it in that sense. And obviously those flashes can be quite long range as well. Like, I would love to see that developed more if we got the opportunity to see it.
I like the saturate ability as well that Waylay has. I know Bacon absolutely hates people calling abilities by their full name. It was a chat that came up in Sliggy's chat when Corrode was on. They were trying to think of a better name for the slowing orb, because Sage has a slow orb, right? So it's a different ability. The Glorp, I think, was a fan favorite name. The Glorp, the Waylay Glorp.
But I feel as if, like, with something,
do you glorp
like...
your Waylay much, Cairo?
Do I do what?
Do you glorp your Waylay much?
Do I glorp my Waylay? Is that what I've just heard from you right now?
Yeah.
See,
you're not a Waylay player. You're not a Waylay player.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not a glorper either. But I tell you what, Detty Elise have a play set up ready to go for this main push, and it's not worked out.
But it's gained information in the meantime. But look at the position of Donatello. In the Yoru ult, drops out in link, pressure created main side, Kaya still in the corner, deep clear, but dealt with quite handedly on the Liquid Academy side of things. 2 timeouts in almost as many rounds. With a couple of technical issues, bumps in the road, it looks like they've been able to get over it in round number 10. None has kept things interesting, and being just a man down, looks like Detty Elise still want to give this one a go.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't completely rule it out. Both players towards that CT, holding the approach from there, but as both players come out of top mid, there's always a chance that they can get a clear engagement on the next fight.
Donatello caught edge of the molly, but Liquid Academy are all over Detty Elise like a rash. Players upholstered within the walls, yet to be cleared out. One of them, Donatello, and there you have it. Flash onto Nun's position means that he's dead even before the spike gets a chance to detonate. As it goes off, Rex will be collateral damage. But for the most part, Liquid Academy are back into this game. The only way that I feel confident about their chances carrying on, though, Cairo, is if they can win this next one.
I would agree. 8-4 is definitely one of the better scorelines that we've seen on this map. The last time that they played it out, though, it was 7-5 on their attack against Enterprise. The last time that they lost it, apologies, just to note.
Yeah? Cherry picking, are we? What about the Bulls game? What about the Bulls game?
Let's not talk about the Bulls game.
2 right. We'll see them in Challengers EMEA, of course, with both of these teams, and Maxim's relishing the opportunity to play more Corrode after this, I think. That Odin has been tearing through Liquid Academy like a hot knife through butter. We know the walls are pretty thin on this map. Missed fake out from Donatello is not going to help sell that B pressure any further, as it's A they're looking towards.
And with that being said, Basia now makes his way over. Still has a molly in pocket as well, but the bodies have now been seen.
Nightfall coming in, just going to hit the one target. That's Fractioned. He gets taken down. Kaya repositioning elbow. And a deep sight hold for Detty Elise. Entrenched in position, counter ult coming back in. Liquid Academy have the open plant. They're in a great position for it. But Kaya, with the audio cut, gets past Rex. Cupid has to hold his ground and does so brilliantly. 2-on-2, both defenders other side of the smoke, and Maxim giving off traces, which Ninja will triangulate. Round number 4 collected at long last for Liquid.
Man, that is a big round to win out. Now you're looking at getting even sweeter for Team Liquid Academy. These pace changes working out, trying to overpower the defense. And realistically now, since we've had that little tech pause, Detty Elise have not been able to live with Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, it's, you know, making the most of mid if you're splitting towards B, or just being direct on your A play, because if the Viper isn't here, And it doesn't look like Basia's using the cross-map orb lineup either. It's a lot weaker pushing against a side with no Sentinel. Frak's done a good job at opening up the play and kept his life here as well.
Yeah, it's Cupid now trying to make their way through the main aspect, but it's the elbow hole that's most important right now. That's where Detty Elise have put their numbers, spike down, and this is a weird post plan considering the space that Detty Elise have.
And Liquid Academy going for the open plant. Rex 2 back, Cupid as well, and that is how the half will end. Liquid Academy set up for a 5th now. As the gap has continued to close, Detty Elise, the floor beneath this defensive half has fallen out underneath them. Basia's got so much work to do, it's just not looking feasible, and this is the exact response that Bacon would have asked of his players. Such a young roster at that, sometimes needing the extra guidance to put themselves in a position to come back in the second half.
Yeah, that pause and play came at the perfect time for Team Liquid Academy to reset themselves. 6-1 down, I think they were, even 6-2 down at some point, and managing to rescue it back to 7-5. Can they make good of it on the defense? We will find out after the half. And well, we're ready for the second half. It's a similar storyline to that of Haven, with Detty Elise being 7-5 up and moving on to the attack. But can they do what they've done all games so far and win another pistol round to send them closer to winning out this second map?
Yeah, Detty Elise won both on Haven, and in the end, that was ultimately the difference between the two teams, with just a couple of rounds in it. Liquid Academy can close this gap up completely on home turf, with Lotus next in the veto, their most played map so far this year. It's been in the pool the whole time. And the defense beginning with a mid excursion where Frak finds 2. Huge value from him there.
Yeah, but it's the backside. Cupid's not been noted, and none gets caught off guard as well. Spike going down now, and it's a post plant which Detty Elise are better for.
Oh, Cupid, 3 now from his classic. Holding onto the backside space as Liquid have been able to fortify control. Spike out in the open, Basia trying to find a way in. But Cupid and his classic have had so much impact this game.
Yes, they have. They continue to go on that way. With that being said, Team Liquid Academy, they finally win their first pistol at the 4th time of asking, which is not something that we tend to see very often. And Bacon still frustrated by probably the mid play and the fact that Frak was able to get to a little bit of sigh of relief. Into the second round though, they are the better of the buys. How does Detty Elise respond to this? Because we've not really seen them on Thrifties much this series. They've typically been ahead for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about pistols, on Liquid's defense is always where they've been the best. Overall, 73% defensive pistol round win rate. They would have loved it on Haven, but as you say, they've got it here, and ooh, I tell you who else has a hand cannon. None. Still a couple bullets left in that Headhunter. And this is another reason why I love the Viper on Corrode, because you can use these walls to just completely cut off information for Liquid Academy. They've got to get a bit more aggressive to siphon it back. Ninja leaving himself somewhat exposed to middle, and Audibles at the same time moving towards B. You can see Detioli setting up to follow up from that first pick that they found.
And GSR on the line. No way of escape.
Frax in the corner. They could double peek him here.
Could, but they're waiting for Kaya. It's going to be a triple peek.
30 seconds left.
This is going to be so many targets to try and hit, but it's GSR. And, well, he's able to do it, but not for too much longer, as Nunn's able to get one of his own. And now we end up in a post plan where Detty Elise have better numbers, but they do not have the better weaponry completely.
Oh, Ninja'd been walking the length of mid almost the entirety of the round, but as its duration creeps to a close, he has the kill, which gives the advantage to Liquid Academy in this 2-on-2. They've got the guns, and the positions are pretty strong for them. I think Ninja's just spotted Nunn there as well.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, but he hasn't filtered it into his thought process. Team Liquid Academy now have control of the spike and getting work done on it. Nunn can't quite hit the head of Ninja. And somehow Team Liquid Academy are able to scrape through into the next round.
Yeah, that was just the anti-eco. We've not even headed into the bonus just yet, but a couple of Bulldogs isn't the worst state of affairs. And a positive turn of events in the end. GSR getting 2 out of 3 players in that position feels like a best case scenario. Now you're looking at the defense and how exactly that setup has changed. It's the Cypher utility on A this time with the cam, just to make sure that nobody on this Detty Elise attack is going to be bypassing the position with the use of those smokes.
Smoke down in mid. And Detty Elise, Team Liquid Academy, a little bit hesitant to really move in towards that mid space just yet. Still a question mark. They'll do it eventually. Is Detty Elise again put presence on mains? That's always going to be the focus, and they've taken it once again.
Time to jump.
You're going to see GSR playing from the corner a lot of times with his flash, waiting for the contact of Donatello to make a move. It's the Horn which flashes up his position in mid though, or at least forces him to dip out from it. Prowler not getting anything, but still Donatello deep in middle gives Cupid the heads up, one of these rifles to stop the B play.
Cooper, oh, he's TP'd in the open. Does he get cleared? No, he hasn't. He's still alive. Fraction, Basia, Detty Elise get the site control, and Cooper pushed back.
What?
Donatello through the smoke somehow fires off a shot, but look at the back lines. There's a flank still to come through from Nunn as well. This is not looking good whatsoever for Team Liquid Academy.
Nunn's just changed it to link positioning though, and this is smart because the spike plant is fairly open for him.
Yeah, but Cooper gets the next kill, so the numbers are now even. It's all about the next one. Who's able to pick it up? As a Team Liquid Academy slowly make their way through, they're just completely shut down. And Detty Elise regain the lead, but it is only of one.
Just the one for now. We're going to be heading into a full gun round for both teams. Shouldn't be any further breaks in play. Detty Elise have not been willing to invest their own timeouts up until this point. For Liquid Academy, they would have got an extra 2 minutes at the halftime, but other than that, Bacon is sat at the spectator screen and frustrated as ever. I feel like we only ever get player cam replays from this guy.
Yeah.
As Ninja brings out the Odin here, so we're seeing both Fades go for it. Someone's been watching the School of Rank segment, the mini lineup, maybe?
Perhaps, could be. And, well, as of right now, Detty Elise still continuing with this A main default.
Time to jump.
So the early ground, which you're really expected to be able to take on the attack side, and Liquid Academy haven't really threatened to challenge them so far. None has been happy to post himself up and get the trademark in to check any of that. If Liquid Academy did want to probe a little bit more. It's only Rex though, and it has to be a little bit cautious in how he approaches this, as None has walked all the way out. Trademark heard, but TP also in play, waiting for an extension from Link.
Nightfall invested towards B as well.
No capitalization. They just sent it in and have not followed it up. They're going to head A into the Cypher traps.
Yeah, and into GSR as well. And he's already batted away the first combatant. That was None. He's gone. No more trap for the late round. And still the players are stuck on that B side, even though they've saw the first player. And in the side they go.
Time.
And GSR, he's been caught out. He was using the run it back, and that spike will just go in just about. But all the bodies are lost in the meantime, and Kaya, he can't protect it. What was that round?
That round from Detty Elise felt like maybe, I don't want to say their attempt to ante, but they were expecting a much different reaction from Team Liquid Academy. And it also hinged quite heavily on None finding that pick on the walk out into the A courtyard. As soon as he goes down, you have so much less presence in main. It was just Frack there trying to follow it up. And then the rest forced in from Link with Rex. Diligent, steadfast in position. Looking a little bit too easy for them right now, Liquid Academy, and defending the A site, and this is maybe where we get the pace change come through. If Frack can pick up the orb, that's the overdrive. And there is 3 rifles behind this.
Well, there is, but they can't in position to note anybody coming through, and it's been the same traps every single time. None seen. Whether they think that's the lurk or not is another thing entirely, and he has been lurking. That's the other thing to note. But at the same time, Team Liquid Academy are fairly forward in their positioning.
And that's to capitalise off the traps, which, as you say, have been placed in the same position, but Detty Elise have yet to uncover them on any rounds. So they're walking into trouble. Second one there also claiming information on Frack as the push comes in, and there's already 4 bodies close by.
Oh, big set play into the site. Frack doesn't want any more. Spike down, would rather cement the position, and Donatello's first up. He's going solo. Ninja's nowhere near to trade this, and Frack gets the next one. This is looking all over. Team Liquid Academy have called it and thrown in the white towel.
They gotta call it quits. GSR, Donatello, they've only got 500 credits between them, so there's no feasibility here, at least financially. Ninja will want to hold on to that Odin, and Cupid as well. And in terms of what worked well for Detty Elise there, it's a complete pace change and punishing some of that forward positioning that you were talking about. Liquid Academy got the numbers over, perhaps not as quickly as they would have hoped. Something I did want to highlight was that Donatello had the B elbow TP rather than the Euro TP to the other extremity when we're talking about taking a forward line and causing those problems.
Yeah, I think
this was a brilliant seize.
Oh yeah, it was magnificent. Like the side take from Detty Elise was spot on. The thing that confuses me about that last round is Detty Elise, Team Liquid Academy on the defense had Cooper all the way up B main, had Ninja like at the top of mid, so they had all the information that they really needed to like know where the exec was coming through, but they chose to fight it and got caught off.
Mate, Frack just melted them at the end of the day.
Yeah,
I don't think the macro was off. The macro was not off. But next gun round, very important that Liquid put pen to paper here, or they're suffering double digits, potentially even 11 rounds off the back of it. As this attack continues to grow in strength. Only now plotting course with the first couple of rounds on this attack-sided timeline. And you can see None being very vocal in the mid-round. We knew that Kaya was the IGL of this team, leading the project from Detty Elise, the Czech translation of Street Children, to now being much more matured in their second playoff run this year. a slow roll approach. If they can move the needle here, it counts for almost twice as much. Liquid Academy know it. They're set up for double reveal and spam on A. It's ultimately going to fall onto the two Serbs on the B side, though, to stop this one from coming to blows.
30 seconds left.
All the bodies starting to congregate outside B main. GSR still with 2 flashes, and well, Cooper, he has the paranoia as well, and it's hit spot on. GSR though hasn't found the targets, and finally when he does, he gets 2 big ones. Spike carrier killed, but easily picked up by none. 3 versus 3, Spike down.
And Cupid doesn't want to overface there, just waiting for Rex to join him through elbow. Now they're grouped up, and Bassia's the one away from everything. Still has a molly. Does he have the lineup?
I mean, that's the question. Sees in, doesn't catch anything. And look at the bodies for Detty Elise. Very well back. Bassia coming through top mid, none getting the first. The numbers dwindling for Team Liquid Academies. None looks to be a nuisance, but gets caught out. And now Bassia has to be careful of the far right, because Rex comes right round and beats him to it. Bassia caught out, and Detty Elise, unfortunately, will have to concede that.
And the scoreline is level, and Liquid Academy able to keep themselves afloat in this map as well. Such quick shots from GSR. It's unbelievable shooting from him. And then Bassia just, I don't know, it felt a little bit directionless. That late positioning could have been really good, especially with a bit more delay, as he had the molly, but not quite getting the value from it. Still, a couple checks written in their name to force a judge amongst other weapons on the defender's side here. Liquid Academy opting for the same defensive setup as they did previously, with only Donatello in mid, under duress.
And no, oh sorry, the TP is for BCT. Should he need it? But instead just looks to hold on towards that top mid, jump spotting.
BCT mentioned on Challenges North.
Closed.
PCG. Rip the set.
Rip the fucking set.
You just said that.
Mate, it's like that I told you before, last school day of the year you get away with 1 or 2.
Oh, right, okay. Let's see how it is. I mean, it's not... right, enough about this round. Donatello, GSR, sorry, just sent it out. Bullet to the back of the dome, run it back, gone. That feels like a waste. Information gained, though.
Donatello still has the ult here, so on 53 points of health, shotgun in hand, looking to play up close. Oh, actually, traded out for the rifle now, sorry. He's got to be prioritizing this ult finding some value here. And instead, he's just going to jump out the smoke and try take the timing. Doesn't work, straight across the jaw. GSR also dropped, and now it's just Cooper in the smoke. He has the shotgun and makes it work.
Yeah, he's able to get one, but it's that white towel that Team Liquid Academy seem to be opting for quite a few times. We know that this is a defender-sided map, so when the attack get into post, it's very, very difficult to retake, especially when you're down 2 bodies. So that will be 10 for Detty Elise.
Both of these teams, yeah, feel like they have each other's number, just trading rounds.
I was going to say, there's no timeouts as well for Team Liquid Academy on this second half, so that's the other thing to note.
And honestly, Detty Elise are happy not to use any of their own, because they know, okay, we don't have the added benefit of a coach.
Yeah,
it's just more time to talk over the ideas that we're already set in our ways about. It feels like them making a 60-second break in play gives a bigger advantage to Liquid Academy than it does themselves.
I would agree. If they were like on a... If they were in a position where they were hemorrhaging rounds, right, they had no look in, then perhaps I would advocate for a 60-second break, but at this moment in time, it's not needed. They're doing well to keep up with their opponents. If they win this round, I feel as if that would be the deciding factor in this map, because you look at the buy, you look at what's left, there's not much, and in terms of ultimate economy, it doesn't look great either. Op out, Donatello doesn't connect, but does announce his positioning.
It's a sluggish first TP almost as Donatello delves in for a second foray and second play. Stunned out of the scope, but GSR supporting. Maxim trades him in effect. Donatello's the last line of defense and needs to be perceptive to the push coming in. The decision making before a little bit lackluster, but Ninja tees him up for a huge opportunity. Played in by the Odin shot from Link, and Ninja with a chance to just spam around the corner, bending it like Beckham. None going down to just a couple bullets through the corner, and this proxy war between the fades. Finally the spike goes in, and Liquid Academy are on it.
Yeah, but information coming through from
Huge
the Yoru, but now they've switched positions.
And with the Yoru already used, this pit now finds so much more value. Detty Elise locking out the last couple. The Neural Theft will find their positions, but the Snakebite is the equal counterweight. Lassie is only on a pistol here, knowing he's up against low HP, and there you go. A quick right click and the round is done. Detty Elise with 11 rounds, and very soon to be set up for map point. A chance to go 2-0 in this series. And on Liquid Academy's best map, dare I say, in the active duty pool.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, they have lost it once before. It was to Enterprise. And Rex was able to sneak in that Odin into the next round. So with that being said, this is starting to shape up towards Detty Elise. It would be a massive fumble if they couldn't hit 12 here. But the only thing against that is Team Liquid Academy, after thrifty rounds, we know how good they can be.
And Liquid Academy almost have to find this round to slow down Detty Elise, halt the momentum. It's a different setup to what we've seen before, but Ninja continuing to spam is rewarded. A shot in the dark is exactly what they needed, perhaps. And with the Nightfall available, he's in a perfect position to thwart the B play should Detty Elise elect to keep moving this one forwards. Now, this round does feel a little bit too one-dimensional for my liking.
Team Liquid Academy are starting to make moves on the map, starting to mid-rounds. You can see GSR deep in A main, the Nightfall invested, but everybody hasn't been hit by it. It's just the spam coming through, and Ninja's got value off the back of it. But Frack, he gets value of his own in towards CT. That spike's still out on the open. This is still winnable for Detty Elise. I mean, you should think so with the weapons.
Yeah, huge weapons advantage, and Frack's still threatening. All of that aggression elbow side, the spawn from which Cupid is playing. GSR on the other end has a huge 1v1 to win against Kaya.
Cover going out.
It's a massive fight.
Hurt the smoke.
He knows, but he can't quite win it. GSR comes out on top, and Frack waiting for his opportunity, and when he does, he falls. It's up to Maxime with the spam. He can't quite get it to connect, and he's running for the hills himself. It is going to be a thrifty round. We said Team Liquid Academy are good for them, and they prove it.
It's crazy the circumstances in which the round comes through, as it's the one kill which almost settles it from the start. At least in terms of setting up Liquid Academy's macro. They've been like that a lot of the time. In the first 10 seconds, if they get the read right, they're almost confirmed to be in the right position come the end of the round. And there it's the B stack with the ult available to slow the push. Rex had the one-way cage, playing a lot deeper for the retake. But Detty Elise have to find a counter for Ninja, and it seems like their own Odin brought into the fray is the remedy they've chosen.
Look at this. Need to be careful, because you look at Donatello's positioning, and he has a TP to get out, but it won't be the safest of TPs. Detty Elise walking on glass, and they don't even realise it.
Here.
Yeah, the mid control is strong. The Viper wall set up specifically for this kind of push. Yet to to heavily threaten Ninja, who is holding up one arm of this defense with the Odin. Slow peek in from None, collected with the tour de force. Paranoia cuts back across from Cupid as he starts to drop to a deeper line of cover on A, which is the site under threat, and the site which Liquid Academy have the most players stationed
30
towards.
seconds left.
Again, it's his
Donatello,
position.
look at this.
Yeah, he's been here all round. The TP out from Kaya, the flash to stop Basia getting any further forward, but it's forced to move forward, right? They have to try and find Basia because they know those players coming from behind. Cupid finds Frack.
10 seconds.
Unfortunately, this goes into a post plan, but the numbers are in Team Liquid Academy's favour.
And with the tour de force as well, potentially Kaya finds, or None finds one kill here, and it could have slowed the whole play up. It doesn't. Basia one back, Maxim spraying, what is going on? And now Rex is going to take some damage through his own teammate's wall. Not anything of note, albeit, and Basia's missed the molly as well. Caught on the angle, Maxim with some spam damage, but Rex has full stuck it. Oh, Maxim! With the reveal, he will catch the final kill, and that is 12.
Yeah, that was carnage. So many mistakes from so many angles, but there was also some good stuff in there. In terms of Donatello holding on here, they know that there's going to be a crunch, so they're forced to move forward. Basia gets the luck of the sentry. And Dectiolese find map point. That's the most important thing to take out that last round. It looks like another pace change, but this time look at mid from the defense.
As always, Liquid Academy not far off the mark, but Maxim with a masterclass in how to play Fade on Corrode so far. GSR fighting his own cause the opposite way as the run it back is invested towards the A players pursuing. Frack has struggled in this endeavor so far. Basia double spray again, finding some additional value. 4-on-4, GSR does respond. This is where Detty, Elise have been pushed to a halt, and Liquid Academy combine.
Yeah, Maxim's trying to spam his way with this one. If this was to be clutched, I would take my hat off. But we move to 12-11. This is where Detty Elise were able to push it into the end zone in the last map. But with that being said, it seems if Team Liquid Academy, round to round, they show what they're good for, right? And then other times they look as if they get caught off guard in little like lapses of concentration.
I think this game was always going to come down to the micro details because Liquid Academy's macro has been pretty solid so far. Previous round, it was all about taking mid control and quickly responding to A. Detty simply didn't threaten enough broad coverage, and it's going to be the same here. Ninja double spray finds two, and with the molly lineup, it's Kaya who gets caught. A very similar lineup to the Waylay one that we were talking about earlier. This time, it looks like with 24 rounds played, it will be an overtime for the Academy.
Not if Detty Elise could fight back in, surely not, right? Ninja in the corner is low, so that in terms of easy pickups would be the one, but with players being caught out, it seems if they are going to be able to finally find it through their own Odin.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 on B if they opt to take it together, but it's just Basia soloing it. So Maxim has to clutch in a true 4 versus 1 situation, and Rex has already managed to collect his number. That's going to be it. 12 all, a tied game, and into OT we go.
Yeah.
Taking a step back in this best of 5, Cairo, with this being Liquid's map pick, their first choice of home ground, with Detty Elise coming in, having a double ban as well. This is the must-win for them as much as Haven was the opposite way.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me in that last round there, Hazza, was that Detty Elise broke away from what they were doing well. And that was the mains, right? They were doing well to force their way out, take their time, maybe get a lock through here or there. doesn't work out in overtime. I wonder what both sides are thinking. Bacon gets one timeout back. That's the one thing to note here. He will be able to talk to his team if he really wants to, and it's been a long time since that.
Yeah.
He's been a passenger on this journey.
That's the thing. I mean, for both of these teams, it's been a long road. We saw the best of them in the first stage. For Liquid Academy, a grand final and a title taken heading into EMEA. For Detty Elise, that represented their only other playoffs appearance for both of them. The second stage was not up to scratch. And having made their own rebuilds, Maxim now leading this one after being part of that FMG team, which, you know, with the investments they'd made, the finance put in to pick up some of the best players that we'd seen from the second stage heading into the third to give them half a chance. He walks away and goes one better here. It's crazy. And while we have a moment, as I said before, it's Detty Elise's highest ever Challengers placement. They want those extra Ascension points in the grand final because in the current table that we have for Ascension points, they would secure a place if they made it out of the group stages, if they make it into the grand final. It's an extra 2 points. That would put them on 6, and you get 5 points for making it out of groups if you finish in 4th at the latest. So that's 11 in total. Mandatory being the barrier for entry on 10. 9 teams outside of the Ascension places still fighting for a spot, by the way. 2 of those from MENA will be eliminated this weekend, whether it's Twisted Minds and Rad already sat in those positions in the top 6, or one of the other ones, Gamax or Ultimate's chasing. I know that's a favourite for Zesht. Gamax, he's a bit of a Gamaxer.
Is he a Gamaxer? Yeah.
He used to be before CGN. That was his that was the 9 to 5 mate. He was Gamaxing all day, all night.
Was he Gamaxing all over the place?
He was. But to wrap up the point, the only team yet to be eliminated from stage 3, or the only team to be eliminated, sorry, from stage 3, still with a chance to qualify after back-to-back playoff appearances in EMEA Cairo is who?
Wait, what was it?
The only team to be eliminated from stage 3 who can still qualify after back-to-back playoffs? Focus, of course. And that does make things more interesting, especially if you're Detty Elise.
1, 2, 3, focus. Would be the most focused thing ever to still qualify. It would be the most Team Liquid Academy thing to go and win overtime now. But although with that first pick and second, it doesn't look any better. And now, Detty Elise on the defence are 2 to the good. Spike down, Donatello straight into Kaya's crosshairs, and while the rest of the players are here to try and clean up Ninja as well. The spam from Maxine doesn't quite hit. Ninja's just waiting for his opportunity to try and get out. A banked sees, can he get anything from it? It seems to be the case as he's just dancing with the angle. But finally, Bastia cleans it out and gives Detty Elise advantage in the playoffs.
Thoroughly impressed with this round from both Frak and Kaya. The latter being disciplined enough just to bait the TP, allow Donatello to walk into his open arms, and Frak starting it off with a couple kills, and then even being able to release the stun before he loosened the grip on his gun and went down, helping support his teammate there. Now really stepping up, 19 and 17. Decision making from the IGL looking good as well. And for Liquid Academy, it's the 3rd time out of the game, and one which they very much needed.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Bacon probably going to be like, hello boys, remember me?
How could you forget?
Well, I mean, it's been a long time since he's been able to talk with them.
And I'm interested in the leadership on the Detty Elise side because, as I mentioned, none had been doing a lot of the mid-round calling that we'd seen, but Kaya usually is that guy. Someone who I've recently came to my knowledge has been leading practice for them 5 days a week, you know, out of 7 possible days a week for those who don't know, which is a lot for an unsigned team, right? When you don't have those guarantees in place, when you're committing a lot of time, they really fancy their chances, and that's the hard graft that you've got to put in, and building it over so much time. The more I watch from them, the more I'm starting to feel like they could be the real deal, or at least closer to it than what we would have thought coming into this stage.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think when you have time off in the summer and you can commit 5 days to it, you should be doing it, right? And Detty Elise are getting the worth of it.
They're also one of the oldest sides, Caro, so it's not exactly like they're, you know, on school break or whatever.
You never know. I don't know what these players' positions
That's
are.
true. No, that's true. That's true.
With that being said, a walk up mid from Detty Elise by the hold from A-Link. Then towards top mid, where Ninja needs to be careful. That haunt wasn't destroyed in time, and now there's a chance at an engagement.
It's Ninja to receive just the one, but GSR following this up quickly. None not able to stave off any more aggression with the spike. Still slogging its way slowly through main. Donatello could have been caught off by Kaya, but it's Maxim further back who will falter from this position. Just melt Donatello along the way. But the Odin never feels like the right gun for a clutch situation, especially when you need to find a quick headshot, something like that. It just doesn't have the damage output.
10 seconds left.
And with the plant all but condemned in this position now, needing to commit to the plant, he is executed in the open, and a second wave of overtime is required to settle Corrode.
Switching sides.
Well, we go again.
Overtime.
A 2-round shootout between these two. It's the attack that's struggling the most, and we know that. Both have had a 7-5 half advantage towards that, sorry, 8-4 half. Both have been able to show their prowess on the defence, and little splatterings of rounds from the attack. Op once again for fractions. He was able to get 2 on that last round. Seems as if Team Liquid Academy have identified mid and B is where they want to go here.
Ooh, none walking out. GSR had cleared this corner a couple times already. Prowler from Ninja not used. Barrel is betraying. None looking for a chance, but it's GSR that opens things up, and now Liquid Academy are on the offensive. The lineup of the Molly coming in. Their pockets emptied as the plant comes through, and elbow control taken as well. An expansive post-plant they've put themselves into.
Now they have the spam not quite connecting. Detty Elise trying to retake. Remember, 2 players down as well.
Yeah, it's all in through Link, and Rex is up in the heavens, waiting to cut off the cross. There's a flash bouncing off the metallic rooftop as Basia has put that same taste in the mouth of Liquid Academy, but just the one player. They swallow the blood, they spit it back out, and there you have it, 14-13. They lead in OT now, and lead this map for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. It has been all the way since the first pistol, if I'm not mistaken.
They're in front for the first time in this map.
Yeah.
Their own map pick. One which we were surprised to see come into the veto from Detty Elise. They had chances to close it out, but it looks like they are just going to be missed opportunities as of right now. This next one is to keep them in the game.
Oh, if there's a time to show it, the time is now. Kaya, the only misnomer. He's off towards that B main, holding on to see if there's any late pushes. You've also got Donatello deep in mid.
Yeah.
Supported by the Phoenix of GSR close by. Decides against it and they give up that mid control.
But not fully. Just the deep positioning of Donatello for now. Prowler clearing back out into the open space, and here he is again. Could have turned the stream off for 15 seconds or so and you wouldn't think he'd even used the first TP. But GSR light on his feet, does need the support of Rex on site, and the Molly has bought a little bit more space for Liquid Academy to get players over and cast their banner aloft in the A site.
That's the question, right? Can Detty Elise break this down, break in towards the A site? Remember, you're waiting for Donatello to activate at the right time. He's on the edge of the smoke and the players are trying to get that spike down. But Donatello and Rex, again, all the kills. That fade is went turquoise as the defense for Team Liquid Academy are finally able to shut out Corrode.
And now Detty Elise do not have that simple path towards a series win. It goes 1-1, and it means at the very least we will be heading to Sunset later on. The beginning of the veto favoring Liquid Academy a lot, especially Corrode, and Lotus up next is another one of those maps. A map which could very well affect the direction of this series almost entirely, especially when you look at the fact that we've not really seen Sunset or Bind from them at all. In fact, they've only played each of them once. This is such a key victory for them at this stage in the veto, and I have to say for Detty Elise, it's a big daffmeter on the mental after coming off the back of that first map win and with all the pistol rounds that they won too. We're going to hear and see what the analysts have to say about this one heading into Lotus, and if they still fancy their chances of an upset today.
Well, Team Liquid don't half make a meal out of their victory on their own map pick, but unfortunately for Detty Elise, the gamble doesn't really pay off for the map veto. It just goes down to as it was before, right? They could have picked any other of the maps that they banned and probably the same kind of outcome would have happened. They were really hoping they would get that win over Team Liquid Academy on that map pick. That's why they let them pick that against them. Didn't quite, well, it's so close as well though.
I honestly think it still was the greatest decision they made all evening, but unfortunately, it looks like it just getting over the line is the big issue. And we're going to talk about it in a second on what that is that they just did so unfortunate in the end. But once more, the Fender side, it was Liquid coming alive towards the last few rounds. Holding down the side and anchoring is not necessarily their strength in most of the series we've seen so far. Today, it was a different win condition they were going for on this map, and it worked in most of the rounds. But I think one important thing that I just want to say here, the number one MVP of the series is not a player. It's a weapon named Odin. This is the MVP of this map right here. It's crazy what both sides could do with it.
Yeah, I mean, as always on Corrode, what we see is the walls are made of paper, so you're gonna pick up an Odin anyway, and then yeah, if the players are comfortable with that weapon, there was a lot of kills with that, and a lot of rounds that were only won through the use of an Odin. I mean, take a look at that fade kill to clutch the round earlier on. But I mean, what an interesting series it's been so far. Two maps now that have gone between two rounds, and it really feels like no matter what stage these guys are on, there is nothing to separate them at the moment. And speaking of nothing to separate them, let's take a look at a couple of players from that map there. GSR and Maxima too that you wanted to take a look at here.
Yeah, and most importantly for those two, it's obviously the ones that were highlighting the scoreboard for both the teams. But it's interesting to see who Indifference was highlighting. Maxime really shutting down mid on a Team Liquid that somehow was so mid-focused, like a deer looking into the headlines for 7 rounds in a row. And GSR on the Phoenix on the other side, particularly important on the defense when he started to be a bit more forwardish, when he started to have the right kind of impact on his anchor positions that he doesn't most of the time have, but when he does, he plays them very well. And this is a very interesting difference to me because it once more highlights also a difference in play style. But more importantly for me there, Twiggy, it really is something where I was hoping for a bit more from both sides in terms of moving up and turning up a bit the adaptability, and we're going to take a look at that in a sec.
Yeah, for sure. I think, look, you had a round that you highlighted here, round 10, so you can take us through that. But yeah, I think it was, look, they were just playing, right? It doesn't feel like they're playing against each other.
Yeah, most importantly about this one, this is after the second timeout. And I was even telling you, they need to start going B. They haven't even touched it remotely. Obviously, Detty Elise also realized this. However, it is nice to see, and this is what I want to say, is that finally Team Liquid unlocked some of their strengths way too late in each of the halves. Right here we're seeing it. Their B-Exec is a nice tool which they can work with, absolutely. But also what has to be said about this is that most importantly, Team Liquid, also when they're swapping sides and going on defense, they were starting their aggression kind of stance way too late. So what I'm really hoping is right now in this break that Bacon is going to remind them a bit of, guys, look, this win condition that we set up, it doesn't work for us. But we got this still left in the back. Let's swap it up. Let's add it in. Because on both first parts of the first and second half, so like the first 7 rounds of each half, Liquid looked too one-dimensional for me. And I think they can do better than that.
Well, I mean, we will find out because we are going to the Northeast mainstay of Lotus next. An important map for both teams. This is really going to set the stage for the rest of the best of 5, whether we're going 4 or 5 maps in this one. We will find out very shortly, and we're going to take a quick break before we get to map 3.
And
we're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
Odyssey Challengers North East, 2 maps in, and it is 1-1 between Detty Elise and Team Liquid Academy. I mean, it's been a close affair on both maps. Really nothing to separate these two teams so far. So I'm wondering, like you said, is there going to be some adaptation? Is one of these teams going to be able to pull ahead at some point in this series? Because it feels like if we carry on like this, it feels like we won't even get a winner. It'll just be somebody who goes on to the grand finals.
It's a scrappy one so far. I would agree on that. If I would think who's like in charge of the game, I wouldn't even call out anyone particularly. I kind of see Detty a little bit, but not too much, to be very honest with you.
Yeah.
Team Liquid is just, in terms of what I know and what I've seen from their playstyle, just moving away from some of the aggression, the healthy aggression that their double duelist composition allows. And to me, this is kind of unfortunate because the capability is there. On the other side, if we take a look at Detty, it leaves me in a position where, particularly when they're attacking, a little ingredient they seemingly forgot was the ways on how they can win rounds fast. And they have, for example, done this on Lotus against Enterprise, where their A pushes have been looking really good once they started to put absolute full speed in that direction, or a tiny bit slower, because when the rounds go long, the big problem of the Odyssey is that they're, first of all, low on time, and the lurk so far that they have played had no impact because it was drawing a rotation and finding no kill off guard that had impact. So if they start, both teams, to see what kind of things they actually have in their toolbox, I think this is going to be a way more exciting game that could lean... I think it could lean in the Team Liquid Academy side on Lotus, but I don't want to go there yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, if either of them are going to bring something special out, I do think this is the map where it is going to happen. I mean, look, this is the stage where, if you cast your mind all the way back to stage 1, this is where Team Liquid Academy finished off their grand finals best of 5 against Shaq Matt to win the grand finals of Northeast stage 1. So, look, this is a map that they are well used to. They're well used to after a long, grueling series. They've got it a little earlier on this time around, but still, I do rate them on this map usually. It's just, I don't know what to expect coming into this.
I think one thing we can expect, and also for the viewers out there, you know, we're seeing Team Liquid starting on the defense. So once more, 2 things to look out for is their, so far, usual A-Rubble aggression that they are really taking. And, well, once this A-Rubble control is taken, they are playing on fast rotation, meaning they leave one guy in front of A, the classic 2B move that can become either 3C or 2C, 2B, whatever. The most important part is the early A aggression, as well as, if it's about C, slight anchoring and the desire to play, you can guess it, retake. It's just simply one of their strengths and one of the things they really know they can play on. And this brings us to a point where one thing that this team cannot really do is stop you, because they have no Breach, they have no Viper, they're playing the Cypher, Neon, ISO, Fate, and Omen, which means there's nothing really that's gonna hurt you. There's nothing really that's gonna stop you because you're stunned. They've really got to make this work on the first few seconds and then on the retake, because their coordination is something that Liquid is thriving at. Coordination in scenarios that are set, that have a framework, start of the round, pistols, and retake, they are good at. Mid-rounding, I don't think so much. And so sticking to those conditions could really work for them now.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at their individual stats, a lot of the time where they do thrive is kind of when all of their team is staying alive towards the end of the round. Obviously, that would be expected, but more than other teams, that is what is happening with them. They are able to more consistently close out rounds when they're a tight-knit group, and as soon as they kind of get pulled away from each other, get put into those kind of 2vx 1vx situations, they are worse off than other teams tend to be. So they do really need to make sure that they are playing as a cohesive unit. I think, as you kind of mentioned there, that is where they are best. So I mean, it makes sense, right? This is a team that is born off 2 analysts, and it's kind of untested, well, at this point not anymore, but untested kind of young talent alongside some, you know, Valorant kind of analysts going on. And it really, you know, you need everything to go well for it to come together in the server. Once Detty Elise start kind of pulling apart the threads of those strategies is when things start to get a little shaky for them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we get a little swap at anything. Nope, we're looking fine. We're absolutely on the right side of things. And here's the thing, right? With Daddy, at least the difference obviously being here the race and the Yoru obviously swapped out. They will try to sometimes play more on this, hey, I'm here Yoru, by the way, and TPing over type of style, which is nice too. It's the question of how much is Team Liquid Academy falling for it. There's enough to look at. In comparison to Corrode, now Team Liquid Academy most likely have done the preparation, which they always do, and we're able to look at VODs. How did they play against Team A, B, C, D? And this could be very beneficial. This could be the 2-1 lead for Team Liquid Academy if they get the right read. On Haven, it didn't necessarily look like it. If Lotus is any more promising, we're going to figure it out.
Yeah, we are now in the weeds of this series here. It is really who is just going to be able to fight their way out of it as quick as possible. So map 3, it's all to play for, and this is a massively important map. I'll throw it over to Hazza and Cairo to take it away for you.
This is exactly as you put it, the meat and potatoes right in the middle of this series, where you want to see teams show a little bit more conviction. Which one of these two is up to the task today? Is it Detty Elise pulling off this underdog story, making their way to the grand final and maximizing their return on Ascension points, heading into Challengers EMEA with a flickering hope at the potential of an Ascension appearance? Or do Liquid Academy have more to show for us here on a map which we've seen from them 20 times since the start of the year? 10 wins, 10 losses, but a positive win rate so far in playoffs. One which you're thinking is almost at the limits of the strong maps that they have in the rest of this series. Sunset and Bind, still a bit of an unknown.
Got to remember that Team Liquid Academy and Detty Elise have played much differing comps, right? Detty Elise have changed it 4 times, Team Liquid Academy have changed it 3, and the more recent has shown a lot of success for both teams. As we see Rex being a lot more reserved in his positioning, Cam will take contact. Already the Mound players are starting to make their way towards that A side of the map.
This is what Liquid Academy are really good at doing, forcing the attack into making a really uncomfortable decision. And here, it's going to be the A execute. They pressured C. Detty Elise hadn't quite spotted it, but Basia has the awareness, blocks off the flank with extra utility really with the paint shells there too. And looks to have done a decent job so far.
There is a Arcros here for contact. Basia is going to use it. It's only able to get 1. Quickly traded out. 3 to 4 though. Advantage towards the attack, which is in post plant. And time's been ticking away this full time.
They don't have too much space though, so Rex coming in late from heaven is huge.
Yeah, it could be. Frak gets that pick on towards Rex, and well, right now Cooper needs to try and make his way around to the back side. None, all alone, gets caught out. 2v2, both players in silent drop and have to brawl their way out. But I don't think they're able to. Not if GSR standing there. And a pistol round towards the academy. We're playing much beyond their years.
Yeah, and it's back-to-back pistol rounds for them as well. On the defender's side, no less, to get this one up and running, where they looked utterly dominant against Boars previously. To link back to what I was saying, macro good, the initial setup there, lots of player presence on C to stop a potential fast push coming in, as they are facing a differing double duelist composition. But now back to something a little more tried and true, the rubble control. Detty Elise have forced here though, and are going for the direct C play this time.
Yeah, fast paced, looking to send it on down. Double duelists themselves, they know that they have the pace if needed, but Rex has always played this site so well and does so once again. Supported by Cupid, the players tried to rout him out of position, finally do so, but Cupid now gets one of his own. Still even amongst both teams, but that's all the bodies here for the defence.
Yeah, 3-on-3, health pool not great for Detty Elise. None was electric on this map against Enterprise last time. We have to keep tracking him Although only 11 points of health makes it a real difficulty.
Donatello straight in with GSR. They have cleaned this one up as easy as possible after creating a scuffle through the two anchors, Cupid and Rex. It almost feels impossible to try and execute into this site because Rex knows exactly what to do.
Absolutely, and while we have seen a change towards the Cypher from the previous Vice that we had before, with GSR playing that and the Breach, it's ridiculous to see a player break out on those supportive agents. It's really not common at a challenger's level, but he's been facilitated massively, and now with Bacon forcing him to broaden his horizons in terms of agent pool, future-proofing, as I said earlier, as Nunn continues getting to work regardless of the investment on the round. He's the duelist on the other side that I highlighted, and for good reason, because he had a ridiculous showing against our champions, and it seems to be a fairly hot beginning to this one too. 1v1 GSR, but he will not be bested this time.
No. Remember GSR's kill contracts there if it truly gets out of control. Doubt it will, and I doubt that Team Liquid Academy at this point are panicking whatsoever. A little bit of info through the arc rows about players being on that B site. But they are walking into the raid boss himself. No hope, double tap. Has to just straight up take the damage.
Yeah, committed to this corner. There's a chance maybe if he was on a more passive line, he finds one, dips off, has the ult to play with, but it's 10 toes down in the corner for GSR, and Detty Elise looking to clear him out, but GSR has wiped the floor with him. All 5. Safe pair of hands, he keeps it clean, and Liquid Academy move on, no questions asked. 10 kills unanswered for the youngster.
I love that. I love that he puts his hand up to the cams to show everybody exactly how good he is. And yeah, as easy as that. But listen, that was anti-eco frags at the end of the day. It's this round that counts the most. Cupid has picked up an outlaw, only one player within striking distance of that gun.
Yeah. This is a huge opportunity though if Liquid Academy can seal this to move on. Oh, Nunn! Great reaction. GSR a little frustrated after finding 5 to realise that the ult is just the fake out.
Yeah, it was Miniboo that was showing that tech in VCT recently.
Vitality game?
Yep.
Very nicely done from him, and yeah, Nunn a little bit more of the same. So, okay. One off the dimensional drift here as well. Detty Elise expanding their control towards C as GSR is just disrespecting the edge of the smoke and blocked off by his own captain.
Maybe to temper his aggression, but you can't temper a ninja. C goes for the fight in B main. Almost catches off the fade of on the other side. And
Donatello's not been spotted.
No, he's not, but, well, Ninja has, and that's the most important fight. Can't quite capitalise, TP out, and the B execute comes in.
30 seconds left.
But Detty Elise have no extra space here, not until Fract can roll his sleeves up and get to work. Spike felled, trades coming through in favour of Liquid Academy right now, because Detty Elise are still rooted in position and have Donatello to care about. Fract can block off the cross with the paint shells, but still needs the precious cargo. He'll fall, and Nunn last left has a hopeless task in front. Liquid Academy with 4 rounds now. The continuous streak continues to build. And coming into this map, speaking of conviction, the desk discussing it, this is exactly the sort of streak that we were expecting to see from them.
Yeah, I was expecting to see it much sooner. But Team Liquid Academy are looking absolutely lights out at the moment. And this is the first time, I think in this full series, that we've actually seen Detty Elise go for the timeout themselves.
And when was it earlier that you said this might come up? If they're put in a dire situation where Liquid Academy are the ones building up momentum. Because otherwise, you know, you don't have the extra coaching staff, the preparation. It's a lot to digest. And that's a difference that we should see as this series continues on into the evening. Because, as I mentioned before, Liquid have limited reps on the next couple upcoming, which almost plays into their favor the same way that Corrode did, because they can rip up the floorboards and give us a completely new comp on Bind from what we saw in the first stage, or on Sunset from their most recent experiment. But for Detty Elise in this situation right now, from their perspective, you've just got to be thinking you know, about the run so far and building up until this point. Do they have what it takes for so many of these players in such a deep run? Remembering that they were 2 and 3 in lower Swiss. If Sweet and Sour hadn't left the competition, they wouldn't even be here right now. They've been living on borrowed time the whole way through, but now in playoffs, we're getting that unprecedented form that we've been waiting for so long.
It's coming at the right time, but whether they can keep it up is another question. And Tyler, we've been saying for the longest time, when does the Cinderella run end?
Yeah. It was between both them and Boars, right? A similar situation. This round could have got out of hand for Liquid Academy with Donatello dropping solo on Rubble, and it potentially still could with Ninja solo in Tree. Lots of work to be done.
Yeah, but does Prowler catch him? No, he doesn't. They will clear it though, and Ninja will get caught trying to play his timing, and unfortunately doesn't work out. But the player's close on towards the side. GSR trying to fight his way out, but can't quite. And that spike will go down with the Nightfall invested as well. And this is a good investment. The only thing is, you've got to keep your eye on Cupid making his way through main.
Yeah, still things very scary here though. Basia also with the Steel Garden to remove those weapons on the Liquid Academy side. Not too much time left to play around with, and Detty Elise have strong post-plant positions.
That they do, but Team Liquid Academy are starting to strip them away. 3 players towards backside, only Kaya and none left. And they will get it over the line, when realistically, they probably shouldn't have.
Absolutely not. It all starts with punishing Donatello. And when we were speaking about duelists earlier and Fract and how he has the highest first deaths, Donatello not too far behind. You're talking the difference of, you know, 20% of rounds to sort of like 18, right? There's really not much of a gap. And while Donatello had found a lot of impact in those opening duels so far in this series, you have to live your life with an air of caution as that solo anchor on the extremity. They've snowballed it forward, and with the positions on site that they do well for themselves. Now, Liquid Academy doubling down on this proactivity. Either side of the map, GSR still out on sand.
And he's maybe stayed a little too long with Frack getting that kill. And at the same time, you look at the progression on the A side of the map. None being careful of it, the wall's still there. Can't be triggered by a Prowler, but could it be triggered by someone like Donatello or Ninja? Pushing too far. Instead, no, a ping out. Much more reserved. And to me, this is looking like a B play.
It is, but when we saw Detty Elise go for this before, the one thing they lacked was any extra control, be it towards Hobbit or anywhere else on the map. It's more of the same here. Frack's rocket gonna miss as well.
Yeah.
But can reinforce the space at least with some extra utility.
The Nightfall, and Donatello, he's low himself. And the players on Detty Elise again still need that extra space. They tried to get up through heaven, it hasn't worked out. The sight take hasn't worked out. But it's a 1 versus 1 with a Donatello who's low. Hey, listen, Basia can clutch out even if the sight take goes wrong.
And they required it for the round to come through, but it's a huge victory for Detty Elise because it keeps the game close and competitive. Liquid Academy bleeding finance themselves, and yeah, in terms of the post plant, they didn't have the space. They weren't even able to fully take Hobbit because Ninja immediately sent out the Nightfall to re-clear. Decent work from Frack to strip back some of that ground, but here we go. Another 4-1 from Liquid Academy with them putting the pressure on early. It's just the smoke and the reveal to do that.
Cupid activating the wall, hopefully forcing players towards C.
Well, but Rex losing his life is ultimately the straw which breaks the camel's back. Just about hanging on. I say that, Detty Elise are very reserved in their approach, but on paper it should have been pretty straightforward. You kill the Cypher peeking like that on an eco. They seem to think there's more behind this.
Yeah, they do. Scared of it, Donatello.
Yeah.
Hello?
And
is he?
Donatello has the ult here as well. He drops the rifle. Now your 2 rifles coming back into the retake. The flank's still pushing up. Cupid just has to guard anyone who might head towards spawn side.
Yeah, but there's already one player there. That's Frack. Spike down towards CT. None wants to take the first engagement. Gets it. But Ninja's close behind. Flash is good. So is the gun. And now Cupid. Well, what does he do? A sheriff in hand. 3 targets to hit. And there's utility here to back this up as well. The position's even better. Detty Elise, after that timeout, have got everything right so far.
It's exactly as Zesht mentioned in the build-up as well, that if you want to talk slow Valorant, where you're able to set the game up exactly as you'd like, you play it by the book, it's what Bacon wants, it's what Liquid Academy want. They're able to thrive in the chaos as well, but this situation, Detty Elise slow on the uptake, and actually, just as soon as we get excited, it falls between their fingers. But important that they find it, because that was their free hit, their chance to close up this gap. As we will get the first timeout from Liquid Academy now.
Yeah, and I wonder what Bacon's talking about, right? I mean, perhaps the fact that Rex took a step early when he didn't need to. The fact that we're so far in terms of first engagements and how Team Liquid Academy are doing this, they're trying to play aggressive, right? And a lot of the time, that aggression is being caught out by Detty Elise. You're seeing them most of the time on these first engagements actually winning out, right?
I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Nunn and Bastia have both gotten their hands dirty a couple of times. Began proceedings in a way that Detty Elise can find value, and this looks to be the first time they are trying to actively challenge the rubble space. Liquid Academy, on the other hand, very deep in positioning, 3 players in the stairwell, and one by one moving over to their site setup as Detty Elise have managed to burst out here quite comfortably now into tree.
Yeah, this is what we were theorising, right? Liquid Academy playing for the retake a lot more. That's exactly the case. And while the site's taken, the players in Heaven are ready to go. Out of stairs as well. They're just waiting for that last number of Rex.
Nightfall in to dampen the retake, and Frack with a big return. 2 kills through upper. Man advantage for Detty Elise. And for Liquid trying to swing these numbers in their favour, they've just not got too many tools left, especially with Donatello now down. And complete blanket control from the A site all the way through tree and onto grass, into Hobbit, a mass excursion. Detty Elise are all over it. Every angle covered. Liquid Academy, no space, no tangibles to make that retake a success. And it's a tied game yet again.
And the most incredible thing about this, Hazza, is once again we look at the side bias and the side win percentage, right, of Team Liquid Academy, and it's more towards the defence once again.
Yeah.
And they're not showing it.
It has been. You know, on average, they've got about a 60% win rate on defence across all maps, peaking up to the mid-70s, depending on what that map is, and one of them, Lotus, where they do really thrive in those retakes. But as a viewer, you've always got to be conscious of what extra real estate do either side have. Detty Elise let down a couple times on their B post plants by the areas of control they had, and the same could be said for Liquid when they're looking to give themselves a platform later into the round. With minimal investment here, one of the big wins in terms of territory early on is Donatello all the way up in A, but the rest have to react accordingly, and even then, it's just a Sheriff on Rex and Ninja.
And the utilities there to go straight in, and once again, it's that position that Rex likes to try and play from, but Maxime well aware of it. GSR though, step too far. Spike still out in main. The players of Dirty Elise are ready to fight when needed, and Cupid somehow manages to sneak a shot in there.
And that's all you want. Just buy a little bit more time for that second, third player to make their way onto the C site. GSR in stage 1 put his name up in lights on Lotus C site as the Vice player, as the Breach player. Either the anchor or that next one in. Ninja's got to bank a highlight reel worthy moment himself here to have any chance, and it's not going to happen. But as I was saying, Liquid just need to stall for that first kill. If GSR gets in a position, that's ultimately what you're playing for. The ISO is there in a more supportive role to the Neon, especially with the suppressive utility that you get. And here, full house of ultimates, timeout already behind them. You're hoping for a big call as far as Liquid are concerned, and for Dirty Elise, this is a massive opportunity to build on that string of rounds.
Yeah, and I like that, right? This is where we start to see who has what it takes to finish out this half with the ultimates. That's the key deciding factor, the be-all and end-all. There's only one player away from the main pack, that being Basia on the
okay.
Vice. Frax caught out here. GSR will win out that kill contract. Spike's still not committed here though.
It was a full retake setup from Liquid Academy. They had a trap on Waterfall. They were playing for the ult. They've got the numbers. The problem is, the stronger site hold was A, and now that's where they've got to try and make their reprisal. Basia still holding on to that Steel Garden.
Nightfall used, but Kaya's paranoia is probably going to buy so much delay, and Cupid's ultimate of his own just found some information. The players on site though for Team Liquid Academy, and that allows for the Steel Garden to be ripped. Primary's jammed, no way of taking a gunfight that's going to be in their favour. Dirty Elise are in the perfect position to get this post-plant over the line, but not if the fights don't go their way. It's up to Maxine's Odin, but he can't hit where he needs to. Is there time? Did it go off the diffuser at the wrong time? Oh.
No. No, they know it too well. It's so risky and not going to be doing any favours for Bacon whatsoever there. To me, it felt like Liquid had fumbled this one, honestly. Lots of ults invested by either side, the most on their behalf, but they make the better of it. In fact, it's pretty much all of them. Yeah, they were playing for the C retake. They end up going A. They'd actually landed the combo. Cupid had not been spotted, and he was behind Basia with audio cut, but didn't commit to it, as we saw them do in the Boars game. And now, the next round just as important. This one, to get an advantage on the half, and Donatello starts it by opening his account on A.
Yeah, none gone. Set flash gone, but if the players peek out here, there's more bodies ready to fight from Detty, and that's exactly the case as Kaya gets the next two. Cupid noted through Hobbit. And where's the extra space this time? A tap of the spike and a walk towards Waterfall.
I like this idea from Dirty Elise. They want to push the envelope a little bit more. The problem is you're posting it to Rex's doorstep, and the C site, not the better of the options. They go A instead, and it's Donatello that they're able to find in the defender's spawn. Cupid now to cut the cross. They noted his position earlier, Hobbit, and it's Kaya that claims it. So there you go. 3v1 for Rex to try and handle. Might just be a little too much.
It could be. Spike down.
Spike planted.
Looking like a guaranteed 6-5, and well, once again we might find Dirty Elise at another 7-5 scoreline at the half. That's the way it's been all throughout this series.
Canteen Liquid. No?
Finish each other's sandwiches.
Absolutely no idea. Point I was going to make was that Liquid Academy, one thing that they had done well that I think Bacon would have focused on in the timeout is secure that rubble control a little bit better. Donatello has support in these previous rounds. And now the adaptation is to completely flip the script. It's going to be an aggressive set piece.
Yeah, and it's the op of Frak who's on the other side, and GSR through B main gets one of his own kill contract. It's got one of the players out. Instead, the players go elsewhere. Frak's the one that's won out against GSR, which is a huge win for Detty Elise. So they find themselves at an advantage.
Ninja's got his hands on an op though, and we remember how good that can be. He used to play this a lot in the first stage as a supportive second sniper, as Donatello's usually rifle in hand, and here it just fully reinforces the C side of the map. Frees up Cupid to support Rex elsewhere, and with the Prowler just reconfirming, Detty Elise have a decision to make, and the time is starting to wear thin.
A decision needs to be made, and wherever they go, if it's towards C, they are going to find that op, and that's a nice jump up from None. Trying to bear on down on Ninja, he's trying to escape, but looks to try and stand for a moment, get one, but can't hit his shot. He has nowhere to go. He has to fight his way out of this position, and he's doing it. Brings it back to 2-on-2. Cupid will be late, but Rex is on site, ready to go.
Yeah, he's scrambling in, but with the ult used from None, it means that Maxim is effectively in a 2 versus 1 here as soon as the players hop back out.
Spike being attempted, None without a gun out. Spike will be confirmed. Maxine with the Nightfall, trying to find a position in which he can find himself comfortable. He now knows where the Omen is. But does he know that both players are there? One spam of the Odin would be enough to win it out. But he hasn't quite connecting. Both players dancing with the angle. But Rex is there. The player who got the first and the second towards the end. And it will be 6-6 at the half.
And it's Liquid Academy leaning back into what worked well for them before, conditioning the A control and then pivoting away to a more aggressive, organized opening to the round, using GSR's ult and undercut. Into the late round, well coordinated. Maxim hits both targets but can't claim the clutch with an Odin. Still an even half and probably the closest Liquid have been so far out of the opening 12. Can they seal it? We'll see after the break.
And
Well, for the first time, both teams are equal heading into the half, or the second half, I should say. Team Liquid Academy looked good at the start, but started to fall to the wayside. Now it's their chance to attack.
Tessie Elise won the first two pistols on Haven, but Liquid now going back to back from the end of Corrode into Lotus, and as we've already discussed, this could really be the turning point in the series. The attack starting off through the middle of the map, and right up the guts they go. Donatello and Ninja with a double entry towards the C site. Cupid maybe in a position to catch the captains back on the other side, rerouting themselves over towards A, and it's a clean sweep from Liquid. Detty Elise win 3 pistol rounds in a row. Looks like they've got 3 to answer with.
Cover going out.
Best way to set yourself up for success
Spike planted.
on this series. And Team Liquid Academy, for the most part, when we've been in these series, they've found themselves like at the back end of pretty strong leads, right? Like Detty Elise have been good at getting themselves ahead, getting these pistols in. None gets the first. There's players within body shot distance that surely can't win this.
More than anything, you don't want him to build up towards his ultimate. Someone who's happy to take that next point, especially with a double tap active though. Moving on his way towards the kill contract is GSR, 18-7 as things stand. The difference in round count, I think, is somewhat resembled by the fact that Detty Elise chose to force buy in the second round of the first half. They won't have the option to do so here. And for Liquid Academy, you also have to remember that they picked into Sunset up next. And while, yeah, we haven't seen it from them in a while, it does pose the possibility of something Detty Elise might not be prepared for. Oof.
Yeah, big
Quad reveal.
Even bigger shots. Donatello's straight on top of none. And the paranoia and the execution here, absolutely brilliant. Two players towards that left side, should they be cleared out? Yeah, there is. Easy enough for Team Liquid Academy in the end, and it just comes down to a deathmatch.
Nice idea from Detty Elise to give us something from their strat book. A push down C. It was the C's, I believe, with the paint shells. Not sure if that was left from the pistol or invested, but either way, you can see a couple players on light shields. Maybe that does reflect some kind of an investment. Liquid Academy good at changing up the pace though, playing another 4-1. It's Rex detached towards A and the rest looking to take sand.
Oh, nice shot from Nunn. Manages to sneak a bullet in outside the wall somehow, but look at the space Detty Elise have got on the other side, right? Towards A. They've got that A rubble control. Team Liquid Academy are basically forced to execute in here.
They've broken the vines though, so the stopping power behind this defensive site hold a little bit less, trying to bolt down the hatches. Bastia forced to give it up in the end. Numbers for Detty Elise, and they're only going to get better once that spike is felled. 4 versus 2, and Liquid Academy looking for an out.
Yeah, needs some way, something to get in their favour.
Oh.
Doesn't work out. Donatello left all alone.
Rex was trying to chase it, but couldn't quite claim. Donatello now 1 versus 3. The barrel of the gun could just betray him though, covering over the corner as the peak was taken. And in unison, Detty Elise have a bit of relief for themselves. Just the 1 round in it. And we'll have to see how this attack develops for Liquid Academy, whether they want to keep trying to brute force executions or if there's a little bit more to the game plan.
I imagine there is. This is just the early start to the game, right? Like, you've got to consider bonus round, seeing if they can set conditioning towards that C side of the map, which so far seems to have worked out. And they've done a little bit of damage towards that economy as well that Detty Elise have. When you look at 2 players being on 0 credits.
The buy is worse than it was in the previous round, so something to think about. And as you mentioned, they are beginning their default a lot of rounds with the sand control. Donatello able to scale up really far behind the matrix wall of GSR. And yeah, looks like they're just going to go ahead and try take sight, but through the vines again, it's bought so much time and space for Detty Elise to rotate.
But it has. Players finally getting their way over. Nightfall denying any entry, but look at Donatello in the corner. Trigger discipline. Oh, but it's the big cone that he's hit, unfortunately. Frack, although, was disconnected from the rest of the pack and he's been picked out. Team Liquid Academy, once they get an advantage, they know how to fight it in their favour. And they'll do so. 2-round advantage restored.
And the difference in this round from the previous few we've seen is that Detty Elise were not as willing to fight Mound that time. They didn't have none there, and that was their win condition a lot of times. Just having a player willing to be aggressive, getting in and getting out with their 1, which he's been able to do so successfully a lot. And he's going to try again here, even with the support of Frack, because it didn't seem like the stall of Bastia was enough to stop Donatello curving around it. Problem is, Liquid Academy have just gone 5 players A now, so it's a bit of a misread from Detty Elise. A hard game to play, of course, but Liquid Academy seem to have them right where they want them.
Yeah, but look at the TPs, look at the rotations, they're right in place and ready to go. Detty Elise, remember, weaponry not really there. The Sheriffs, though, seem to be hitting somewhat. And the Classics, the lesser weaponry, making this interesting. Keeping our attention on the screens in front of us as that spike goes down. And Nunn, well, he needs to win this next one. Ninja, although backs into a nade and allows Nunn to pick up that frag. Cupid now up from heaven, grabs frag. 2 on 2 and Bastia nowhere near. As Nunn comes out of his ultimate, he doesn't have the bullets in his rifle. That's a disaster. Time still ticking away. in favour of the attack, but Cooper now with only 1 TP needs to try and clutch up with his classic, and we know how good he can be.
Huh?
What's going on? The decision making not quite there. Onto the spike they go, rifle up, tries to take the player off it, but just does not have the time to win out, and that'll get Detu Elise the next round, a thrifty one at that.
A huge thrifty round to win. At this stage in the game, when Liquid Academy have a chance to put some daylight between Detty and this attack side, coming onto some ults as well, that could have been the dagger, really, but players trying to make their own plays. This was great from Cupid. He had silent drop control and an open blind. You're kind of egging him on to win that, but still Detty Elise do enough to clear it and keeping things close as it stands. Flipping up what the A control looks like. It's just a Odin spam through the wall. How does that look in the 1v1?
It doesn't look very good at all. That's the answer as GSR finds the fade. None pushed back. And after that initial fight, it looks like this is going to be a quick pivot towards B.
Yeah. I mean, Liquid Academy had a chance to just sit on it, but they think better of it. Especially with the position of Rex in B main. They can put the two together, and the control is so much better than what we'd seen from Detty Elise in a similar position. It's GSR late grass, which is such a difficult clear.
None has an idea, but he thinks his rubble not deep down towards door. There was a dink there, but GSR maybe trying to fight too much. As Detty Elise now have a way back in through the ultimate frag and the rifle of the rest. Rex trying to hold on from me, but we go 9-9. And Detty Elise showing us how exactly to deal with Team Liquid's attack.
Yeah, it's completely mind-boggling, Cairo. That was a perfectly set up post plan for Liquid Academy. GSR buys so much time in what is a very dragged-out gunfight in the end, and from that point, knowing two players are clearing him there, Liquid Academy can set up a crossfire for a position, you know, such as Waterfall, or maybe it's upper, something like that, or hell, even have a player support him. As he's bought all of that space and attention, but then it just feels like the pieces didn't fall into place. The counter utility was great, the retake set up well enough in the end. To the next gun round we go. But Liquid are starting to run out of money here.
There they are.
Detty Elise will be on the warpath for a map win, and maybe just the series beyond it, if they can't make this one stick.
This is Detty Elise's pick though, we have to note that. This is where they chose to be third in the series,
No more thorns.
which is an important part.
Good hit.
Absolutely. Basia, Seaside Anchor drops off with the support of None, who teleported in but is forced to forfeit it. Nightfall giving a little bit of space, but that's the Odin purchase from Maxim. Another wallbang kill for him in this map. From Corrode up until now, it's been unrelenting. 4-on-4 and a stalemate as Liquid Academy are still searching for the safety net of this plant.
There they are. GSR tries to take the next engagement, but spammed through. It seems as if the first engagement, every single time on the retake, goes Detty's way.
Interesting smoke on site, jumping through Basia. Donatello only able to correct for one, and all on Cupid. Odin in the clutch, but has info on both post-mortem. The hat from Rex's head has lent him that at the very least. The Hawk will drag his crosshair off of the line, and it gives Akaya a window of opportunity to strike. Detty Elise in front with double digits. It had been a war of attrition between the two teams, trading blows, but now that that status quo's been hit, Liquid Academy are the ones on the back foot in the late stage of Lotus.
And this is the important stage, right? You mentioned it before about the buy potentially being broken. The thing about Team Liquid Academy is they are consistently getting that spike down.
Yeah. 4 post plants from 5 not sticking. not hitting the mark. And looking at some of them as well, it feels egregious because they had the correct positioning, they had player numbers a lot of the time, and they've not been able to convert. So something has to change because Detty Elise have been doing all that they've needed to. Some big moments from Basia and Nunn along the way. Kaya calling well, Fractioned contributing, and Maxim spamming away. It's not the most simplistic of puzzles, but the pieces fit, and that's all that matters for Detty Elise. Get to the grand final, doesn't matter how. That's the extra ascension points.
Yeah.
And on Liquid Academy's behalf, we know how their best of fives go. It's always 5 maps, and it looks like that might be the case here as well if they want any chance to win it.
I mean, the thing is though, you say it's a difficult challenge to try and break down, but when you have a tier 1 quality coach like Bacon, he'll be able to try and break this down, right? Players walking out of B main, and Donatello has Ninja to support him, but with a Phantom up close, that's not a fight you really want to be taking. And that you can see the players now starting to step back, starting to wary in their positioning. Big bit of info gained through Nunn, just jumping out and TPing away.
It's a smart usage of the gate crash. And Detty Elise will have noted at least 2 players on the Liquid side grouping up for a B hit. Queued in this position, they still have an outlet in the form of GSR to go in the direction of Sand and maybe C. It looks like B is where the initial pop will come through from Donatello's ult, but as much as he can look to duck and weave, Fractioned has deleted the initial aggression and the rest just doesn't follow up.
Nice neon tech, but in the end, it's the gunfights that matter. And that's exactly the case here, as Detty Elise have won every single one, apart from the one that Fraction missed out on. That's unfortunate, but he was low already after doing his job. 20 seconds left, another spike plant probably to be confirmed here. And yeah, an ultimate orb towards Cooper.
A couple traps for Rex maybe to cause a problem here, but you're looking at Liquid getting a player in a dangerous position, finding a kill untraded and making it a 3-on-2. Just anything to get them back in the conversation. This from Cooper is very nice. A walk up the stairwell, wrapping around behind. Here's all of the footfall on the opposite side. Only issue is Basia is waiting there for him. So that's going to be it. Detty Elise up to 11 as we feared. Just a couple of rounds away from them taking Lotus and moving on to Sunset with the possibility of a grand final up ahead.
And the other thing about Sunset is, sure, there's a lot more tape on Detty Elise playing it, but the one time that Team Liquid Academy played it, they lost it, right? Yeah. So this is still a big map to win out if you're playing on Lotus.
And look, Liquid Academy have always played with their backs to the wall. As much as we want to spin the narrative that Detty Elise are the underdogs here, this is still the youngest team in the league, former champs, but a fall from grace in the second stage. They've got a lot to prove for themselves, not just everyone else. With all of the infrastructure behind them, coach, team manager, the scrims, the setup, they should be here for it. Biggest gun round of the map up until this point, the C execution into Basia.
Oh, and the first gunfight is a bit awkward. Donatello's movement wins that out, but none at least gets one through the door. Kaya! His TP's won that one, and the spike left stranded. Donatello, how do you try and get this one back? No dash. Has the fast lane if he wants.
The spike's on the other side of the smoke, and it's a karate kick from Kaya through the reversible door. Liquid caught sleeping with the same rehearsed opening, using the ISO wall and Donatello following it up. The difference this time is that Detty Elise were prepared for it. They had players in B main ready to turn through the door. Kaya with the paranoia and the rest following it up. it's such a great adaptation to what we know Liquid's game plan to be. Another time that they've managed to get the better of them in terms of the read here. The difference against playing a team like Boars is they were very direct, and once that one style didn't work out for them, felt like there wasn't a second layer. Whereas here, Dirty Elise have a lot more variance to their play, and Liquid Academy at times are struggling to deal with the different ways they can approach around.
I mean, that's it, right? And not only that, in the last round, Spike didn't go down. Sure, Team Liquid Academy are going to be on the max loss bonus, but well, Bacon's taking the headset off. He's walked away.
Well, you know, like average rounds, maybe like minute and a half, bit less, depends if there's a spike plant or anything in there. He knows he's got, maybe 5 minutes until potential OT. Can't say anymore, already done the timeouts. It's not the first time we found ourselves in a situation where he's been forced to press the panic button early and Liquid left to their own devices.
You and me.
A play, missed kill contract from GSR, but Rex has the opener.
That he does. Maxime though under pressure, Kaya as well. Overwhelming these players at every opportunity. Dirty Elise, 2 players down, and Spike going in. How do you get out on towards the site? I mean, Nunn's playing around the edge of the smoke.
2 players grouped up in Hobbit with the grass control. This is another strong post plant for Liquid, but that hasn't been guaranteed. This time it looks like they might have learned their lesson.
Oh, Maxime's been caught out. GSR swings on it. One thing I will say about the Odin, since we've gone away from Road, I haven't been too convinced by it. But hey, listen, if it's working for you, mate, keep it going. Team Liquid Academy, back up to double digits.
Over there.
Yeah, for me, I see nothing wrong with it. It's just a constant threat that keeps Maxim in the game. He's not been performing as well as he did on the previous map, so it's a foot in the door more than anything else. And now Liquid seeming to find a crack in the defense. They want to head A, but there's 4 Dirty Elise players ready to receive them this time.
Remember, we've got the Raze combo with the fade if needed. They haven't opted for it, and instead are waiting for the players to walk into their trap, and Frack activates it with his operator. Cooper up close and personal, Nunn's round that corner, and well, he finds that kill. And even, the flash was good, but Nunn doesn't have any capability of shooting with no bullets in the mag. Player to the good for Dirty Elise. Team Liquid Academy, they know that that's not how they win the round. It's through fragging out and getting a pick for them.
Vasius just completely stopped the possibility of a B push with the Steel Garden. Jammed any guns in the area, but takes the 1v1 into Hobbit. Huge duel. Rex has to win this if they're to have any chance.
Basia up close, clearing slowly, wins out. And now it's up to the raid boss. The man who's been top of the pops to deny Dirty Elise on map number 3. Not that much health either, and will be revealed. Wins that first fight, the headshot's there, but it won't matter. It's Dirty Elise to win map number 3, their own map pick, and send us to Sunset on Series Point.
The children of the street are streetwise to Liquid Academy's tricks on Lotus. There was plenty of footage to prepare for, and looking at a lot of the rounds as well, it felt like they had a good read on the Dirty Elise side of how to deal with it. First half showed the strengths of Liquid and what they're able to do on their defenders' side with some of that aggression. GSR came out of it looking like the best thing since sliced bread, and as we've already mentioned, with 2026 26 being the last year before he's eligible to play in VCT, still feels like there's a lot to be learned for the rest of this team around him. It can't just be a one-player show the whole time, and we need to see a more cohesive performance. They put themselves in some really strong positions but just couldn't capitalize, and that will be the story of Lotus. We head to Sunset and potentially Bind, where Liquid have only played once per map so far this year. It's completely out of the question at this point. We have absolutely no idea how it could go for them, but for Detty Elise, it feels like a golden opportunity to get to the grand final. Let's see what the analysts have to say about that one.
Well, it certainly feels like everything is falling into the place as the script kind of dictates here. I mean, once again, an incredibly close map. It doesn't seem like either team can really get their grasp on this series whatsoever. So we carry on, and it's very much looking like it's going to go to 5 maps. I cannot lie to you, Zesh. 3 down, and only what is the round differential now? 7 rounds? No, sorry, because it went the other way. So 1 round.
Then, yeah, so somewhere along those lines. I'm not going to do maths on stream. It's always going to go
3
wrong.
rounds, of course. But yeah, no. Why do I do maths on stream? What's my problem?
Essential mistake. But talking about essential mistakes, Team Liquid not getting this one off the line, is it an essential mistake? Not really. I think it has to be really said that this is the plan of Detty Elise, or the assumed plan that is now going in their favor. Just a reminder, this could have been a 3-0 if there would have been 1 or 2 more decisions on Corrode, and Team Liquid would have went out of this without a single map. But at the end of the day, that has not happened here. It's fascinating to see in terms of play style that there has been now both parties going more into what we have seen in the previous games. And this is super fascinating. It was, first of all, a 0-4 start for Detty. It was Team Liquid Academy absolutely being in charge because Detty Elise decided to play at an attacker side as slow as possible. And I think they play slow for the sake of playing slow, not because there's a great idea behind it. Which then brings us to the second half, where Team Liquid was going more in some of their more aggressive stance, which is great, but this is the thing. They started to be aware of the side of Detty Elite. They started to be aware on actually getting themselves the right adaptations later in the last few rounds of that second half.
Well, speaking of which, you wanted to take a look at round 21, so why don't you do that before we got plenty of time. We're going to have an extended break after this anyway.
Sure. So most importantly about this, Team Liquid played such a round before in this type of way, and Team Liquid, if they've done their research, know that the Ulis is not that great when it comes to the C side. However, so many times they've seen this before, and a few rounds before this has been played by Team Liquid Academy, they had the adaptation ready, and this is the critical part. Donatello even finding the frag on Bastia, but either way, a good move that brings the defender side in the right spot, as they were aware. Team Liquid took a tiny bit too much time. Also, of course, there was a vice wall, fair point. But besides that, this is the kind of things that I was expecting also already in the previous 2 maps, but now they really came alive. And this is the kind of thing with Team Liquid Academy. It has been shown in the previous few maps that they wanted to start all a bit slower on the attacking side, and now ironically it worked a bit better, considering that maybe the research has been done really well by Detty Elise.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly shaking out differently than I think anybody expected. Whether or not you expected Team Liquid Academy to take things, especially after the map veto, or whether you thought Detty Elise were the team that were going to come out on top. I don't think anybody expected it to really be this, there's absolutely no round to round. You don't know what's going to happen at any single point. I mean, look, Team Liquid Academy taking 4 rounds at the start of that map and then losing 4 rounds in a row after that. There's just stuff happening that is completely unprecedented so far, and neither team have really found the driver's seat whatsoever. We're going to go to a 4th map after this one, and very possibly a 5th map on that. Next map will be Sunset, but we're going to go to an extended break to let the players chill out, maybe grab a bite to eat, get some water before we get into our next one. We'll see you in just a bit.
And
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planty, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up myself, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty under the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling and rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. Think that they get it by now, then they kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause the little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Icon. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast, everybody. There is nothing to separate these two teams. Nobody knows what is going to happen for the rest of this best of 5, and we're into kind of the tail end of it, right? We're in those last 2 maps where, you know, these are both kind of float maps for these teams. It is Team Liquid's second pick here, but it's not like they really had a choice. So we're going to play both of these maps either way. They just chose to play Sunset first.
Yeah, they very, very much made this probably one of the most fascinating evenings in terms of Northeast, because to be honest, it feels a lot like this was exactly what they were trying to do here on the Daddy Elise side. I'm feeling a bit like we're getting into a scenario where I'm feeling this is like the last laps, and it feels like a 2021 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And everyone who knows what I'm talking about knows what's coming with map number 5 around the corner.
Oh, no.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely absurd. And Sunset, definitely not a favorite of the Academy guys.
No, definitely not. Obviously, they have played it once, but it was kind of, you know, it wasn't the worst in the world. Once again, when it comes to Team Liquid Academy, they don't really have any bad maps. They just have maps that aren't, you know, Ascent or Corrode or whatever else. But even their Corrode wasn't looking so good today. The thing is, I think this is just a team that has reps on every single thing. You know, they have been trying their best to put GSR, for instance, on duelists this time around. They try to be adaptable. They try to be as kind of, you know, they're preparing players as I see it. And so having reps on every single map is a good thing. But in the end, when you get down to the thick of it, if you're against a team that is confident, then being good on every map can sometimes not be good enough.
Yeah, I think we need to highlight when it comes to this is definitely a difference of this map in terms of how much it's being favored in the playoffs, right? So far, it was Daddy Elise consistently picking this map against the opponents they played. Enterprise decided to make a smart move there to ban it, but besides that, full box and also boards, which wasn't a great result for the guys from Daddy, but different story. They wanted to play this map. It was like a voluntary choice. We want this, period. And on the other side, when we take a look at the guys from Team Liquid Academy, they dodged it as hard as possible, second banning this thing out of this planet. And it worked against everyone except against Metasport. They were willing to go that distance. And I have to admit, it was a very, very close game they had back there, but it showed that they don't really want to play that map. It's nothing they are desiring to have in there.
Yeah, but I mean, look, here's the thing. Their backs are up against the wall now. Yes. They cannot lose another map. They need to win this one to get to the end of the best of 5. They definitely have it in them. It's just whether or not they can bring it out on the server right now. They are no strangers to a reverse sweep in a best of 5. They know how to do that. They've done it before. This isn't quite that. It's a little easier as they've got their own map pick here. But look, they seem to... I don't know if they really thought that they would be going this long in this series. I do think in the Team Liquid Academy camp, they were definitely under the impression that they would get things done pretty quickly, at least get that win on Haven. Yeah, I think it's got to be weighing on you. This is a very similar kind of situation to the Enterprise Esports best of 3 that they had in the upper bracket, where it was just kind of like, you know, 2 really, really close maps. And you saw how, you know, upset Bacon was with that situation. If you take a look at some of the replays of that, it has to be tough being in a series like this and being so close to being able to take it. Look, either team could have won like all 3 of those maps. Either team could have. All of them were that close that I do think if any... You know, if either of them had really pushed themselves, they could have taken those maps. And therefore, you're thinking, okay, well, you know, if we'd have got it done, then we'd have been done by now. But now we have to go again. Now we have to fight for longer and longer and longer. And it really does come down to stamina at this point. So this is, again, the one time they played Sunset against Metasport.
Fascinating. You know, it's the Waylay. It is the Waylay that's coming in here, which is so interesting. Because if you take a look at it, and if you think about Sunset, what's a common thread? Well, it is when you're seeing those annoying Cypher trips. You know, you're yourself are the attacker. There you go. And your defender is having those trips. How do I get through it? It's not always fun. The Waylay is really practical, and the Yoru, both are great, let's say, alternate dashers. You know, it's not the default dashing, it's not the sliding, it's not the blast packs. It is a different way of approaching it, which I think is great. However, when we're talking about the attack side, it was something that we saw a bit on Lotus as well. They have great XX, and then the mid round is really not in. But when we talk about Daddy on the other side, they want to play this map. They enjoyed playing this map. They're pretty good on the attacking side, much weaker on the defense. So maybe this is the great part about it. They can complement each other in the sense that they're both complementing each other on the weak side. Do you see what I mean? Like the one is strong on that side and the weak, and then we get another 13-11. Long story short, this is not the most comfortable. The later this series goes, the more uncomfortable it is for Team Liquid Academy. And this is the true challenge for them.
Yeah, exactly. Look, they've got to go all the way now, and at this point, you just got to get your heads down and lock in. And we know that Team Liquid Academy can do that on their day. We've seen it so many times from them that they've been able to lock fully in on a best of 5, be able to push a team to their kind of limits. But right now, today, they just don't look like the same team that won in stage 1. They don't look like the same team that has won most of the series here in the lower bracket of this playoffs. And I don't know, it seems like right now Deti at least kind of have them on the ropes, and it's gonna take something special. Look, they've had a longer break after those first 3 maps, so they've had a lot of time to talk, and hopefully a lot of time to come up with a solution to the problem that is Deti Elise just hanging on, right? A lot of the time it is them just staying within a few rounds of Team Liquid Academy and then, you know, pushing at the end to get themselves ahead. That's what happened there on Lotus at the very least. Yeah. So it's difficult for them.
You know, you said it earlier, and I think it's an interesting point to touch on. You said, you know, Team Liquid Academy would believe it wouldn't go so long. I think at that point in time, you saw the veto, you knew it would go so long. I also, you know, Hazza said it a few times, this veto benefits the guys of Team Liquid Academy. On paper, I would say yes. But if it is what I assume it is, it has been intelligently orchestrated, or it's random, but I don't want to believe that. So I think it is intelligently orchestrated in the sense that they knew, okay, if we can stretch it a bit, we're in the right spot, that towards the end of the series, it's getting ugly for Team Liquid Academy. And it does look like it will get ugly if there's nothing else they can bring to the table. Again, we see it compositionally. Take a look, if you're right now watching, take a look at how the dashing of both the Waylay as well as the Yoru is going to look like. It is a fascinating approach that, with those fast-paced rounds, works well. When we go later in the rounds, it might get uncomfortable, but it could be that they have some new tricks, some new strats, some new ways of approaching this map up their sleeve, and maybe even surprise Steady Elise at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, since the last phase of the competition here in the playoffs, it has been 2 weeks. There's definitely been time to create some adaptations to learn from your last game and see what you can get going. And we know that Team Liquid Academy are good at that, but it is now time for them to really put the pedal to the metal. They need to come back on this one. It is 2 maps in the favor of Deti Elise. They are on a series point. They're staring down the barrel of going to the grand finals up against Enterprise Esports. And for Team Liquid Academy, it's last chance saloon. Hazza and Cairo, take it away.
And bearing all of this in mind, the longer this series goes, the better it plays into the hands of Enterprise. They'll want to see as much as they possibly can on whoever it is that they're going to be facing tomorrow, with their own Ascension qualification already secured and looking towards winning that one, of course, the final tournament of the year. And with it being the final stage in EMEA's Challenger Leagues, I have to say it's been the story of teams returning to form. Job Life and now MOUZ today returning champions. Liquid Academy from the first stage will be trying to do that, but it's sunset where they go, and with no comp change Cairo, I have to say I do have my questions about what the performance looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine we all do at home watching this one. Our Team Liquid Academy going to be able to get this over the line? The attack has 4 sheriffs rather than the typical 3 that we've seen become meta. One better. Will that be able to win them out the round? Look at it already, none moving through mid.
Playing from Petra's corner, TP anchor sent towards spawn, and the first kill collected. It's the Waylay gone, so we'll have to wait and see how that implementation looks, and that's the biggest glaring difference, I think, more than anything else. Cairo, with this comp. We've just not seen Waylay get too much play in sort of semi-pro professional play. It's the Neon that's been meta a lot of the time, and even Frack can't make the most of that opportunity, so 4v4.
A reset. Detty have re-cleared mid as well, so all focus towards this E site as the spike's gone down. The players taking their time to come back in. 3 heavy towards CT.
Oh, and the retake cam, catching GSR backside shot to flush the players from position. Recon following it up again, further tags, but the damage not yet there. Maxim finally hammering it in, Sheriff in hand. None was there to dish out the damage, but Kaya left on a classic and too many angles to consider mean the Liquid now have 4 consecutive pistol round wins.
Hey, that's some stat to go off the back of what was 3 in a row for Detty Elise.
Yep.
That was really what was setting them up for success. Now into the next round, I mean, Team Liquid Academy, they've won pistols and lost maps at the same time, so need to see a confident first map for me, because so far we haven't really seen that. Sure, they will start maps confidently, but the finish is never what the start seems to be.
And building on from what was being discussed about what Liquid are giving us here in terms of their comp, a variation of the multiple double duelist pairings we've seen between GSR and Donatello, as he's already gotten started on this round, is they have to be confident in the theory and how that plays in their practice, in scrims, against, as we said, a higher quality of teams as you expect, with the facilities they have to set that up, even if it's just the main VCT roster. They've already topped the group heading into EMEA playoffs. Yeah, they have to be feeling pretty happy with how this one works. And there you see the gap close that Zesh was talking about from Donatello on site. GSR to get the plant though. His ult is the furthest in progress as it stands.
There's a player towards mid if they want to try and identify that. Kaya will be the first one to meet them. Overall, it's about how much damage can really be done by Detty Elise to deny the opportunity of a good bonus round. There's also the option of denying ultimate orbs, which Detty Elise still though seem like they want the exits, and it's not coming their way whatsoever. So Maxim looking to try and deny the last orb for GSR.
It's not going to be able to do so. It's another blistering start from GSR, who, whether it was the ISO on the previous map or the Yoru here, has been able to get very close. Just 1 orb away from his ultimate. A 5-0 start turned a 10-0 start for him against the Force Buy. Is a 4-1 this time, but can very quickly put that dimensional drift into play. And yeah, Liquid Academy did win their bonus last time. They won for the first 4 rounds in a row. It was the response from Detty Elise afterwards that was most telling, but having them replicate that 2 maps successive is a bit more of a difficulty, I feel.
Recon deep to get the extra space. Rex is the one holding on to it as they push through mid. They're still going on. The luck through A caught out by Rex, and it seems if the option now, head towards top mid, see if they can break through there.
And Maxim does greet them with a drone tag and has managed to stave off this part of the push for now, but extremity control under the Detty Elise banner. Both duelists on either side of the map, boxing in Liquid Academy, making things feel pretty small for them right now.
None could send a TP on the other side of that wall and catch them off guard if he really wants to, but decides against it. Team Liquid Academy group their forces and are ready to hit this B side. Ooh. But look at the player numbers, it's just Frack all alone.
Yeah, that's the problem. He needs this follow-up and so hangs around in the open a little bit too long. Rex carving things open as Liquid look to be on their way to a bonus conversion, but it comes down to the fights backside. Maxim winning a couple, but Ninja with his own double, that much more impactful. It has to be None to seal it now. He finds an easy way to the first. Can he pull the plug on the full operation? Cupid in the corner, Captain Clutch will not miss. And so it will be another bonus for Liquid.
bonus converted is a big round. Remember, it was 4 in a row on the last map of Lotus. And that puts them in the prime position with the defence by Broken. And you've got to remember, it was a timeout as well from Detty Elise that actually put them into the winning streak that ended up winning them the map.
Yeah. Or set them on their way towards that 6-6 half, which they were able to work with. And I agree, sure, maybe they don't have a coach, but you need those momentum blockers at times. Bacon was speaking about when he likes to use timeouts. Another conversation had in the Sliggy Twitch chat, of course, as we know.
Yeah, I'm noticing a trend.
Only Cambridge applicants successfully go there. It's true. Academic
Do you go to
weapons.
Cambridge?
I don't. Others do.
Yeah.
Point being is you don't want to necessarily give, you don't want to call a timeout when you know that the other team has an idea cooked up and they're ready to go. And maybe that's something that Detty Elise have to think about as well, not just the momentum, but exactly the read could be. This is just a shooting gallery for Rex. As Liquid are well on their way to a fourth.
It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the thing about maybe this longer break between map 3 and 4 is it's come at a wrong time for Detty Elise, right? And the right time for Team Liquid, because Team Liquid were down in the dumps, lost Lotus, sure it got close, but listen, this time round, there'll be deja vu. There'll be thoughts of Lotus and letting that first half slip.
And thoughts of the best of fives they had in previous stages, because the last one that they played against Shakma, before they became Go Next, they were down 2-1 at the same scoreline coming into the fourth map. That one was Lotus, and it was where they were able to turn things around in their favour. So, yeah, the timing of the break's important. As we're into the rifle round here, getting aggressive, letting GSR in the back line, and he is able to punish. I don't know what was going on there. None TPs away from the situation. Leaves A open for the taking.
Yeah, that's a bit of a frustrating one. Rex trying to lay down utility on towards the site, but it hasn't stopped Maxime getting his opportunity, and Rex takes his. So still advantage Team Liquid Academy with a spike going down.
Yeah, Liquid Academy tearing through Detty Elise at the start of this one, and with none already looking over towards B. The defense are posturing for a potential save. I say that, the spike's not even in yet, so Frack is going to give it a go. He's got himself on spot, and suddenly none looks interested again. Rex plucking the next one away. It has caught his interest, but not for long. Weird round.
Yeah, it was, but I think like Team Liquid Academy playing for that luck of Ninja, then like obviously Ninja does his work through mid, upsets what's happening. Yeah, the main push was a disaster, and this doesn't surprise me at all. 5 rounds in a row, and mistakes being made. Detty Elise look to time out and get things back on board.
And as we were setting up, it's at the exact same stage in the game as it was on Lotus. And for Liquid, Bacon should just be repeating what he was saying in the downtime, that we do not let this one slip. You know, that this lead can be built on and should be rectified turning at the end of the half. Because we've had 3 maps which have gone at least 23 rounds, if not more, considering the corrode overtime and the 24 max regulation played on our opener. Liquid Academy have not led a single half so far in this series, though. And that's something that they'll want to try and put right. This is the opportunity to do it when you're facing just one rifle. Maybe not even a single one, in fact. It's all Sheriffs.
is the time to compound the pain, right? This is exactly what you're looking at for Team Liquid Academy and what they'll be aiming to do with another fast take towards the A side of the map and players being forced away. But these Sheriffs do have a bit of a bite. That's the worrying thing for Liquid Academy. As they try to assault in, the Hunter's Fury is flushing players out of position. And now straight away, Team Liquid Academy get that site, get the spike planted.
Yeah, it's a strong opening to the round. And as you put, against this kind of weapon, there can be problems. Something Elise will have to be aware of is how they set themselves up. Are they going for a deep hold, expecting that early utility to just have Donatello flying at them? Or do they want to hold a bit more aggressive and try and beat Liquid to the chase? It's a mental game that's going to develop as this one goes on, but right now, it feels like whatever Liquid Academy do, it is hitting the mark.
X has been held for. First contact being taken, and Rex. Yeah, he's good for it. We know he's good for it. Those shots are absolutely sublime. For a man, well, for I guess like a kid, right, realistically, who isn't even 18 yet, he has such a cool, calm and collected aim.
He's 16. He's the youngest player on the whole team.
Crazy, man.
And much like Fractioned, in the sense that he was taken from the ranked queue as he was scouted for this roster, I think the difference is that he's had so much experience around him to help shape that player, whereas Frac maybe has other notable names within challenges, but not to the same extent, not with that coaching staff. And that's where you want to see Elise step up to the next level, potentially in the stages to come.
I mean, Team Liquid Academy in previous games have tried to send Cooper in towards CT, and that's why you're seeing Elise in a little bit of a panic, wondering where the Omen could have gone. But he's in mid, he's nowhere near the back lines. And realistically, Team Liquid Academy haven't capitalised off the question
distraction. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Omen players recently on this map love to spam the TPs. You know, BBL, GX have both gone for it. The double TP top mid, you can get really aggressive and split take B, especially if you're running double duelist as well. But it's the slower pace from Liquid Academy now, which has got Elise guessing. This is such an open drone from Ninja. Got to be careful.
They're going to go straight for this fight, but I think, I thought for a minute Ninja was just going to walk out, but instead tries too much to fake it out. And as the players try and hit in towards B, they need to win out against the site anchors, because very quickly we're going to see Frac in position. Maxime's holding on to back site, and it seems that Fraction's just there in the nick of time to get Elise the first round.
There was a lot of time pressure on that round for Liquid Academy, and Elise, surprisingly enough, out of their own timeout, have responded, but it's for the attack now to stop that growing into anything more. Cut the problem at the root, at its base, before it can develop. In terms of what changed, Cypher set up for a deeper B hold, and a little bit of proactivity towards the late round on A, something we'd not really seen. It had been either pushing right from the spawn barrier or completely leaving it. Extremity control either way, super important for Elise.
Oh, Donatello, that's lovely stuff, mate. GSR, I mean, I think Donatello's just going to send it forward. There's a trade. And round probably already won. Unless we do silly things like that. It should be one. Maxime looking to fight his way forward, but instead, no, we will end up in a 3 versus 1 post plan.
Cooper's thinking to himself, how can I throw this? Jokes aside. Caution to the wind, the TP in, but GSR has his back. Fellow countryman continuing to reside under the guise of his captain, who has mentored him brilliantly, coming into this Liquid Academy team saying, well, whatever roster I play for in the off-season, heading into 2025, I want to play with GSR, because this kid is the future. And I think a lot of people do see that, especially after the first stage, but going back to what we were saying earlier, it was those questions of, as the year progressed, with them dropping off in stage 2, could they pick things back up again in such a competitive league and such a volatile Swiss system as well. But they've settled those doubts now, and with this round win, right back in the saddle. Nice attempt from Detty Elise, but Liquid Academy were prepared for that kind of push this time.
I think GSR is the future, right? Don't get me wrong, I just want to jump on this conversation, but for me, this next challenger's EMA will put him in like where we see him to be, right? Like in terms of like comeback and Loiter and Larocque, right? Comparing him to like those talents and who's next up. Like I think that next challengers will be a big talking point. But with that being said, Team Liquid Academy, fast take on B.
You've still got none at the front of this play. TP's out, but GSR furthest player forward. Point man of the push, looking to lead Liquid to an 8th in a huge swing round. At least in terms of Detty Elise's chances, they're down on money, and in terms of utility into this retake, there's plenty of it out of the woodwork. Liquid struggling to stall until this point, but the Steel Garden does a good job at that.
It does. Detty Elise, they had none try and attempt main, but 2 players there holding it down, so all forces look towards CT. They bust out, but how much are they realistically going to get? Because Team Liquid Academy are trying to back away. They don't want to fight this. They want to try and play a post plan with the operator, but it's left Rex sitting on Spike all alone, and Detty Elise with the second round.
Yeah, it's a positive turn of events for the defense. Really needed to pick this one up to keep themselves in it before Liquid get to that point of no return. 9-10 rounds, I think, is whereabouts you'd place it. And keeping their head above the waterline in terms of finances as well. We're seeing an op come back out for Fractioned. He's always been good for one, if not a couple with that. And posting in B main is an area of the map that you've not really seen Detty Elise cause too many problems in up until this point.
Fraction wants on that line, but he knows that he can't. He knows that how many bodies Liquid like to commit to these things, and well, he's got the information that he needs, backs off, backs away, and accepts that this is going to be the take.
Maxim picking up a kill with the Hunter's Fury. Quick flood into backside. Detty Elise ravaging Liquid where they stand. Donatello back with 2 quick kills means that there is still half a chance, but he's yet to recover the spike. The reveal from Maxim means he wants to try and challenge this. It was a 1v1, unsupported from Kaya, Paranoia excluded. But Detty Elise starting to pair up these rounds now. That's 3 from the last 4 since the timeout was called.
That's it. Starting to get themselves back into the game slowly but surely. You need to, in my opinion, probably get 5 here, Pazza. Get the next 2. I think that's like that would be a
That's
suitable...
been the going rate, mate. The 7-5 and 6-6. Like, Liquid Academy have already got their best result on a half so far. Let us remind you, this is about them actually putting some distance between the two. Something they've struggled to do so far in this series.
Not a lot happening in terms of this, but look at this. Detty Elise coming up with a plan to engage through mid. They do it, but they don't capitalise off the back of the utility.
Cover going out.
Thinking about it, but knowing that Liquid are perhaps too well set up to defend this. More than anything, it's Maxim's op that was floating around market, the biggest threat for me that Detty Elise currently hold on to. Slight adjustment made on the round. Cooper into elbow, hasn't yet spotted Kaya, plays the discipline, but gets caught.
It's not working out at all. Cooper seems to be the entry frag this round, but with 5 HP, he needs support. He needs his teammates to help him out here. It's a bit unclean. It's a bit dirty. Doesn't work out their way. Spike goes down and post plant for Team Liquid Academy.
A lot of very loose shots from Fractioned, and that might just be the dream dead of the 7-5 half.
Sacrificed.
Slight timing for Bastia maybe, but Rex has played it well enough and has utility and now Cupid to support him from main. Detty Elise are going to watch this one sail downstream. Not a possibility. So Liquid Academy will have their 8th, but heading into the last round of the half, Cairo, it's exactly what you said. It's that opportunity to really build a lead. I've liked some of the changes that Detty have made round to round, like having that op-in market ready to fight, but Liquid just haven't played into it. Not at all.
Yeah, it feels as if like they just have a sixth sense, you know. The priorities are elsewhere, and to be honest, the priorities most of the time are grouping up and playing through one avenue, right? Like a couple of times we've seen Detty get aggressive, like for instance that round where we saw the two duelists playing through either extremity. I would have liked them to see them go one step further, like trying to push that. Like seeing, for instance, a bit of disrespect. We've not seen that at all from the defence. And right now, this B main brawl is going to go down.
Yeah, A, different letter in the alphabet, all good. Still a fight happening though, and that's what we're here for at the end of the day. That's entertainment, that's TV. And not a single drop of blood spilled, Cairo, on the twitch.tv after all.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, like, the fact that, like, there's definitely been punches thrown considering you look at the utility from either side. Oh! And of course it's Rex that wins out against None through market completely away from A main.
Right in the face. An absolute wallop from Rex, and he's managed to find himself a whole lot of space in the process. You don't see Liquid often contact, but Rex is providing a serious outlet on this lurk, and you can see Cupid is really interested. But in the meantime, Bastia has threaded his way through to spawn from B main. Maybe that was the fight we were looking for all along.
Oh, he's only able to get one though, but he's given all the information to his team. And now next up, as you're looking at Rex, so far up in B main and looking towards CT.
Yeah, and there's so much ground for Detty Elise to cover, so they don't know where to look. Market is the only possibility of an insert of a defender. But Ninja's got the open plant. Maxim swinging it. Oh, he's denied it.
Spike down B.
Time is so running.
So Donatello's going to stick this in the corner, but only has to saturate. Lands on Fractioned. Caught by the coattails. GSR playing from main. Can't connect, but he's still alive. And maybe just given half a chance. Frax on the pistol here. Doesn't have the op, but has Maxim by his side. And so Detty Elise do get a 4th round.
But will 4 be enough? This is the first time in a long time that we've seen Team Liquid Academy be so dominant. But can they convert finally and bring us to a map number 5? Find out after this break in the second half.
And
Liquid Academy keeping Detty Elise humble on their route through this upper bracket. Now drop down into the lowers in a best of 5. One map away from a grand final appearance and a rematch at the peak against our current champions. They have to beat both old and new, and that 8-4 half could very well be settled to send us on to bind if Liquid can find their 5th successive pistol round in this series.
Listen, the defense was just as good as the attack last time for Team Liquid Academy, so Detty Elise need to be careful. As for Detty, they were much better on their attack, so this is the favoured side.
And that's something we're looking out for here as well. That waylay, how Liquid Academy trying to play it. It's the partnership with both duelists that has gotten aggressive at the start of this round. And already Fractioned is prowling around in the backlines. The spike slowly ferried over towards B. All of this is a distraction. Any more time, one more kill, and Frac has done a brilliant job. Not going to be able to, though. Donatello stamps it out.
Yeah, but the players will be delayed getting back over towards the B side of the map. And now you look at Detty Elise, they're starting to explore elsewhere, and even towards CT.
Late cam in middle from Basia. Maybe just to collect info as Detty Elise have managed to force Liquid Academy out of the market, but Rex has quickly snatched that back for himself, putting himself top of the newsstand. Liquid looking for a headliner here towards Bind, but heading the wrong way completely. Perhaps thinking that it was Boba where the push was coming in, but it is Market after all. And the players on site have been dealt with by Liquid Academy, so there you go. It is 5 from 5 in our previous pistols. And with 9 rounds under their belt, Cairo, it's looking like this Sunset has seen the improvements that it so desperately needed.
That it has. Team Liquid Academy are now looking to stretch their legs, stretch the lead, and finish out map number 4. Get themselves onto 5, and we get to see something exciting in Bind, because, let's be honest, we haven't seen Team Liquid Academy play it, and I wonder how they would implement the double duelist ideology that they've been playing throughout almost all the maps.
It's a good question to ask. We've seen a few variations of it, probably Yoru Rays, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, there is still a chance that Detty Elise can give us something to show for here. Had quite a lot of bright starts, map to map, but that trend was bucked heading into Sunset, or Lotus I should say, and it's remained to be true here as the game has gone on. Like you said, the attack side is a bit better for them. With Kaya all the way through, nothing going. The other end of the bargain needed to be held up for him to have any chance. That's going to be it. Let's start to think about Liquid's bonus here, how clean they can maybe keep it.
Yeah, I mean, 3 Bulldogs, a Spectre. Yeah, that's going to be extremely dangerous, considering as well, you think of Sunset as a map, things can get up close and personal, right? You put that Spectre towards A elbow, it gets worrying. But 5 rifles, 5 heavy shields, no ultimates in this round, where typically we see Team Liquid being able to build very well towards their ultis.
They're going to go for the anti-A rush setup here as well. So they've got 4 players ready for the A fight. Going to use some of that combo utility earlier. Should be Paranoia and the slowing waylay orb through, perhaps.
What was you called again?
The slorb.
The slorb.
Slorping your waylay. Yep.
Interesting. Interesting.
But we're not going to get it. It's a recon with the Paranoia behind the smoke, and they just fully take the space off of Detty Elise's hands.
I mean, that stun has been enough to buy it back, though. They'll get an ultimate orb for it instead. As Ninja just looks to shoulder check. At the same time, Team Liquid Academy, proactive as ever, are now going and re-clearing mid.
I believe that was the cam broken from Basia, so there is a semblance of what's going on here from Detty Elise. Ninja has to try and run away from this, though. He can't. It's Frac chasing him down.
And then, well, finally they'll clear out elbow. But at the same time, GSR has found none. That was from short. So this is a one-dimensional push onto the side. Donatello low, takes his time in, but it doesn't work out. The trades though do.
Oh,
and that's
Cooper.
the key thing. 2 from Cooper and 1 from GSR. Sorry, 3 from GSR, I should say. As we hit 11, a bonus round converted, and Detty Elise left scrambling to try and get back into this match.
Complete shutdown from that duo of GSR and Cupid. Ninja did as much as he could to delay. Scorched Earth on site. And yeah, 2 from the Sheriff there is God's work, honestly. And now with it being 11, Liquid Academy converting a bonus round, not for the first time in this series. It's 2 or 3 times that we've seen it from them. Detty Elise have been forced to do exactly that. Put their money where their mouth is if they really feel like they still have a chance at winning Sunset, as Bind is looking ever more likely. Okay,
No way.
fake clone.
No way.
But
None?
it just means that he's got he's got to sight, but this is already pretty good. I don't think that Rex is expecting this at all.
No. Well, I mean, it seems to be the case. He's seen the Rex go for a crouch. Ninja wins out anyway. Spike down. Post plant made, but advantage still towards Team Liquid Academy.
And this has been the real difficulty for Detty Elise. 2 from Frag. What is that?
Shotgun wins out. Neon needs nerfed. And the last 2 remaining players happy to throw in the till.
And that's the great equalizer for Detty Elise. Liquid Academy not able to keep anything from this round. Not that they would want to. It's the Bulldogs still that should have been enough to barge their way through, but the attack is showing a sign of life before a potential flatline in the city at the end of the sun. The day is far from done. Little rhyme there for you. Bind is made to wait for now, at least. We have another gun round to settle the fate, perhaps. And yeah, we're sort of still waiting to see how Liquid want to play this, because they've not really had to do all too much, I think, so far. Just responding to what Detty Elise are showing and remaining proactive mid-round.
That's the thing about the defense of Team Liquid Academy, is that the proactive mid-rounding. It's what puts them heads and shoulders above everyone else.
Yeah. Because you remember, this Sunset was a huge map for SK when Cupid was on it before, right? If you know how to enable your duelist, it's huge. But for now, it's Detty Elise with the top mid push.
Smokes down and Cupid. He's wanting to engage this. That paranoia will also catch the player in the corner if they clear it, but instead no TP out. Advantage taken once again from Team Liquid Academy. We know how good they are once they get the lead.
Rex has stayed in this corner.
Yeah,
he's going to be able to fight his way out. It was a nice paranoia over the shoulder from Cupid to set up the initial fight, but the problem is Detty Elise go looking towards top mid. When it doesn't work out, it feels like there is no second layer. They did have players main, but it's GSR's ult you got to get past.
Oh, and he's already seen the header match, seen that spike on the ground. Team Liquid Academy are starting to circle their prey. And, I mean, do you even get a chance to plant here, Basia? He has to try and fight it, but you know that's not the play when there's so many bodies around you. A flawless round and a map point for TLA.
Deserved map point, and they're going to be feeling very happy about this too. The less they have to show, the better. This Waylay feels thought out, but we've not needed to go too deep into the strat book to see it find value. It's been surplus to requirements, honestly. Donatello's kind of doing his own thing. It's Rex really laying down the law at this point in time when his sights get hit. And then the synergy of the rest on the Liquid side.
Donatello somehow still won that out, even though the Neon was running them down with the overdrive.
You get that first contact from GSR, and there's just players right behind it. Donatello here set up for the Hunter's Fury to then head in next. Like I say, they have the protocols in place. That narrow overtime loss to the best that North has been able to give us this year. in Metasport feels like a long time ago right now.
Ultimate for information. Omen ult towards the other side. But the worrying thing about this is, right, is that GSR is going to be on here first and able to deny, oh no way, able to deny the spike and also get a kill and get Maxime. This is a disaster.
It's an absolute disaster, as you say. And Bastia has to just pick up all the pieces. There's too much to do and too little time from which to do it. Trigger the wall all you like. It's just one extra escape route that has been shut down by Liquid Academy. They batten the hatches, and GSR bolsters performance after performance, showing exactly why we hold him in such high regards. The flexibility is off the charts. He should be signing up for gymnastics classes, not just Valorant. The guy can do pretty much everything. I think, you know, we've seen him in terms of the archetype of player. I want to say as a rifler, he's kind of like an alpha, but now this duelist side of his game is something that we were just, you know, didn't even know that we were missing out on, I suppose. So thoroughly impressed with that. Liquid just looking very efficient, and for Detty, at least, Cairo, right now you have to just be so concerned about their chances and where their mental is at after that extended break, coming into this map, and what with Bind as our 5th and final.
Yeah, I mean, Bind is something that has been hit or miss for Detty Elise. They've won it, they've played it twice, won it once, and I don't know what Team Liquid Academy are going to be preparing as well. So that's the other worrying aspect coming into this.
But we're going to find out, of course, once we've heard what the analysts have to say. They can shape us up for it. It's Liquid Academy in yet another best of 5 decider. They always guarantee us the full 5 maps, and that's exactly what we're going to get very soon.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Hazard. I mean, it was always going to happen. We're always going to get here to the 5th map with Team Liquid Academy. Look, they want to repeat what they did in stage 1. Here we are. Here we are with them trying to do exactly that. And look, that was the first one-sided map we have seen. That was the first map where anybody has really gone, okay, right, we're in charge now. And for Team Liquid Academy, they were very much in charge. And a lot of that is off the back of individual performances. Players have awoken here. I mean, GSR has been getting, like, kills over the course of the whole series, but that was something else there.
It most certainly was. I mean, one thing that I really want to highlight here is that the Team Liquid attacking side has varied in style a bit more in comparison to what we saw to Metasport, which I liked a lot. It felt a bit slower than what we've seen before. Most importantly, I mean, this was a great masterclass from Team Liquid, but you have to also flip the coin. It was an absolute disaster class from Detty Elise. It was
a little bit
miserable, to say the least, but it's part of the game. You know, you go all 5 maps. This can happen. Sunset was on the table to where I thought, okay, this could not be looking good for Team Liquid, but again, their most recent game of Detty Elise on this map, 6-13 loss against Spores. So it was never something to really look forward to in that instance. Next up is really where we have our eyes on. I mean, not only does it decide the series, of course, but the one with Bind is truly interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, look, finally a team has momentum here. Nobody has really pulled ahead enough to say that they, you know, feel good going into the next map, I don't think. Team Liquid very much now are in the driver's seat. They can work off of that. We will see if they manage to, because again, we're heading onto this float map that neither team is really super comfortable on. And therefore, I don't know how much that will materialize coming into our final map of the series. But for Detty Elise, you know, it does kind of feel like all of that hard work that they put in, just scraping through those earlier maps in the series, has come to nothing, right? We're now at 2-2, and we're back to square one, and they need to recuperate and really, I don't know, come up with something very impressive. Let's take a look while we discuss that at some of the stats from that map.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, most importantly, it is a man that is absolutely worth highlighting. It's Rexstone. This man has been, you know, it's fair. Hazard talks a lot about GSR, and I think he's right. No doubt about it. But can't forget this guy. Absolutely cannot leave this lad out, because not only has he so far in this split, being the most impactful player for this team. No, he really steps up when it is needed. His anchoring capabilities sometimes show up. You know, I don't think Liquid is necessarily a good anchoring team on every map, but in this instance, we saw what this guy is capable of. I really enjoy seeing it because he's one of those hidden champions, so to say, where he is exceptional at what he's doing, but it's not looking that cool to a certain extent. And of course, GSR deserves his spotlight, but cannot forget this guy. It is someone who is most rightfully so up there with GSR on the scoreboard most of the rounds. And this is where I think you said it right. Maybe this long break, this resting, this situation they're now in with their backs against the wall is what Liquid needed to absolutely dominate their opponents.
I mean, we will find out, right? The thing is, you could say, but that's, you know, it may be that, it may just be a fluke, but keep in mind that their last performance on Sunset was not like that kind of impressive, right? They was completely, you know, they were kind of stunted by Metasport. It looked okay, but it didn't look good. That looked like they have really fixed things, and therefore, with the thing is with Team Liquid Academy, it seems like every good thing that happens to them is a product of their own hard work. And therefore, when we move to our final map of Bind, I'm looking for that to continue here, because if they do want to have a chance versus the grand finalists of either of these teams, want to have a chance against the grand finalists of Enterprise Esports, they need to do something impressive here so that they can close out the series with, you know, a chance of coming up against Enterprise Esports. We'll go to a quick break and we'll be back with the final map of the series very shortly.
And
time I did, I pay my dues affiliated to this paper. I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing. I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Westside boy maritime, Creole baby my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay. I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No cosigner, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know cosigner, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah.
Northeast, everyone. We knew it was going to the final 5 maps, and we are here finally. It's been a long day, and it could be a long day even more, because we've had 3 of the 4 maps so far go very, very long, well past 20 rounds, and it's possible that Bind goes a similar direction, but Team Liquid Academy found their form there in Sunset. 13-5 is a very, very convincing scoreline. It's whether or not they can take that through to their final map that they work so hard to get to, and use some of that momentum.
Yeah, and I was thinking about it. There's obviously going to be challengers right in front of the door. They can not always ban Bind, except, they can. Don't get me wrong, they can. There's a permaban. This is a normal thing. But it would be, I think, a bit short-sighted to avoid it as much as possible and not crack it a bit here and there and here and there. So I'm sure there is something coming up. If it's fully fleshed out, different story. The good news, though, for Team Liquid is their opponent is not necessarily the strongest, haven't shown a great performance against Enterprise. A 3-13 loss with a T-side that was absolutely consistently suffering from being too slow, from taking too much time. And this is the funny part for me, Twiggy. They have shown this kind of pattern over the previous 4 maps time and time again. They are too slow, they're not having the map control that allows them to be a bit faster, and there's no distraction in the late round that would help them to draw players from the enemy side away. And therefore, I'm kind of worried at this point. I was pretty much putting it all in on Daddy Ulis after that Lotus. But now, after that performance on Sunset, I think Liquid Academy might have this under control.
Yeah, and I don't blame you for that, right? I don't think we thought Team Liquid Academy had it in them there on Sunset, especially not a 13-5. Maybe a tight win, but after the one data point that we had from them against Metasport, we didn't really see much that was impressive enough to get a convincing win against Dirty Elise here. But there you go, they brought it out. They've clearly been doing their homework over the last 2 weeks, and that's what this team is kind of good at. I feel like is I hate to say it sounds kind of rude when I put it like, oh, they're really good when they're not on the server, but that is kind of their strong suit, is doing kind of that prep, getting that strat book filled out, and if they can make it work in the server, all the better. They did this time around on Bind. Completely different story, right? This is kind of a map that nobody's really banning out all the time. It's a float map for pretty much every team, I would say.
Yeah, obviously Team Liquid Academy is dodging as much as they want to. The Elite was not very happy to play it, but they had to against the guys from Enterprise, and they were not looking good on it. So yeah, it comes more and more and more and more. But for now, I'm just curious to see the test, really, because it's obviously something else. If this would have been map number 1, I think it would have been a different story. Now making this map number 5, well, you're a bit drained. It's been a long day as a player, especially. You've been there focusing, and obviously, you know it from the players when they're on the server. They're just, obviously you're not getting more focused the later it gets. For most of them, it just gets worse and worse, understandably. And this is where it's curious to see if there's this capability coming in from Daddy Ulis to really get it over the line, because I think now it's not there anymore. I'm sorry, I don't feel it.
No, I agree with you, and especially because, you know, weirdly enough, obviously, Hazard has kind of mentioned this a few times over the course of the series that Detty Elite are the older team, right? But they're not the more experienced team necessarily. They don't have the same reps when it comes to best of fives, when it comes to late stages in playoffs and competitions. That Team Liquid Academy, quite a young team. In fact, one of the players cannot even play in VCT at this current juncture in their life. They have been in these situations. They have prepared for this kind of moment where you're this far into a best of five. You're starting to get fatigued, and you just have to keep going, right? You don't have a choice. You just have to finish out the series. So they are, I think, the favorites to take this final map. They flip things around with their last one. There's some adaptation coming through.
Yeah, there's major adaptation actually coming through. This is fascinating to see. Okay, so first of all, on the Detty Elite side, let's take a look at that. We see a compositional change so far, as that the Sky is out, the Gecko is out. We're putting in the Fade and the Euro, and Team Liquid Academy, they're putting the Gecko, totally normal. Double duelist, Waylay as well as Euro. All right, Astra, I like it. We have no Viper. This is a bit odd. Okay, we put in the Deadlock instead. This is going to be interesting, because I think especially if Rexon is capable of keeping the wall as long as possible on that defending side, it's going to be hard for the slow team of Detty Elite to succeed on this map number 5.
Yeah, I mean, look, all of the data points we may have had for the map are now completely thrown out of the window, because two completely different comps for two completely different teams here. It's really just going to be a scrap to the finish line. We're going to find out very shortly who is going to be moving into the grand finals against Enterprise Esports. It's Hazard and Cairo to cast this one for you.
We were made to wait to see Bind from Liquid Academy. The last time that they showed it was against Enterprise in the previous lower final, and it's a complete overhaul. If it's anything like their Sunset, they should be on track for another grand final. Detty Elite, on the other hand, have to make it past both champions if they want a chance at raising the trophy in the third and final stage of this year. But the one in front of them right now has a huge momentum boost. Kicking it off with the pistol as well, no less, Cairo, is an area that they've massively struggled. A strong start for Detty here might just be what they need to unlock that potential.
At the start of the series, Detty Elite, we were talking about it, they had won 3 in a row, and since then they have dropped off massively. And even after that break, the Desk was speaking about it, we've spoken about it, Detty Elite have dropped off massively. The break between 4 and 5 needs to be the important one if Detty Elite are to finish this off right here and now.
On the other side, it's vintage Liquid Academy from a 2-2 elimination game as they did in the first stage. Lack of success in the second and now the third. Another 5th and final map through the lower bracket as they like it. Every game, another opportunity to get that experience in. And Cupid, the brains behind the operation, finds himself splattered over the A site, as none was waiting for that head to pop up. A sheriff in the hands of both duelists. Detty Elite now looking to group up on this stacked A site.
Players taking their time to approach. Would that give enough time for the Deadlock to get here? It doesn't seem to be the case, but everyone on the site has been completely lit up. And Detty Elite are the first ones to take the fights. Looks as if the space is being taken away time and time again.
Getting back, but GSR still laying in wait. And as the pair now look to Lamps for an answer, Detty Elite are thinking the same. The net's fallen at their feet. All 3 collected, but unchained at long last. The pistol round they've been waiting for so long is just the 2 points of health on GSR and the 2 players between them. Fractioned at the triple, and the floodgates have opened.
Big round to be winning out. Early doors. Starting your pistol round off right. I mean, you could see Detty Elite, the way that they moved in towards the site as well. They took their time, made sure that they were dotting all the T's, even after they had all the information.
Dotting the T's.
Dotting the T's, crossing the I's.
Yeah. What is it, Arabic?
What?
Just think about what you've said. It's fine. We'll carry on.
Bring them down.
Detty Elise trying to...
I'm so confused.
You said dotting the T's, Cairo. Do you dot a T?
No, but it's called using the inverse of something. You know, it's called having a joke.
There's no way that was intentional. All right, whatever.
It was
carry
intentional.
On. Okay. Tell that to my lawyer, bro.
Brother, you need to focus on the round.
Yeah, we are, bro. None has found the kill on A. Open sight. Round is done in my eyes here.
Yeah.
Fraction finding that one on B as well is a huge boon to the chances, and it's just a Marshall dropped.
I got the spike.
Well, Spike goes down, and oh, hello. Donatello's just zoomed all the way back to B.
Spike planted.
There's also Basia on alert. So overall, yeah, I would have to align myself with your point of view, has a JC. It does seem like Detty at least have this one in the bag.
They do, but let's take a step back here, Cairo.
Okay.
Let's get a little broader, because that's what the people want to know. For Detty Elise right now, it's about building confidence as much as possible, and it's also the players that are putting themselves in that position. I think when they were at their best, Kaya was calling well and he was fragging. I want to see him have a huge performance this map, and also Corrode, Maxim was huge too. I'm thinking about the anchors on Bind more than anything else up against this kind of composition, because I mean, for Liquid Academy, starting out on the defense, it's when you move to the attack, when you've got the Gecko with both duelists, all of the util from Cupid, and as offensive as Deadlock can be at times, that's when it's a problem. So getting the rounds up nice and early for them here is a real priority.
Oh, Cupid needs to be careful. Forced out, and the player's putting a priority towards long, but that Viper wall denies them any sort of information, any sort of line of sight, but it does give them long for free.
Portal closed.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's a means to an end, the wall. Oh, Ninja finding one in long still. Such strong control playing from Garden. Liquid Academy are really quick to close down on those players' site because of those positions you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally it. Team Liquid Academy identifying where the strong points are, and Ninja being able to deny Detty at least being like going for that retake on long. That's just what breaks down the whole play. And then you're left scrambling. Oh, I need to try and trade this out. The players on site face guard and they get killed as well. Ninja's done God's work. This kill right here is what upsets the round.
It is. At the same time, I would love to have seen Detty Elise maybe use this on like an eco or something when they just wanted a plant instead of their bonus round and an opportunity to actually build up some serious stock on this attack side. When they really need it, as I was saying, Liquid Academy are going to look at their best, I think, when we do hit the other side of the half.
I would agree.
So we've hit a slight break here. You know, as you said, the wall cuts off sight, but it gives Liquid space to play. And if these are the set pieces that we're bringing to the important rounds, then you know, I want to see a little bit more thought behind it. But still, well played to Ninja, as you said.
Yeah. It's just, I feel as if there's too much oversight with it. Like you can't just be happy with that site that you've taken. Fair enough if there was a player left in hookah or whatever, but there's just like every bit of space is given up. You're literally giving the defense everything that they want and more. So as soon as that wall drops, like, where do you fight from there, right?
No, I agree. I think we've got to be posturing now for the ultimates available on both teams, or the ones that are soon to be coming up, as this tech pause shouldn't last too much longer. We've just got a few player restarts due to a bug in the game, so hopefully not much of a problem. Yeah, Frack has the showstopper, none, one away from the dimensional drift. For Detty Elise, these are the pieces that you want to be trying to build around here as much as possible. For Liquid Academy, you start to wonder where their win conditions really are. You just saw the previous round, okay? It was sort of set up for the retake from Ninja, but where are they taking wins on the map in terms of the macro? That's what I want to look at. Where are the priorities? Where is this comp going to excel in taking space? Because one thing I would say that they're missing, when you're playing Gecko Solo Initiator, you're really relying on, you know, GSR flashing in, face checking, Donatello refracting, Rex using the net quite a lot for info, those kinds of things, rather than having a Fade-Eye like Maxim has just thrown in Showers, for example.
Have to agree. Same time though, look at the map. Players trying to scale up towards this B-long position. It's been given up for complete free. Only Cupid's jump spotting it. Very, very slow from Detty Elise.
Yeah, but Rex with the full util here. Barrier mesh as well. No one getting past that for the time being. And GSR starting to ask questions of this attack down short. He is committed to the market angle. This one could get overlooked.
Oh, the wall goes up. He's been... Oh. You think he's just stopped for a second, the way he was moving, that he had an idea. But with no TP out, gone. Donatello now goes searching himself. Has the refract if needed, but dimensional drift to clear out sight. Donatello needs to get right out of dodge.
Nuns managed to take lamps back at the very least. Detty Elise with Showers control as well. Liquid pushed all the way back to spawn on the other side of the smokes. The one conduit they could have is Rex, and he's won his fight.
Unbelievable shot as well. Wingman to clear out close in towards CT. Frax holding on to it, and the rest of Team Liquid Academy, that's where they're coming from. Detty Elise slightly distracted by Rex, and now that leaves Frax all alone towards backside, untraded and caught out, just like Rex. 3v3 now. But the players, I mean, Wingman, he needs to be picked up to get on towards the spike, or else a player needs to be dedicated to that position. None holding the flash, caught out, back to 2 versus 2, all even. Both the attacking players are completely disconnected, allowing Ninja to half it, but gets caught off himself. And now Donatello has to win the fights, but doesn't fancy his chances. Detty Elise finding 3.
And building on their lead, it's the two controllers in the side that make the difference in the end, and just slowing down the pace of the round in these post-plant situations. And my unsung hero is Basia. Sure, not loads of kill involvements, no multis, nothing to get excited about, but the cycling of the wall, brilliant. Sure, it was a little bit of a telegraph on that first duel to GSR, but you have it there for the air of caution. Just allowed the Lamps players to move back and forth with Short, and then he ends up walking a full wrap around to Showers to just give a second angle of approach on the diffuse denial. It's very much needed. With Ninja caught here, you've got to be thinking about none now. Outside of the TP, there's basically nowhere to bail if you're the Gecko player.
Yeah, I mean, use the flash and forces the TP away.
He gets out though.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Big. Yeah, I mean, like, Rex was ready to take the fight. Sorry, not GSR, None just a little bit too scared, and GSR now put on notice after a shot from that outlaw.
Oh, but GSR with now a rifle in hand, able to go for the 1-for-1, 4-on-4 situation. Basia is Detty Elise's opportunity to get out on A. Donatello's movement once more has served him well. Reposition into backside now, revealed, and plenty of players bearing on down.
Oh, nice. Looks for the second and gets the third! That's unbelievable! The fourth there, but can't quite capitalise. Team Liquid Academy.
We've seen the VCT roster play with Waylay a lot. There's a certain affiliation in the Liquid camp, affinity to it. But it's the sharp shooting that gets you excited. Once that utility belt is empty, you're relying on the mechanical skill, and that's where Donatello has stepped up massively. Not able to appear in the lower or grand final last time out, but making damn sure that he can book his ticket this time around. 4 ults coming up in the process for Liquid Academy, and money stricken for Detty Elise. Bacon was talking about creating those plans before. You would feel like he has a good idea of how he wants this half to end as we're a quarter of the way through the final map.
Yeah, this is going to be a big timeout, because while you win that round, get a bit of confidence. The coach of Bacon will be able to reset your mental heading forward, and as we've already said, like about economy states and previous matches, this is going to be an important couple swing rounds coming up just now, as you've already mentioned about the ultimates as well.
And that's why it's a timeout of strategic value, maybe more than the mental side, I think, because you're looking at how can you space those ultimates, what's the plan for this round at the very least, and how are you going to deal with what Detty Elise bring to the table. Couple rifles and a stinger, always one to try and keep things interesting from this attack side.
Only Donatello's known about here. There is also GSR, but the players have just walked out short. They don't know. Team Liquid Academy need to be careful. Luckily enough, GSL sharp shooting is able to deny any more from Detty Elise.
And Ninja has the support, so he gets the util back.
Yeah, and he's got the rest of the players there to do the business. Molly out. Maxime, no way out. Yeah, he's been hindered as well, and that's not just talking about the utility. All the bullets in his face. 3 each, we're equal on the round.
Yeah, interesting that none was able to get so far out, but when you're playing against a deadlock, that's what you're going to see a lot of shifting into space. Liquid Academy have to be aware of it, showing there that they're quite happy to take the showers fight, but not yet threatening any kind of a crunch, for example. No pressure through the TP. We've just not seen any of that combo utility, which is what they've got a lot of strength in, whether it's the hinder, the molly, the net. Plenty out the woodwork.
Ooh.
But the op of GSR, the jury's still out for that one.
Yeah, I would agree. None looking for the next one, and Ninja and Cooper are about to walk into his cross here. They need to be careful. Both are going to get shut down at once. That's now the pivot. Where do you want to go? World's your oyster. There's only 2 players there remaining.
And even Donatello making that play there as well. It's something you'd like to have seen Liquid set up, potentially, right? We know how good they are at creating pressure on one end of the map, forcing Detty Elise into difficult spots. And that's what the Waylay is good at as well, the hinder through the TP. We saw Gentlemates pioneer that a little bit on Bind to varying success, I think, but the defenders' halves looked pretty good, at least, you know, in the game against Foot that we saw. That's what I want to see a bit more of here, I think, and something that Bacon could have potentially set up. A couple more combos. Really taking the fight to Detty Elise, because the sight holds have also looked pretty good. I don't know, they have options. They have options.
Hey, that's the thing, like, with Team Liquid Academy, the fact that they've still got, like, 4 ultimates, and Cooper's nearly got his back as well, it's going to be a near enough full flush. I imagine there will be ideas about counters, especially with Basia having the Viper's Pit, right? So, depends how they want to take this, how they want to take these next couple of rounds forward, because we're in the middle of the half, just past it. In the next second half, the ultimate round will be, or the ultimate cycle will be pivotal, as will that economy state, as Detty Elise managed to recover and get a little bit of gold in the back pocket.
And it's a tough equation for Cupid to try and solve while he's working on that. The gun in his hands perhaps not supplying the goods. It's much different to the previous game against Balls or even Enterprise, but all of the teams in this league are very different stylistically, and here, another pace change. None now leading this operation with the Yoru ult.
Not only that, supported by the Nightfall Rex. Gets rid of Fraction, trades that out even still, and unfortunately for GSR, he can't quite TP out. Rex still known about, or should be, as the players are worried about this play through on the tap of the spike. Doesn't get capitalised upon, but look at the backlines. Ninja slowly moving up.
He's playing to contain at this point in time. He doesn't have to move until the plant is in, because Detty Elise are looking for this overextension. Rex has done brilliant work keeping shower control. I'm surprised they've not tried to challenge him yet.
Yeah, the same idea. Ninja though activates now, and there goes Maxime. A Thrash to push the rest of the players forward. And unfortunately, the Thrash capitalises on the clone, the wrong player. None getting rid of Ninja, and now the players all falling apart for Team Liquid Academy. Cooper onto the spike he goes. There's still a molly in the pocket of the brim, and that's going to be the great undoing at this round, as it seems to be Detty Elise looking to march forward.
And you can see from the player cam as well, Kaya grinning to himself, knowing that he has Liquid Academy exactly where he wants them. This was a disgusting outplay from None, TPing away from the Thrash as it was in motion and catching Ninja pants down. 2 ults invested from Liquid Academy, but both of them feeling quite panicked. They had strong positions towards the late round.
Need equipment.
Detty Elise slow to make their move, but when they did, they won the fights. A lot of this is literally just coming down to the jewels.
But it's where you set yourself up to take the jewels, right? Because a couple of big ultimates to initiate off the back of, especially that Thrash, for instance.
Sensor down.
Gone.
Liquid Academy have been very passive in their extremity control in general. It's one of the first times we see them maybe look to fight it a bit more actively, other than putting GSR in a position to hold the line. We saw that once and he didn't go ahead and buy it again. The money wasn't there perhaps, but time is dragging on, and that isn't going to favor Detty Elise all too much. Liquid are going to grow stronger as that resource falls away from the attack side. They can gamble here, especially on a round with just a couple rifles.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as if the gamble's correct, and then just getting over. Both rifles are on this side of the map, but Detty Elise are still delayed getting out. Spike's just making its way on towards site, and they need to protect this. They need to be careful, or else there's a chance that Team Liquid Academy will overwhelm the site. It seems to be the case as Cooper's Sheriff rips the head off 2 players, and now hindered, fractioned on the spike, and None all the way in showers. Team Liquid Academy, an advantage in which they can try and convert from, but can they do it? Can they identify the key positions? It seems to be the case, and None, he's concussed. He's got no way out of this corner as Cooper works on the spike. GSR finishes this out and brings us within 1.
Yeah, it's really well done from Liquid Academy. A much needed round as they've finally got a 4th. The shot from Donatello, disgusting. Cupid 2 more, fantastic. And then stuff like this, the combo. The net drops in, you know that None is cornered, and then dropping the concuss on it as well. I want to see a little bit more of that. I want to see Liquid setting up triggers to go ahead and fight space. Detty Elise, on the other hand, have been really timid in terms of actually taking that space away from the defense. When they put themselves in a post-plant position, they're almost waiting for the fight to come to them a lot of the time. This is the Showers take.
Yeah, and that's pulled players across. Look at Rex, he's holding on towards Showers, are ready to pick off the contact of one of his teammates. In fact, GSR close by, that could be what sets them up. And the smoke disperses, but it's not what you're looking for, and can't quite get out, can GSR. And we're in the same position we've been in a few times. Advantage Detty Elise with a flank coming in from Ninja.
Cupid still holding on to triple, but that flank is really late.
Yeah, is. Cupid reacts at the right time, but as the spike goes down, the players react, and it's Basia, the hero. Found a player on flank, found a player on triple. Ninja slowly makes his way through showers though.
And Liquid still have some money, but not to the greatest of extents. Round number 10, heading Detty Elise's way, pending a miracle from Ninja. Still has the wingman for the spike defuse, but there's a molly on Kaya. That'll buy the rest of the time. This one's done.
And it certainly is with Basia's third. I don't know why, he must have got the second player in, in towards Lamps. But what he has done is the damage to the economy. This is a big swing round coming up, folks, with 2 players towards just, what, 200 credits, 50 credits. You get Rex on 100 after buying a Sheriff and heavy shields. It's not looking good for the defense here.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a swing necessarily, because Liquid don't have too many opportunities to inflict further pain on Detty Elise. It's whether they can find a 5th and get a chance at a 6th, or if Detty Elise just go ahead and build that lead entirely. GSR finding one through the smoke is the perfect start though. Untradeable, and getting the info on the next.
Yeah, the player's now forced away. Ninja holds on to utility, and imagine GSR, he'll just be waiting to play off the contact of that utility, but elsewhere, players try and send it on towards A, completely denied by Donatello.
It's the perfect start for Liquid Academy, and that is the upward swing they would have been hoping for. Deep barrier mesh outside of showers as well, gives them an early heads up. Short is where they have to be concerned of a potential creep behind the non-existent Viper wall now with Basia dropped, and that just makes the pickup even more valuable. Passive on the B play, thinking about the retake. Cupid still with a Cosmic Divider course as well, if they were to find themselves in that position, which doesn't look too far away now.
Double flank, but that clone will make it seem like a triple flank. Did Detty Elise now try and fight forward? It seems to be the case. There's one player sitting in the smoke. The Cosmic, goes in, gets caught off. Donatello at least trades out, and GSR out of hookup completely smokes Detty Elise and what they had.
Gun here.
As that will be 5 and within 1.
The Upper Swiss MVP of Stage 1 in Northeast is in it for the long run, and you can see the longevity in his play. Important ground held on to, recovered by Liquid Academy. And Detty Elise in that position, I really like the idea for Fractioned to fight through the spawn smoke, but where's the elbow player? Where's that second layer to the push that's then gonna be able to get the trade on Ninja after Cupid was caught in his utility? Cupid stepping up in the last few rounds as well, having a lot more impact, which is exactly what you want to see.
Who's next?
Liquid are going on the offensive this round. It's a walk down short, but Detty Elise at the same time going for another quick play with this Yoru ult.
Yeah, this could easily, there will be a quick pivot in towards a flank, and that's exactly the case with GSR taking that. Ninja gets a double, keeps things somewhat even between the two. With that TP being held, the players are going to try and fight forward once again into Team Liquid Academy's arms. And now Maxime needs to try and clutch up.
Oh, double spray Maxime ult online. Cupid noise cut. At the very least, he must bail from the situation.
Has 2 stars though, has it? I mean, the reveal, does it get anything? I mean, it can reconfirm that Cupid's up close, but Maxime with the clutch, which is most important, puts Detty Elise in front just before the half.
Sunset was dominant, the first time that we'd seen Liquid lead a half, and you thought they might have at least broken even here, but a huge triple kill clutch from Maxime has steered the ship in the right direction for Detty Elise. That rematch waiting for them at the peak of the mountain top. Not feeling all too far away now as they've gone back on track, but can they close? The $1 million question.
Did they really think they
And
for one of these teams, the final half of play in their Northeast Stage 3 campaign. EMEA on the horizon, of course, each with their own point to prove for Detty Elise Ascension, and those points feeling that much more important.
Toxins going up.
Heading in to this one now on Bind.
Oh, GSR's already taking damage, and a pistol round is not a round where you can really survive that long, especially with what's on the board here for Detty Elise. Three sheriffs. And with that being said, Spike going down.
Yeah, Detty Elise, plenty of players backside. Mesh cutting off the ones rotating in, but it's a 5-on-5. GSR low, as you say. Liquid Academy have barely any utility though, and that will be an issue.
Yeah, but Detty Elise have just essentially used all of theirs. Maxime still has some to clear out, but the nade gone. That's the Prowler gone and got no information either. None on bench. It's an open plan, and that's going to make things so much easier for Liquid Academy to spam through, get players off the spike. They're doing so successfully. But with that being said, time is getting low. They just need to get the last player off the spike, which they do, and give Team Liquid Academy that pistol round.
Basia trying to do absolutely everything, but nothing left to be done, no work on the bulletin board for him to complete. The spike too far gone, and it's just scrappy as you like. Twiggy said we might be in for one, and that's exactly what we've ended up getting here on a lot of these rounds on Bind. A checkerboard timeline, but for Liquid Academy on this attack with this comp, you just have to be so cautious of these bursty, pacey plays that they can make. Much more of a default here. Detty Elise not giving away all too much just yet.
I mean, Team Liquid Academy have essentially given all the space to the defense, and they've capitalized off the back of that. None trying to go and rescue the rifle, but there was a player close by. Luckily enough, TP away, and now the players gamble towards that A side where Team Liquid Academy are looking to scale out.
Yeah, Cupid would have heard the TP, so not exactly where it was. Frack here fighting with the classic, but GSR's going to go ahead and win it. The sidearm of his own drawn as Liquid want to try and keep this as clean as possible, and finally the cleanup crew has arrived. Ninja and GSR on the double swing back sight, meaning that the majority of the guns will make it into their bonus, which feels like even more of an opportunity for them to put away Detty Elise before things get any further out of hand.
All even. And yeah, as you said, needs to be Detty Elise getting this next round to make sure that Team Liquid Academy don't start to build that lead, don't start to make this impossible to come back from.
because for them, those 2 ascension points are the difference between the dream being doable and outright outlandish. You're talking qualifying out of a group, which could be any bunch of teams. Faction fighting here and Showers winning his, and already the site under siege.
Yeah, that spike can't go down, Rex! That's a big kill onto none. And with the spike going down open as always, Team Liquid Academy have the perfect setup that they need.
They have numbers, but it's empty utility belts as both sensors on site with the mesh drop back as well. Star placed. It feels almost impossible to do any more work here, but Donatello is still delivering.
I think the players are back.
And Elise actually are just saying, you know what? There is little left here that we can actually get involved with. We don't have the money, and we're not going to have too many more rounds to give this a go. Liquid are let off the hook.
Hey, listen, I don't necessarily would say like let off the hook. I would say they've done well to,
of course,
in that round.
But they're not even going to challenge it, point being. And
yes,
going back to what I was saying about the ascension points, yeah, it could be any random selection of teams that you end up with in groups. It won't be any of the other Northeast teams, of course, because of how the distribution works. But then to win playoff games, to get third or second place or anything like that, to actually then have to qualify, is just that much more difficult, I think. So we're still semi-entertaining the idea that they could make this ridiculous run. That's only if they make the grand final, though. I think, you know, a third place finish here, and I'm not on board.
Great shot from GSR. Frack off board. That was one of the 2 rifles that was kept. Kaya doing, making it a priority to get that back on board, who I've been thoroughly impressed with, by the way.
That's a GSR for you, a good shooting rifle. Always hitting the heads. And with Liquid now queuing up this A play, Detty Elise feeling pretty static in the mid-round. Not seeing any moves made, just waiting.
Okay, yeah, he's got the first at least. GSR with a flash should push him into the next engagement. Does so, wins it out. None steps in front of the clone, decides the right target, but can't quite pull the trigger. And now you're looking at Bastier's rifle as a saving grace, or in fact, it is going to be saved. Never mind a saving grace. What does Maxime do here?
He sits and waits to see what the rest of his team is saying, because there's nothing left to be done in this round. Detty Elise being let off the hook by not having any Liquid Academy players chasing the weapons from them, because that's exactly how it looks. It'll go 9-7. This pistol trying to do any more. GSR's already been fed his ultimate, so this is just to keep building confidence. As you can see, he's feeling very happy with himself, as the rest of Liquid Academy should, but I don't feel like it's going to take all too much to burst that bubble, Cairo. We have seen them take leads before, but it's still a young squad. Yeah, albeit one with experience underneath them now, but the way that you close is just as important as how you get back into the game.
Yeah, that's very true. But I feel as if when Liquid have been in the chance to close out, they have done so, right? You think towards the Corrode map, Lotus, now towards Lotus maybe a question mark, but yeah, you know what? Ignore me. Let's just get into this one.
Well, the one they lost 13-10.
Yeah. It's because I looked towards the top of my screen and I saw
they're dotting their T's and crossing their I's, and into the A site now. It's multiple ults invested at no return, nothing but none in the feed. Deleted at the end by Donatello, who stepped up in his own way and playing from the edge of the nebula. He would have wished for it to last a little longer as Frack has pulled him out of the situation, and Detty Elise are now coming back to life.
There they are. Cooper looking to take back side control, but he's been caught by the Prowler. Wins out the fight. In his own smoke he tries to spam from, but he's just buying time. And right now, there's a thrashing pocket and a wingman as well.
Ninja so much to do, needed the first fight clean, nothing happening. You saw what Cupid was trying to do. He was scrambling for his own smoke the same way that Donatello was hoping that he could play from that corner. But it doesn't best suit either of them. Neither does the execution suit Liquid Academy. You could see what the idea was. It was the Yoru ult to set up the convergent paths, the, you know, mega hinder from Donatello, if you want to call it that. And while they do still have an ult and a couple others coming up, same could be said for Detty Elise. One away from both duelists, the pit is there. Even Maxime at the foot of the board is thinking about his Nightfall. This is ultimately what dictates the map winner.
I have to agree. Out of long they go, Maxime with no way out, and that's why he's at the foot of the board. Keeps getting caught, and Team Liquid Academy keep doing well to capitalise. None not cleared in towards elbow, and he's waiting for his chance. On the edge of the smoke, Kaya waiting for someone just to walk into the arms, and it's going to be GSR first, but Kaya had absolutely no chance.
GSR's been on rails so far, but he has been relieved of his duties by none. The equal and opposite force clearing out the space, but still waiting for that mesh so they can get inside.
Yeah, showstopper. That should be enough to get a kill, but isn't. A second use of the thrash doesn't get anybody. Ninja knows there should be a player coming from long. Frack on towards the spike. He's stunned. Bastia tries to play Overwatch. As we're seeing right now, it all turned to desperation for Detty Elise, as it will be double digits for Team Liquid Academy.
It is desperation, as you put it, and needlessly so. You see, Fraction had multiple opportunities to pick up a kill there, and he's missed all three. And that must be so frustrating for him. And Maxime, how the round started. I'm glad that you mentioned it, because coming into today, he has the lowest first deaths in the league, you know, from Upper Swiss, then heading into playoffs. Always so dependable and not giving away those kinds of careless opening engagements. He's the instigator here, as Detty Elise want to push B long, but they are forced to concede it. A forfeiture of the space, and Liquid's still going. It's another first death for Maxime.
Yeah, this is slowly but surely starting to fall apart, and with ultimates being drip-fed into rounds, right now, Team Liquid Academy have everything that they need. Can't even get out of their own smokes. Kaya gifted one towards him, and Rex getting one onto none. Advantage towards Team Liquid Academy, but look at the positions Hazza on the map.
Hookah control is huge here for Detty Elise, but it means nothing if Bastia can't get into position. Dropping out through this smoke is almost impossible without a second layer.
Not only that, Rex is now looking to be the ace up the sleeve, the win condition. If he can just find that second pick onto Frack, but instead runs for the hills, is wasting so much time. And it looks like it's going to be 11 for Team Liquid Academy.
Almost a third time now that we've seen Detty Elise have to call a save on this defender's side, because Liquid put themselves in post and the setup is far too strong. Hookah is space which they're happy to give away, knowing that as long as the defender spawn side, the choke is held down with the sonic sensors there as well, then there's no chance at the retake. Because it's impossible to get yourself out of that position, and you see it there. They're going back to look towards long. Rex gets his one, and that's all she wrote. 11-8. Liquid only a couple away now. And this round, it's an investment from Detty Elise.
Yeah, they're trying to force back in, right? They're trying to see if they can get something, especially with two ultimates in their back pocket.
A weird one too, because only a couple players have gone for it. A bit rough around the edges.
Maybe thinking about the next round as well, if they are able to win this one or even lose it. Hey, listen, either possibility is there. Team Liquid Academy are just looking to abuse the heck out of this B site, and this time Detty Elise have committed players, committed bodies like Bass here, the Viper, the player who can stall players out. but still those opportunities that Team Liquid Academy keep finding, and they're able to trade to every single time you think there's a way into the round. Team Liquid Academy have the answer.
A surgical clearance of sight, and with the stun on Frack as he tries to find his way back. There's still plenty of utility behind this. Star just placed on the spike, next sensor is there, and Rex knows that while all this time is bought, he can reposition for the backstab.
That's, I mean, it's the same round as last, right? Rex did the exact same thing. Frack pedantically trying to clear corners and finds Rex. Grab well used, but thankfully Cupid is there, and he gives a sigh of relief at 12-8 on map and series point for Team Liquid Academy.
And can you blame him? Rex had the perfect position, and he's just gone for it at the first opportunity. Frack also panicking a little bit. But this is great from GSR to start, and the rest dealt with handedly by Liquid Academy. Such an important round.
The biggest round of this series. 4 chances Team Liquid Academy have. Faking towards that B side, creating pressure. They know that there's more bodies towards that side of the map, and Frack is gone. He went searching through showers. That's not where you want to be.
Kaya has the orbital strike, Molly, plenty of delay for the plantable area, and none still hanging around here as well. Spike has been denied just through pure spam, in fact. It's coming at the cost of Detty Elite's bodies. They only have so many players they can afford to commit to keep this endless endeavor, this thankless task. As Liquid have called a freeze, as Ninja's found himself in position.
Oh, this is perfect. He's walking up ever so slowly, but Kaya turns round at the right time. Spike down, shows the orbital strike. It does chip damage to Rex, but remember, he also has the annihilation.
It's another huge 1 versus 1 on the flank. Basia's been brilliant this map, but if he can't get past Rex here, it might just be Liquid in the final.
It could be right here, right now, where this series is decided. The lower bracket final. As you said, one of these teams has to go to the grand final, and it looks like this time it's going to be Team Liquid Academy to send it forth to try and reclaim their title.
That's exactly it, Cairo. 181 days since... 181 days since their last grand final appearance. And while I may make a mistake, they certainly won't. They'll be there. Liquid doing it their own way. That's 3 best of 5s played, 15 maps in total. But they're yet to lose one of those deciders, and that's exactly why. They get so good when it comes to crunch time. Ninja stepping up massively towards the end there. Slight ridicule of Cupid, but the amount of post plants that he secured through his utility was second to none, and that's exactly what you were looking for. I think from the side switch, it was a completely different game. We knew about the surplus of utility that this composition would bring to the table, and it felt like Detty Elite staring against the possibility that they could really pave their way to a grand final, and hell, maybe even an ascension run on another day, on a far-fetched dream. I think it was just too much for them to handle, and fair play to the players. This is the deepest run that every single one of them has made. They'll be happy to hoist that bronze medal around their neck because it's an achievement to be proud of, but ultimately it's not the end goal they would have been looking for.
No, it's certainly not. I mean, grand final now for Team Liquid Academy to look forward to. Enterprise is the only team that has beat Team Liquid Academy in the playoffs. Can they make it a second time, or will there be revenge? Find out tomorrow. But as for now, we have our analysts ready and waiting to break this full best of 5 down.
Good shift, guys. Good shift. And yeah, what a way to close it out. Look, Team Liquid Academy, apparently they just cannot. They cannot do a best of 5 without winning it in 5 maps. It is just the way it is. And once again, the 3rd time that they have done that over 2 of the series, over the year, but over 2 stages. And yeah, I mean, look, again, this was a difficult map for them, but they looked like what happened on Sunset carried their energy through this one.
Absolutely. You know, from the Mongolian Empire to the Napoleonic Wars, the horse is serving as a vehicle for its riders towards victory. And this absolutely happened here. Over 5 maps, to be honest. It was quite a tough one, to be honest, to see. But at the end of the day, it has successfully been translated into a series that didn't look at the beginning like it's going that's great for Team Liquid Academy. But despite was an uncertainty for Detti Ulice, it was a map they were not so successful on in the past. Game against Enterprise was all that was necessary to know, and here we are. It was close, don't get me wrong, but that 13-8, especially the second half, Team Liquid Academy didn't give this one away.
I think the thing is, there's things to build towards tomorrow, right? For Team Liquid Academy there. It was a very tough series. But at the very least, those last 2 maps are something that they can be happy with, that they can move into tomorrow and go like, okay, we can put up a fight versus Enterprise Esports. I am very interested to see how much of a fight they will put up. But before we get that series, before we move on to tomorrow, we have an interview with one of the victors here. GSR is joining me. How are you, buddy?
I am good. How are you guys?
I'm great. I mean, well, it's been a long day for both of us, I think. And yeah, I mean, you have put in a shift over every single map, so congratulations.
Thank you.
So I'll make this relatively quick. I mean, first things first, like, you guys can't seem to be able to do a best of 5 without making it all 5 maps. Is it on purpose at this point? Are you trying to just play as many maps of Valorant as you can, get the practice in?
No, I mean, it's not. Like, I wanted to win 3-0, but it is what it is. I think it's because we always start slow, and after not playing an official for like 2 weeks, we started slow, so that's why we kind of lost Haven. But we didn't play our best today, I would say, so it was unfortunate.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, look, talk me through what the mood was like in the team after those first 3 maps, right? I mean, it was a really, really tough first 3 maps, but for both teams, really, that I feel like it could have gone either way in a 3-0 at any point, but you guys held on right up until those last 2. What was said during that longer break between maps 3 and 4?
I mean, after we lost the Lotus, Bacon and Cupid were saying, like, guys, we're not playing even 80%. Like, if you just play 80%, we're easily gonna beat this team because we're so much better, you know? So we were just kind of like, I guess, motivating each other to like just play a bit better, and that's what happened on Sunset and Pine.
And speaking of the maps, right, were you expecting that kind of veto from Detti Elise? Were you expecting them to kind of play into your hands a little bit, give you corrode?
Not really. We were expecting them to bind Ascent and Ascent and Corrode, but they banned Icebox and Ascent, so it was like, it was whatever. And we just picked Corrode because we're very good on the map. We always win Corrode.
Of course, right. Okay, well, I mean, just one more thing before you go then. Obviously, tomorrow you're going to be playing against Enterprise Esports. It's going to be another one where you're coming from the lower seed, so they're going to get both back. What are your expectations moving into there? Are you going into it looking for that first place, looking to run it back from Series 1, or are you looking at it as in, you know, Enterprise Esports have grown a lot since that first split and it'll be a difficult matchup?
I mean, of course, we're going into it like we want to win, of course. And I think we can do it. Like, last time we played them, we played the worst we ever did, I think, in a BO3. So if we just play our average and they don't, like, overperform, we should easily beat them as well, I think. I'm not too scared about them.
Okay, not too scared. Okay, well, that's great to hear. Thank you so much for joining me, GSR. Congratulations on making it to the grand finals for the first time in half a year.
Yeah, thank you. Good night.
All right. Hopefully, as well, we do see that kind of performance. That kind of look. The thing is, you can talk all you want about how difficult that was for them to get over the line, but their perseverance as a team, I think, is something that is absolutely insane. Right? This is a team that has had, as we say, as Hazza mentioned, as I said earlier, 3 best of 5s, which they've won all of their best of 5s over the course of this year. And I think that is something special about this team. That look. That's only going to come into play if they make it to the playoffs of Challengers EMEA. But I do think that if they do get there, you know, this is going to be a formidable opponent. They got grouped last time. Do I think they look like a team that can get out of groups this time? It depends. It really depends how they play on the day, who they get into the groups with. But I'm hopeful for Team Liquid Academy stage 3.
I think, okay, so there's a case to be made for that. I think one step after the other. Of course, GSR perfectly says he's a great competitor, and he's realizing, I will say that we will win if we even play just a bit on our good positions, that we'll be able to beat Enterprise. I think it's a totally different beast. Tomorrow's a different game. The Ulicha is not as similar in any regard as the guys from Enterprise Esports, and it's going to be a different game. I think it's going to be very interesting. It's very nice what he said there. You know, they were being a bit cold. You saw it on Haven. They were a bit nervous to a certain extent. And that game tomorrow, okay, they're warmed up. They went through the reps, played all 5 maps, but it's a different beast. That is for certain. Whilst at the same time, this guy basically rented a big billboard on Times Square saying, next year I'm up for hire, by the way, for VCT. If you want to get me, you have my number.
Yeah, it really is one of those. I mean, GSR has really pulled his finger out for the whole series. I mean, for the whole split so far, for the whole year even. Like, this guy's been making a name for himself, not only as a duelist player. If you cast your mind back to Split 1, wasn't really playing duelist at that point. You know, that an adaptable player that is able to top frag on his day, any day of the week. So I am very impressed by GSR, and I do think that Team Liquid Academy, no matter what happens in the grand finals, no matter what happens in Challengers EMEA, the players that they are showcasing are really going to be, you know, hot commodities when we move into next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're making a case for that, and I think it's remarkable. To me, it's insane what we're witnessing here. But tomorrow's the real test again, because not only did Team Liquid Academy grow, also the guys from Enterprise, they are different to what we've seen from that stage 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, GSR did say that they played badly, apparently, against Enterprise Esports in their, I think, 10-13 and 11-13 best of 3 there, where they lost 2-0. But obviously, keep in mind that this is a team that they did come up against in Stage 1 as well. And Enterprise Esports have grown so much since Stage 1. You look no further than Stage 2, having won Challengers EMEA. This is a team that is feared now by every team that they come up against in Northeast, and will probably be feared by every team that comes up against them in Challengers EMEA this stage as well, regardless of the you know, the way this stage finishes for Northeast. So it's going to be an incredibly difficult matchup for Team Liquid Academy no matter what, but I do think it is going to be a brilliant series. Hopefully not just a 3-0 to Enterprise Esports. I do hope that Team Liquid Academy have learned something from their best of 3 against them, and can use their kind of, I mean, apparent amazing form in best of 5s to kind of get them over the line on that one too.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those things. But you know what? It felt like an evening that could have been 3-0 one way or another. And now we're ending here at 9:30. For you, it's 8:30. For those guys in Serbia, it's 10:30. It has been one hell of a day. It has definitely been one hell of a day. And if I have to say one thing, it is great that once you're coming back after a few months of not doing anything like that, 5 maps is feeling like a welcoming gift.
Yeah, we've rolled out the red carpet for you here on Northeast. It has been, what was it, a year and a half or something like that since you have been on Northeast. So, you know, we really had to give you the premium experience. So Team Liquid Academy made sure of that. Exactly. All right. So, guys, that'll be it for the first day of our grand final weekend. Join us tomorrow, same time, for the grand finals. Enterprise Esports versus Team Liquid Academy, a best of 5. We're running it back stage 1 style. It should be absolutely brilliant no matter the outcome. So thank you so much to you, Zesh. Thank you to the production. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes, and thank you so much to the viewers as well. We will see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone.
And
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why